within us, communication styles, how we make decisions, how we build relationships, how we go about setting goals, how we work to accomplish those goals. All of this is already wired within us. As young as the age of 3, these behaviors start getting established in our amygdala. They're very hard to change. And so when you think about how you approach life or business, how you do anything is how you do everything. Now, you might be someone who's really outgoing, like I am, extremely outgoing, and always wanting to talk to everyone, move and connect. And that's very easy for me to meet someone and instantly I have a friend. But you might also be someone who's more reserved in your nature, to where when you meet someone, you might be a little more guarded at first, instead of instantly walking up to them to make a friend. Well, if that's your style, either reserved or outgoing, that's how you do everything. That's how you handle it when you show up to a family gathering, a barbecue. That's how it happens if you go to a restaurant. That's how it happens if you show up for work. It's always the same, unless you consciously make a difference to change it. Now, that's a challenge. Not to say it can't be done, but it is a challenge because you're already wired to do that. Now, I've been working in this industry of behavioral science for a few years now. As a behavioral superpowers coach, I help people decode their human behavior and optimize their performance and enhance relationships by using validated behavioral insights. Now, this is not soft science, okay? Our information has been validated and researched for over 30 years and is validated in 125 countries and in 11 different languages. What I'm about to show you right now is the result of that research. What we know is there are 10 behavioral superpower styles, and then there are factors and sub-factors that make up what we call your behavioral fingerprints. Because you have a unique way that you do things. Even though you might be an influencer like me, which is one of the 10 behavioral styles, my mother is an influencer as well, but her life experiences, values, education, all those things are different. Even though we're both influencers by the name of the behavioral style, we have behavioral fingerprints that are different. No two fingerprints are alike. And actually, there are 1 in 4 trillion different combinations with the data that we collect when you take our behavioral superpowers exercise. So in a moment, I'm going to tell you what the 10 behavioral styles are at a high level, okay? Meaning if me and my mom both held up our hands like this, they would pretty much look the same. I'm going to be talking high level. As influencers, our hands look the same. And I'll give you a little insight into each of the 10 and what it really means to be in that behavioral style. Then I'm going to dig into the behavioral factors a little bit more. Those 8 factors for success in life and business. I'll dig into that a little bit and really show you how and why me and my mother can have different fingerprints, even though we're both influencers. So this might be interesting for you. And I encourage you, grab a pen, grab a piece of paper, start taking notes. Because as I go through the 10 behavioral styles, I want you to be writing down, which of the styles do you think you are of the 10, right? And then when we go through the factors, I want you to be writing down and thinking about which side of this 8-factor continuum are you on? Because again, to know yourself, you must first sacrifice the illusion that you already do. So go ahead and take a guess on where you think you might fall. And then you might have an opportunity to find out for sure as we go forward with the presentation. So remember, how you do anything is how you do everything. I'm so excited to share this information with you. Let's get into it. Now, there are 10 behavioral superpower styles, like I mentioned. I'm going to go through and tell you a little bit about each of them. So the first 3 over here, and they're just in alphabetical order. Okay, I'll start with an adapter. Okay, now here's what's so cool about the name of these profiles, because each one of them, they're very descriptive in what the name is. You can kind of figure out what they might be. Now, let me give you a little disclaimer. You may have taken some personality-based assessments before, some sort of psychometric test that gave you some insight into who you were. We're not a personality test. That's not what we do. We don't even measure personality. We measure behavior. Personality is something that over time can change, because literally, if you don't like your personality, you can go get a new one. Okay. But behavior is very different. It doesn't work that way. So behavior, again, is hardwired within you. And we know with this data that, for instance, I came out as an outgoing, fast-paced influencer. That is my behavioral style, proven with 91% predictability over the long term. So again, this is not a personality exercise. Whatever you've learned before should have some relevance to you if it's measuring things that make sense, right? And those profiles, there's like 20, or not 20, like 2,000, 3,000 different personality-based assessments, the Myers-Briggs, the Colbys, the human design or predictive index, and, strength finders, right? They're all Enneagram. They're all excellent at what they do. But again, we're not measuring what they measure. We measure something at such a level so deep that it comes out when you're frustrated, stressed, excited, happy, in your genius zone, under pressure, in love, fear. That's your instinctive level of who you are. And that is what we measure, who you couldn't even hide from if you wanted to. And we call them behavioral superpowers. Now, with every behavioral superpower comes a kryptonite. And as you think about a superhero as an example, everybody knows who Superman is, right? You see these folks here, everyone thinks they're Superman or Superwoman. Let me ask you a question. When did Superman become Superman? He was always Superman. Clark Kent was his costume. That's why you see them tearing off their shirts to reveal who they are underneath. That is what we measure, who you are all day, every day. Behavior matters. But the suit that you put on, the costume that you put on may look different at different times, because who you are in all your power and glory may not be the best person to show up in that moment when you're working with someone who maybe can't really respond well to you in all your power and glory. Someone might need to bend and flex to meet the other where they're at. And that someone might need to be you. Okay. So know what your power is, know what your kryptonite is, and know that these profiles right here at a high level, how you will show up. And everyone in the world falls into one of these 10 profiles. So an adapter, exactly like the name sounds, they adapt. They're like the chameleons, I like to say. Literally, they can take on all the different powers. When they're hanging out with someone like a community builder or an engager, they may take on some of those traits. They fit in where they need to. They're very seamless in how they do that. It's an extraordinary power, because literally they can adapt to whatever the situation is to get the job done. And how they show up is going to matter when it comes to that, because they're going to adapt. Okay. Community builders are awesome. They're more on the relationship focused side of our spectrum, and they focus on people and bringing everyone together, hence building a community. They often appreciate consensus and go around to make sure that everyone's okay with the decisions as they're being made. Every team needs a community builder on the team, because they are fantastic, again, at making sure everyone's coming together and no one gets left out. Engagers, they love to talk, they're outgoing, they have a wide circle of friends, they love to know where the fun and the excitement is at, and they do exactly that. They engage. If you have an engager on your team or in your family, give them the freedom to engage, because they're going to anyway. Don't oppress them, let them fly free and do what they need to do as an engager, right? Which be in front of people, talking, bringing people together, but also very outgoing and excited to be around people. Next, we have the facilitator. The facilitator is, my sister actually is a facilitator, and she is so cool. Okay, so facilitators, typically they appreciate harmony, they're amiable, they love, they have a very uncanny way of getting the job done, meaning getting the results that need to happen, but bringing people into getting it done in a very seamless fashion. So they will set the agenda, set the tone of kind of what needs to happen, and then kind of rally people around making it happen in such a way where people don't even know that they're being facilitated. They don't even know, because they take care of people, yet they're goal oriented, and they have a masterful way of doing that and bringing people together. I met a 12-year-old once who was a facilitator, and she was a take charge, spontaneous facilitator. And she said that she had no idea how or why, but every time the teacher would kind of give them a project to work on and put them all together to say, hey, you guys work on this project. I'll be right back. She says that she could always just look at the situation and know exactly what needed to be done. And then she would go about the process of getting the rest of the students in order, to do it. Right. But she was a take charge facilitator. So she did it in such a way, which she's pretty much setting the agenda and she expects it to be followed, right? She has no problem saying, hey, here's what needs to be done. And it was fun to coach her in that, to be able to show her, not only is she a take charge facilitator, but there's a way to facilitate in a way that everyone is responsive to that. And as a young person, learning herself and her style, she was able to really take a lot out of having access to that information so that she could be better, more of a leader, as well as a facilitator. So we have a lot of fun helping people at all ages be able to understand this information about themselves. So initiators, next. Initiators are the spark. They are the ones that come in, set the agenda, set the tone, set the goals, set the rules. They want to be able to do that. Okay. They get bored if they can't do that. And they also expect everyone to fall in line. Okay. Now remember, be writing down which of these you think that you might be. So they expect everyone to fall in line to get the thing done that they need to have done. And then they're off to go do something else. Okay. They're the spark. They initiate. Now, here's what I want you to know about initiators. If you know any and you're working with any, do not tell an initiator that you want something done before you're ready to have it done. Why? Is because they're going to go do it before you even finish talking. Okay. And if you don't want it done, it's already done. So now you got to go back and be like, ooh, that was just an idea. I didn't really want that yet. And they're like, why are you telling me? Right? If you're not ready for it. So be ready if you ask an initiator to do something, because they're going to get it done. Okay. So be certain about that. On my team with the Dream Smart Academy, you see another logo up here on the screen. You see my logo, Freedom Empire Consulting, but I'm also the Chief Behavioral Superpowers Officer for Dream Smart Academy. Dream Smart Academy is an organization where we have a couple different things going on. One, we have a charter school that we are building. So I'm the co-founder of the Dream Smart Life Prep Academy, which will be a behaviorally based charter school where every single student that comes in will take the exercise that tells them which one of these profiles that they are, which is pretty fascinating. And then we do online training, coaching, and in person mentoring for all kinds of organizations. We do teen workshops. We do dream team workshops for organizations, corporate training, hiring. It doesn't matter. Everything starts with behavior. Okay. So I spent a lot of time working with Dream Smart Academy, and many of the people on our executive team are initiators. There's like 3 of them. Okay. So I spent a lot of time working with initiators, and I absolutely love working with them because, again, they just get it done, and no grass grows under their feet. Now, influencer, that is my style. Influencers, we are ringleaders. We're assertive. We communicate. We love being in the front of the room. We love speaking and coaching and training. We influence. Now, this is not a social media influencer like you've heard that term before. It has nothing to do with social media, okay? This term has been defined as, this is the name of this profile, over 30 years ago. So as an influencer, we have a very natural way to use our usually extremely powerful communication skills in order to relay messages, set the vision, set the tone. Typically, we are visionaries. We focus on relationships and results equally. And we typically get things done in a way by using those communication skills and our persuasion skills to have people follow along, right? We influence, but we also use those same skills truly to help develop people and help them grow, especially with strategies that we see value in. So influencers are exactly that. They are an influencer. And again, I mentioned I am one, but so is my mother. And when I found this out about her, wow, it just made so much sense. It actually explained why many times in my life as we were growing up, we had a lot of conflict, me and my mom. I realized that we were more alike than different. And the things that we were similar in created conflict. And now we both have had conversations about having access to this information. And we realized that we probably both were trying to influence each other. And that was what was creating the problem. I was the child. I should have just been listening and doing what she told me, but I was also the influencer. So I was probably trying to influence her. She's influencing me. It didn't always work so well. My sister, being the facilitator, being the peacemaker, was always the one going, you guys calm down. She was always the one being literally the peacemaker with me and my mom. weren't always about peace. Mom, if you're watching this, you know what I'm talking about. Love my mom so much, especially now that I have so much more of an understanding. Because so here's the thing, sometimes when people behave how they just are going to naturally behave, because this is about natural behavior, when that behavior is different than ours or not what we expect or want, we take it personal. We think that they're behaving that way or not behaving how we want them to because they're doing it to spite us in some way or just to be insubordinate in some sort of fashion or whatever the reasons. But we think it has something to do with us. Well, let me tell you, it usually has nothing to do with you. I like to say it's not personal, it's just science. Because me growing up as an outgoing, fast-paced influencer, I always had something to say about everything. I was always in the middle of something, you know, the front of the room, talking to this person, doing this, gathering people to do this, coming up with big, huge, grandiose plans about, oh my God, we can totally do this. That's what an influencer does. Now, how many times growing up did people tell me to calm down, slow down, be quiet, sit down, right? Trying to oppress who I was because they thought that I should behave in a certain way. My sister, on the other hand, she probably didn't get told that at all because she's already calm and more reserved, right? So I was compared to her a lot of times. Kenyatta, you know, why can't you just calm down like your sister? Because I'm not like my sister, right? And sometimes since we don't understand these things in children, we try to change them. But imagine if you had a tool or a resource that you could find this out. My mom could have found out when I was 12 years old that I was an outgoing, fast-paced influencer. She's already told me that if she had known that information, that she would have handled me totally differently because she didn't understand. Most of the time, she thought I was probably just being insubordinate, but I wasn't. I was just being me, right? So it's very interesting when we think about this information and how, you know, in family relations, how powerful that could be. So the next profile is a reflective thinker. Now, one of my business partners, Jeff Morris, he is the founder of of Dream Smart Academy. We call him our chief dream maker. He is a reflective thinker. We work together all the time, talk to each other all the time. His profile is so different than mine, but we have so many similarities though, which makes it where we work together very well. Reflective thinkers like to reflectively think. They need to take time to do their analysis, to collect data, to do research. They are going to think out a plan from every different angle, and they're going to take their time to do that reflectively. And you need to give them their time to do that. And the one thing I appreciate about Jeff, well, there's many things I appreciate, but I appreciate that when he does come back with the answer, it'll be perfection because he will have thought it through. He'll have it all figured out, and he's going to give plenty of information. Sometimes more information than I need in my fast-paced, you know, outgoing way. I'm like, I just need 3 bullet points, Jeff. I'm good, you know, but he's going to give me like 8 paragraphs because he can't help it, right? That's the reflective thinker. So I appreciate that. And we appreciate each other because we complement each other. Next is the relationship builder. Now that is exactly as it sounds, relationship builder. Every relationship builder that I've ever met is an absolute sweetheart, okay? They're kind, they're friendly, they're caring, they're compassionate, they're patient, and they really will patiently build relationship. That's what they do very well, and they're masterful at it. That is absolutely their superpower. And so if you've got a relationship builder on your team or you know someone who would fall in that category, you already know. And if you think you're a relationship builder, you already know, right? Because again, that's what they do. They build relationships. Now, then we have a strategist, and a name means exactly what it says, right? They're the strategist. Typically, they are resourceful. They focus on information, analytics. They always have a plan. They will see things that no one else will see. They're always thinking of a strategy of how to get something done. And they come up with a plan that's probably built out 8 weeks in advance on a spreadsheet. I love strategists. I'm also the host of a radio show called The Natural Grocer. And the Natural Grocer radio show, we talk about health and wellness and behavior, mindset, spirituality, all things natural, naturopathic, right? So, but our associate producer is a strategist. She's a creative and reserve strategist. And I love working with her because literally whenever I get my little sheet or document about the next show or whatever we need to do, it is done meticulously. Like she doesn't miss anything. And for me, being the spontaneous person that I am, I need that structure. So I love working with people who are like that. And that's typically what you're going to get out of a strategist. And the last one is the stylish thinker. Now, I like to think that the stylish thinker is a cross between an engager and a reflective thinker. They have a really cool way of being able to engage people, be outgoing, bring people together. They want collaboration when they're working on projects and things. But then they also are extremely analytical and data focused. You know, I like to make the joke that stylish thinkers could be at a party having a great old time and then all of a sudden pull out a report and be like, yeah, we need to check these numbers. And you might look at them and go, wait a minute, are we having a party or are we looking at reports? And the stylish thinker will be like, both. We're doing both. So it's so much fun working with these profiles. And I've been doing probably thousands of people I've had do this exercise where I found out what all these profiles are. And I can tell you that true to form, when someone takes it, I see the results. And especially if I already know them, I'm just like, of course that you be that profile. And I have a lot of fun guessing as well before they take it. And sometimes I'm right. More often than not, I can pretty much guess the profiles. But these are the 10 behavioral identities. Okay. Everyone in the world falls into one of the 10. But again, no two are alike. The combinations are 1 in 4 trillion. So again, like I said, me and my mom, both influencers. So our hands might look the same, but it's our behavioral fingerprints that look different. So let's jump into those. And remember, while you're watching this, be writing down which of these 10 do you think you are? Are you the adapter, community builder, engager, facilitator, initiator, influencer, reflective thinker, relationship builder, strategist, or stylish thinker? And remember, behavior matters. So there are 8 factors that have 16 traits that scientifically measure your behavioral superpowers and your kryptonite. So what do I mean by superpowers and kryptonite? Well, your power, which is basically your highest scores in these areas, your behavioral superpowers are how you're going to show up 91% of the time, predictable over the long term. Under stress, frustration, anxiety, fear, greed, love, genius zone, any kind of heightened emotional state, you resort to your instinctive behavior to help you get through that situation. That instinctive behavior is what we measure. Okay. So you can't get away from that. All right. Because for you to change that instinctive behavior, you have to be conscious and intentional. You have to focus in the moment on what's happening to not let your instinctive reaction come out, but to let an intentional reaction come out. Well, your power and all of its glory can also be your kryptonite. I like to say that a power overplayed can become a struggle, and a struggle unmanaged can become a weakness. So you need to understand what your power is and understand how that power could absolutely be kryptonite if not managed. And if you are in the middle range, as you see here in the mid range, I don't know if you can see that, then you are flexible between these two sides of a coin. You can be one or the other without a lot of stress. But consider this, the farther you are to the right or the farther you are to the left, the harder it is to get to the other side. I'm going to show you why that is in a moment. So I'm going to cover with you these 8 factors. And what you're looking at here is what we call the 8-factor continuum. It is a continuum of that factor that has 16 traits that fall under those 8, as you can see. The 8 factors here are command, people, patient, structure, trust, pioneer, risk, and creative. These are behavioral factors that you already demonstrate that we can measure at what rate you demonstrate those. Okay. Now, you can see that each factor has a left side and a right side. And I'm going to cover all these individually in just a moment, but I want you to take a look at this and already be thinking, am I more cooperative or take charge? Am I more reserved or outgoing? Fast-paced or patient? So on and so forth. Or maybe I feel like I'm a little bit of both. This is what I want you to be thinking about as you listen to what I cover right now. So let's get into the factors. Oh, actually, there's one more thing I want to tell you first. This is not soft science, okay? Again, I mentioned this is 30 years of research validated in 125 countries in 11 different languages. Scientifically proven, okay? This is the data from the millions of people who've taken this exercise. And you might be one of them if you want to be. So whether a person's score is on the left or the right or mid-range, what you need to understand is that 2/3 of the world will operate differently from them in that trait. 2/3 is going to be different than where you are. Now think about that for a moment. Think about every conversation that you had that you felt like there was conflict. What about a miscommunication? What about an argument? What about where you just were like, I am not on the same page with that person? What about when you were on a trip with a friend and you just wanted to jump in the car and just go and see wherever you wound up? But that person's like, oh, no. We need to have a plan. We need to know exactly where we're going, exactly where we're staying. You're like, no, let's just get in the car and go. And they're sweating bullets because that's not comfortable for them. And you found yourself wondering, God, why can't they just get in the car and go? What's the big problem? Or they know I want to just go. Why can't they just do this for me? How many times have you said that about someone or thought that? Why can't they just do this for me? Well, again, it's not personal. It's just science. That person might be wired for the opposite of what you're asking, and you're trying to pull them out of their comfort zone. Doesn't mean they can't come out of their comfort zone, but maybe that's why you're getting resistance, is because that's not their happy place. They're wired for something different than you. So 2/3 of the world is wired different than you. Okay. So again, knowing that, what does that mean? Does that mean that 2/3 of the world needs to flex their behavior to meet you where you're at? Or does that mean there might be times when you need to flex your behavior to meet someone where they're at? Well, I can tell you one of the marks of a true leader is to be able to understand themselves and have deep self-awareness. And then the next thing that a true leader needs to have is the ability to understand and manage the differences of other people. Understand and then manage the differences, respect the differences, navigate the differences, which means that that leader might need to flex their behavior a little bit to meet someone where they're at. The challenge is if you have to flex very far, if the gap is wide. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. So as you look at this and we go into the command factor, you can see that in this example, a person can be cooperative or take charge on this factor. And as you can see, the number of standard deviations from one side or the other matter. The more standard deviations, the harder it's going to be. So if I'm someone who's over here in the 70 range, and I'm working with someone who's over here in the 20 range, we're talking different things. We have different language going on. Okay. And if I'm way over here in the 70, that means that 2/3 of the rest of the world is not way over here in the 70s with me. Okay. So the farther the right, the farther the left, the more intensified that trait is, even though the numbers go up here and they go down here. Okay. So just think of that. Farther the right, more intensity, farther the left, more intensity, and mid-range, as with any bell curve, most people are right here in the mid-range, which means that they can flex between the two with ease. So as we go through these 8 factors, I want you to be thinking about what side are you on, left or right, for each of the factors. Okay. So let's get going. The first one is the command factor. The command factor indicates a person's desire to control the agenda, willingness to assert, and need to make decisions. Okay. Cooperative is on one side, take charge is on the other. So as we talk about the command factor, here's the deal with take charge, right? This is their powers. They're results oriented, initiating. They want to set the agenda, decisive. They speak directly with assurance and confidence, right? Typically they can be strategic, but some of their kryptonite includes maybe being opinionated, maybe ignoring outside input, might assume control, may not be the best listener, maybe uncomfortable taking direction from other people, or underestimating the work needed to achieve goals. Okay. Difference between take charge and cooperative. Cooperative leaders, they like to follow an agenda. They're process oriented. They speak diplomatically. They like to focus on one thing at a time. Okay. And they're usually pretty practical, but their kryptonite could include being unassertive at times, maybe hesitant to speak, maybe underestimate their own abilities, and may consent, but later disagree. Okay. So again, these are powers I'm sharing with you, but these are also kryptonite. So be listening and be thinking about which side are you? Are you more cooperative or are you more take charge? That is factor 1. Factor 2, the people factor. This indicates a person's openness and expression, transparency, and ease in relating to strangers. So are you more reserved or outgoing? Okay. So the outgoing people like myself, that's my highest score, is outgoing. We're good at meeting new people. Usually we're lighthearted and optimistic and enthusiastic. We like to make a good impression. We love the limelight. We love to promote, advocate, and sell. We love working with open-minded solutions to things and situations. But our struggles might be that we may be overly verbal, sometimes dominate conversations, could be too optimistic. I don't know if there's such a thing. Often struggle, sometimes working alone, and may display strong emotions. Okay. So those could be our kryptonite if you're in the outgoing side, but maybe you're on the more reserved side. Okay. Your leadership superpowers improve preferring to work with tasks, good at working alone, can be serious and realistic, set boundaries to stay focused, and can be persistent to get closure. But struggles may include maybe being withdrawn or appearing unfriendly, maybe tend to see the downside first, or could be quietly self-righteous, it says, right? May resist collaborative work and may be drained by extensive interaction. Whereas someone like myself, I get fueled by extensive interaction. So again, think about this. It's not personal, it's just science. So understanding where you are is so critical, but being able to recognize when someone else is different than you, because that might be causing problems just because you're approaching something like the people factor differently. All right. So next one, number 3, the patience factor. This indicates a person's natural pace, desire for stability, and need for harmony. Okay. Fast-paced versus patient. Now, my top trait is outgoing. My second one is fast-paced. All right. So I'm on the fast-paced side of the patience factor, which means I really don't have much patience. But you can move the needle. When I recognized that about myself, especially when I got these reports several years ago, I was like, oh my God, I did not really understand how much of a challenge that was for me. So through the power of yoga and meditation and intentionality, I've learned to be much more patient, much more balanced, centered, and zen, and slow it down. But I have to do that with intention. I'm not wired for that. Okay. So in the patient side of the patience factor, powers include compassionate, warm, and sensitive, typically good listeners, receptive to others, patient and willing to wait, loyal. They promote harmony, consistency, steadiness, right? But some of their kryptonite can include maybe compromising too much, maybe not liking the challenge or confront, or maybe too trusting, might be resistant to change, or maybe not share true feelings because they're so patient with other people. On the fast-paced side, we'll challenge others. We're not afraid of conflict. We're usually very logical, objective, and can be detached. Action-oriented. We work at a fast pace and we respond quickly. We can be comfortable making difficult decisions. We welcome change and stir the pot. Our kryptonite could be not noticing others' feelings, maybe being judgmental or critical. We may lack patience and sometimes speak harshly, and may tend towards overactivity and could be prone to discontent. Yeah, right? This is both sides of the coin. We don't just talk about strengths and weaknesses here. We're going way deeper than any of that. And it's important to know all of these about yourself, especially as you're working with other people. So the fourth one is structure factor. This indicates a person's need for structure, concern, and details, and the desire to prepare. Spontaneous versus planned. Now, spontaneous is my third highest trait, okay? So the planned leader, right? Organized, scheduled, prepared, accurate. They like to conduct research. They like systems. They persistent to achieve goals, and they appreciate closure. Kryptonite may include being too inflexible or fixed, perfectionist who doesn't want to make mistakes, maybe over-reliant on procedures, might over-prepare, and may have difficulty improvising. Okay, that's some of their kryptonite. The spontaneous side, which one are you, right? We're instinctual. We improvise on the spot. We operate spontaneously without procedures. Quick and give quick, reasonable assessments on things. We can work with broad concepts and we're very versatile. But our kryptonite could be that we may lack organization. That's true. May overlook important details. Sometimes may overcommit and be underprepared and overconfident. And we may totally discount the rules and agenda. So let's keep moving here as we go through these. We got number 5, the trust factor. This indicates a person's ability to naturally trust others. So are you more skeptical or are you more trusting? Well, the trusting side, usually they're approachable, transparent, open to dialogue. They let people do their jobs and they have usually they're strong relationship builders. Their struggles could be maybe being taken advantage of, fear, or taking people for their word, maybe not setting boundaries, and could get hurt easily or be too forgiving. The skeptical side of that continuum, they're critical thinkers. They aren't gullible. They discover the truth. They ask a lot of questions. That's how they learn. They're protective of information. And some of their kryptonite could be difficulty letting go, difficult to commit to others, and maybe not easily delegating. And sometimes they can make people uncomfortable with that level of skepticism. So remember, the higher the score, the more intensified that is. And sometimes the harder for the other 2/3 of the people to understand where you're coming from. Then the 6th trait is the pioneer factor. This indicates a person's drive to set ambitious goals and to pursue them. So we have content on one side and pioneering on the other. So pioneers typically are trailblazers. They take initiative, they launch new programs, they're goal-driven, they're restless, they see difficult tasks through to completion, and they're usually very competitive and confident. But some of their kryptonite could include being too aggressive, or maybe not sacrificing a balanced life. Maybe they're too competitive, might seem greedy, may tend to cut corners, and being overly vigorous. Okay, so which side are you on, content or pioneering? Because the content leadership style is following a set agenda. They focus on reality, concentrate on a balanced life. They're satisfied. They don't need to fix everything. And they love a steady environment. Their kryptonite could be that they don't push forward enough, maybe too comfortable with the status quo. They may stay in their comfort zone and be resistant to change, even if it's good change, and may respond negatively to the gung-ho type of environment. They're just not interested. Now, number 7, the risk factor indicates a person's willingness to take risks and their ability to tolerate the consequences. Cautious versus risk-taking. So this makes sense, I'm sure. Cautious individuals, they plan initiatives carefully, they preserve and protect, they see potential dangers, survey situations, and they follow the proven path. But they might miss opportunities sometimes. They might be overly cautious and maybe too hesitant and can be slow to take action. Whereas the risk-taker side, I'm also on that side. We rely on intuitive thought. We're willing to take chances. We venture into new areas. We face danger very comfortably, and we're tolerant of the losses. Okay, we'll pursue opportunities and demonstrate courage. However, we may take unnecessary risks, may gamble against the odds, may create exposure, miss the danger, and be too speculative. And then the very last one here is the creative factor. Now, the creative factor indicates a person's capacity to be original, creative, and work with new ideas. Now, the farther you are to the left or the farther you are to the right, that's going to be your highest trait. I'm much more on the creative side than anchor. It's one of my highest scores as well. I think it might be number 5. So that means that I'm not anchored. I'm totally creative, and I rely on intuitive thoughts. I like to brainstorm. I like to develop new methods. I'm usually open to very unusual ideas, and I'm always imagining the possibilities. I like to say, if you think in terms of thinking inside of a box, with those of us who are very creative, there is no box. It doesn't even exist, okay? We might connect some disparate dots if we want, but we're not interested in thinking inside of any kind of box of any kind at all. But our struggles might be that we may undervalue proven methods. We could lack focus. We might have difficulty following set procedures. That would be me. And we can become easily bored and sometimes forget reality. We're like, our heads are in the clouds sometimes because we're always coming up with new ideas of how things can be done. And the anchored side, now this is my sister over here on the anchored side. Typically, they want an orthodox approach. They focus on practical realities, follow established procedures, operate using evidence, and consistent implementation and execution. This is my sister all day. And she's very systematic. So she'll be the one, there'll be not a piece of paper anywhere on her desk. I'll come in, I'll be like, hey, what? You're not even working in here. What's going on? And she goes, I am working. I'm like, well, why is there no paper on your desk? She goes, because I put the papers away when I'm done with them, Kenyatta. And I'm like, oh, great idea. That's not what I'm doing, but she's wired for that, right? So struggles in leadership with the anchored style might discount unconventional ideas, and they may overly rely on proven procedures, may procrastinate on open-ended tasks, meaning they need to know exactly what the process is, and they want closure in that. They may be hesitant to act on new ideas and could become overly conservative or resistant to change. So those were the 8 factors on the continuum. So as you take a look at this, where are you on the 8-factor continuum? Now, I know I was going fast. Hey, I talk fast, so hopefully you were listening fast. I did tell you I'm an outgoing, fast-paced influencer, so I warned you, but you can go back and watch this again if you need to. But to get an idea, these are the continuums. The words are descriptive, okay? There's no confusion here. You understand, what skeptical is versus trusting now, content versus pioneering, cautious versus risk taking. Very easy to understand explanations and wording that we use for these 8 factors. So I want you to get a piece of paper and a pen right now, if you haven't already, and start writing down command, people, patient, structure, trust, pioneer, risk taking, creative. And then write down, are you more on the take charge side or cooperative? Actually, if you want to get fancy, then give yourself a number. Which number? Where do you think your number is? Maybe it's not so much more take charge, but are you over here in the 80 or are you 60? You know, are you cooperative side all the way at 20 or are you about 45? Okay. So be specific, really think this through and ask yourself, which side of the continuum do you think that you fall? I want to offer you the opportunity to find out. I want you to not only write down what you think you are, because that gives a moment for self-reflection. And maybe no one's really asked you these questions before. Maybe you're already realizing, oh, I see why it's so important to know this. Now I know why I'm always coming in hot, I call it. That's me, the spontaneous one, right? Versus someone like my sister who's going to pack for a trip, 3 days before she goes. I'm usually packing the morning of, right? Now I know why I always do that, okay? And why she always does that. So my name is Kenyatta Turner. I am the founder of Freedom Empire Consulting, where I coach, I influence, and I protect. I'm offering you the opportunity that after you've done this workshop to discover and uncover your behavioral superpowers. And you can take the behavioral superpowers exercise. It only takes about 15 minutes and you will learn some of this information that I've been sharing with you. You'll find out which of the 10 behavioral superpower styles you are. You'll also find out what your 2 highest traits are so that again, I said I'm outgoing and fast paced as an influencer. So I want to offer you the opportunity to do that. I want to know which one you think you are. Okay. So go to my Instagram. It's at Kenyatta Turner. Okay. And send me a DM. Let me know. Do you think you're an influencer? Do you think you're an initiator? Are you the reflective thinker? I want to know which one you think you are. And then I will give you an opportunity to find out for sure as a gift from me. So again, my name is Kenyatta Turner, founder and CEO of Freedom Empire Consulting, where I coach, influence, and protect. So excited for you to participate in this workshop, and I will see you soon. And remember, #behavior matters all day, every day. Thanks for watching. Talk to you later. Bye.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Wall, and I am the CEO of Speaker Stephanie LLC. I am the founder of 1 Million Lives Transformed and the founder of Her Story, Our Story, 1 Hour of Power. Psychology says that we're always moving towards something. Psychology says that in our present state, we're moving from our present to our desired state. The great late Bob Proctor says that change is inevitable, but that personal development is a choice. Let's talk about the 7 steps to getting you to the life that you want. Let's start with talking about goal setting versus problem thinking or problem solving, which is more like problem thinking. Problem thinking. What is goal setting versus problem thinking? Goals is when you have a structure and you have a plan of action. So you're focusing on what you want. Problem solving or problem thinking is focusing on the problem. Example, I want to quit smoking. Quit smoking means you're focusing on smoking, and you will do more of what you're thinking about, because what we think about, we move towards. Goal setting is being focused on what you want. Neuro linguistic programming, the NLP program, says that our goal setting is unique as our fingerprint. Let's get started on step 1. Step 1. We just talked about it, goal setting. Focus on a positive goal, a positive self-talk. So instead of saying stop smoking or stop eating too much, we'll say a better, healthier, relaxed life. Ask yourself these questions. What do I want? What do you want instead? And what would you rather have? What do you want? What do you want instead? And what would you rather have? Step 2. Your goal must be specific. I'd like a house. I would like to get a house. I would like a new car. I would like a new job. I would like to, instead of saying something, if it's kind of generic, you can't say I would like to be more confident, but instead of saying more confident, talk about what you want to be more confident to do. Specific. An example, I would like to be able to record a 12-minute keynote. Then I want you to ask yourself these questions. What exactly do you want? Can you describe that more precisely? What will you see and feel when you get that thing? How long will it take? And when do you want to achieve it? Let me read that again. What exactly do you want? Can you describe it more precisely? What will you see and feel when you get it? How long will it take? And when do you want to achieve it? Step 3. How will you capture the evidence? How will you capture the feedback? An example. A salesperson or a customer service person would know immediately if they were working on their customer service abilities. Because when you engage with your clients, just from that rapport that you're building, you'll see whether or not you're doing a great job, or just based on the feedback or customer surveys. So ask yourself these questions. How will you know that you achieved your goal? What are the milestones that you will set in place to capture it along the way? How will you track it? And how often will you check your tracking? Again, how will you know that you achieved your goal? What are the milestones that you will put into place along the way? How will you track it? And how often will you check the tracking system? Step number 4, line up your resources. Line up your resources. These are the questions you should ask yourself in order to fulfill step number 4. What resources do I need to achieve this goal? What resources do I already have? And what will you find, and where will you find the resources that you need? What resources do I need to achieve this goal? What resources do I already have? And where will I find the resources that I need? Step 5. Be proactive to complete your goal. You must take an action. In order to do anything, you must first see it, right? You must say it, believe it, and then do it. And then ask yourself these questions. How far is this goal under your control? So how much control do you have on the goal? What are you going to do specifically? And what will you be doing to achieve this goal? So what are you going to do? And what will you be doing to achieve the goal? 6. Pay close attention to the consequences. Each time you go for a goal or you make a change in your life, it affects not only you, it affects the other people around you. So ask yourself these questions in relations to checking out and being careful and focusing on the consequences. What are the consequences for others? What are the costs? How much money? And what are the opportunities? And what might you need to give up? Again, what are the consequences for others? What are the costs? what money is required, and what opportunities are there, and what might you need to give. How are you feeling? You still with me? Just remember that no matter what you do, remember about balance. How will this balance with the rest of your life, this goal? How will it balance with it? And what aspects of your personal current situation would you possibly have to give up? Step number 7. So 7 is taking action. You can do nothing without taking an action. This is the point of the time when you have everything. So you already have the steps. Once you put the steps in place, now you have a goal. Because once we have structure, you now have a goal setting. But now when we're talking about actions, and now you have to break those steps down into brackets. Break it down to pieces, biteable sizes, so it doesn't look overwhelming. And then remember what Trevor Otts often tells us, the great brand master himself, Trevor Otts. He said, first emulate before you innovate. What does that mean? Emulate before you innovate. It means the plan is already in place. Follow the plan before you get creative and start changing it around. So now I want you to go ahead and run this marathon, because now by doing these steps, by taking these steps, you've now given your dreams, your goals, legs. So go run the marathon. Again, my name is Stephanie Wall, known to many as the Tower of Power. It's been my pleasure. You can reach me at speakerstephanie.com and Speaker Stephanie everywhere. Thank you for your time and attention.
Hello. I am grateful that you are here today with me to talk about personal brand development. And I'm giving you a high-level view of what that looks like as we discuss defining your brand brand. My name is Alicia Brooks, and I am here to share with you today about how to really show up and show out for your personal brand, and know that you really have to own your personal brand. And so let me get started with you to look at the presentation, and we will get started as soon as we get it to come up. Here we go. All right. So defining your personal brand, your brandnique brand, and I coined brandnique. I am great for putting two words together. And when I do that, I become creative. And so I put two words together, brand and nique, or unique. And I want to make sure that when people meet me, when they leave me as a client, that they have a brandnique brand that shares with the world exactly who they are. And so that is what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to give an overview of what your brand is. Now, you are your brand, your personal brand. You are your brand. And so I always tell you to visualize and believe in your future self. That is one of my main affirmations, because a lot of people really don't understand how to visualize. You first have to see yourself there in order to become that. And so it's all in a process. It's all in walking in that and knowing that you are destined for greatness. So now a little bit about me. Again, my name is Alicia Brooks, and I am a mother to one amazing son. He is 29. I absolutely adore him, love him. He plays professional basketball overseas, and he is married. I have my degrees are in marketing. I absolutely love marketing since the 12th grade, no, 11th grade in high school with DECA class, if you can remember that. And then I am a businesswoman, entrepreneur. I am a speaker, international speaker, actually, an author, a trainer, a coach consultant. And I love, love, love empowering women. And I am a daughter, a sister, a twin sister, a grateful friend to many people. And I have a passion for women. So this is my baby. This is when he was, 10 months, I think he was, senior high school. And then he played at Davidson. So that's my baby. And these are my brands. I have Brandically You, which is my client work for brand development. BU Global is my nonprofit organization. Brandically You Academy is where I get to teach and educate. Authentic Lifestyle is one of my ministry lifestyles. And then my 3 P's in the Pod is my cleaning service with my sisters. And so that's a little bit about me. Now let's get into the nuts and bolts of this. How are you showing up representing your brand? Because you do know that your brand precedes you. So people get to see who you are, but it also precedes you. You remember how when we were in high school or elementary school or middle school and your reputation preceded you. So the teachers already knew who was a class clown, who's going to be the valedictorian, who's going to be, they already see that in people. And it goes and it follows you. And so you have to know that you show up every day and you represent your brand. And how you do that really does matter, considering what all that you want to do. And I'm always talking about owning and controlling your brand. When you don't control your brand, other people will. And you don't want your brand in other people's hands. All right. So let's look at the different aspects of brand development. And so you look at your brand mission, your vision, and you must have one of those, because if you don't, it's like, what am I out here doing? What's my goal? What's my vision for myself and my company and all of that? And so you must have a brand vision and a mission. Your brand voice and tone is how you speak. You want to show up authentically as you. And so you must have the same tone throughout your platforms. And we'll get to that too. Your brand strategy. How are you showing up? Where do you need to show up at? And then your brand story. Everyone has a story, and everyone has a story that people can connect to. Now, not everyone is going to connect with you. Everyone's not going to vibe with you, and that's okay. But you got to understand that your brand story is unique to you. Okay. And then we're going to look at the other side, which is your brand image, which is your impressions. It's your reputation. It is your beliefs and your values. And it's how you really connect with other individuals. We are in a space now where we're on social media and all doing amazing things, but we have to have that human connection. And so that really does matter in terms of your brand. Okay. So what is a brand? A brand is more than just a logo. I say that all the time. And people think that your brand is some logo and some pretty colors and some nice fonts. That's a part of it. But your brand stands for more than that. Okay. When we look at your brand, it's how people are going to remember you. What's going to stand out for them? What's going to make them remember that you made a difference, that you showed up, right? And so it becomes, those parts are your assets of your personal brand or your brand. And you have to look at deeper things than that, like your brand promise, the brand value. What are you going to show up and bring to that person or individuals every single time they get with you? And so you have to build relationships based on that, if that makes sense. So every aspect of your business contributes to your brand. Your employees, your stakeholders, your friends, your network, all of this is involved in your brand. And so we have to look closely at where do you really see yourself. And that's why I take clients through a series of assessments where we got to get you closer to your personal brand as possible. And a lot of people don't understand what that is. And a lot of people think, just because it's a logo, yes, you do need a logo and all of that. That you need a brand first before you start marketing anything. Okay. And so that's where all of this comes in at. And so, continuation of what a brand is. When building your brand, you're looking at a few things that you want to look at. So, what are they going to get when they receive you? What's your core identity? What's the 7 things that your core identity deals with? What does that look like for you? How are you really going to connect with people? What really does matter to you? Is it about time? Is it about excellence? Is it about customer service? Is it about serving? What are your core values? Okay. Your personas, your brand story, your visual identity, your aesthetics matter. All right. A lot of people just put things together, but your aesthetics matter. Okay. And then the content you're putting out there. What kind of content are you putting out there? What kind of information are you educating people on? And a lot of times we think that content is all about selling. It has some selling to do with it, but think of it like this. It's the 80-20 rule. You give content 80% of the time, which means you're educating them on something, you're giving them insight on something, whatever that is, and then 20% sales. A lot of people do that backwards, but you first have to show that you know what you're talking about, that you have studied, that you've researched, that you have become an expert and a master in it. Okay. And so that is where your personal brand begins to really rock and roll. Okay. I know that because a lot of us have so many gifts and talents, and we're like, I can do this, I can do that. But really, you want to hone in on what your personal brand and what your image stands for. Okay. So let's look at, who are you? In search of identity, a lot of clients come to me and I'm like, I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know if this is what I'm going to put, if I'm going in the right direction, if this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And I always say, take the time to look at your life and things that you put aside, but keeps coming back up. You keep putting it aside, it keeps coming back up for you. And every time you talk about purpose, it finds its way to you, right? And so when you're saying things about who you are and what you do, you want to look at, what are those things that I really love doing? What wakes me up in the morning that I get to do something? What is it that I really look at that says, oh, if I hear it, or if I see a word, like for me, women, entrepreneurship, business, anything like that, or personal branding, anytime I hear those words, it's piquing my interest. So my ears perk up and I'm looking like, okay, well, let me see what this is about. I'm always learning about it. And so you want to look at, what is that for you? Okay. What do you feel the majority of the time when you hear those words, or when you're around someone and you're doing that? Do you feel joy and comfort, or do you feel like, oh, why have to do this? If those are the 2 things you're dealing with, don't look into that. But if it's something that you feel like you really love, you keep putting it down, you keep coming back to it, and then what does that look like? And so then you're looking at your identity around that. Who are you when no one is looking? When no one is looking, what are you doing? What are you seeing? What are you studying? What does that look like for you? All right. And so looking at your true identity, especially when I'm working with clients, I take you through my dual program, which is personal mastery and then personal branding, because you have to first know what's on the inside first before we can work on the outside, if that makes sense. And so we start with your character. Your character is your attitude. It's either positive or negative. Hopefully it's positive. It's your ambitions. It's your qualities. It's your abilities. What does your character say about you? What can your people say about you? Your friends, your clients, your family. What are the character traits that you really hone in on, that people absolutely know that this person is loyal, this person is great, this person serves in excellence? Whatever that is, you want to look at the positive sides of your character. And those are your strengths, is what I call them. And so you are looking at what really does matter to you. Okay. Your character matters. Then we're looking at the value, your principles of standards. How do you govern yourself on the job, working for clients, people you serve in the community, whatever that looks like? What values, core values, do you hold true? And then what benefits you and your brand bringing this to the world? What do people get from you when you show up? What's the value you bring? Okay. Value and not material worth. Those are two different things. We're not talking about material possessions. We're talking about the value of you bringing someone. So let me say this. So for me, the value I bring, I know my purpose is always to empower, it's always to engage with people, and I'm always going to educate people. And I'm always going to walk in excellence. I'm always going to serve in excellence, period. And so it doesn't matter if I'm serving in the nonprofit, I'm serving my clients, I'm speaking somewhere, you're always going to get those three things, those four things, right? And so you have to know what value you bring to the table. And what value do you bring with working with others? They have to see that. They have to gather that for themselves. But because you are clear on your values and your character and your self-worth, that makes it that much easier. Okay. I hope I'm making sense, because a lot of people get branding as just this fluff, nice word, but so much deeper than that. So this is the deeper part of it. I'm not going so deep in it. Okay. And then we're looking at your personality. Your personality is about who are you? Your personality attracts people to you, or it can repel people from you. And so you don't want to be repelling people. Like if you are working at, I don't know, let's just say Macy's. You're working at Macy's and your personality sucks, right? Don't you think that anyone that comes, let's say you're in the shoe department, excuse me, you're in the shoe department and you're working and you have a bad personality, you have a bad disposition about yourself, and that energy spews from you. I promise you it does. Your energy either is going to attract people or it's going to repel people. And so your personality should be attractive. It should be one that, now we're just talking about ones who really want to work on their personal brands. You be attractive. You should want to have a open spirit where people are attracted to you and they can talk to you. They can ask you questions. They can approach you. And so your personality wants to have that kind of flavor to it. So I can tell you there's some personalities that I clash with, such as sarcasm. I can't stand sarcastic people. And so that will clash with mine. And for me, I'm majority 95% of the time like this. I'm passionate about what I do. I love what I do. I want to give 110%, right? And so that is what my Brandique flavor is. And I want you to think about what your Brandique flavor is in terms of your personality. All right. Think of positive things. All right. Not dwell on the negative. Then we're looking at your image. I can't say this enough. Oh my gosh. Because we work on the inside, your outside is going to be portrayed by what's on the inside, right? And so your outside appearance, your image, is one of your biggest brand assets, and how people will perceive you. Your perception versus how others people see you are totally two different things. You might be walking in confidence and thinking you're walking in confidence, and you are in your own mind, in your own right. But how are people perceiving that? Right? And so you want to look at your appearance, your dress, your hair. How do you wear your clothes? Are your shoes shiny, or are your heels ran over? Like, what does that look like? Because your image really truly does matter, because that shows if you have confidence or you lack confidence, if you know exactly who you are or don't. Okay. So you know when someone is feeling confident about themselves. And there's a big difference of feeling confident, knowing who you are versus being so out there and flamboyant and cocky. There's a difference in that. But your image will portray your true self on the inside. All right. So understand that your image, your outside appearance is a key factor. Okay. Then you want to look at your impact. When we're talking about your personal brand, what impact are you wanting to leave? What impact, excuse me, what impact do, you can't stop yawning, right? You can't stop it. So your impact is, how are you going to have impact in this world? How are you going to actually touch individuals? Okay. How are you actually going to look at how you really want to show up? What's the value that you want to bring to every single person that you engage with? So you look back at your mission and your vision, because that's going to really show how you want to impact the world. Is it through empowerment? Is it through makeup? Whatever that is, how are you impacting the world, leaving your footprint on the world? Okay? Because that's where your influence comes from. That's how people are going to connect with you. People will remember how you made them feel, not all the time what you said to them. Although words do matter, it's but the feelings we attach to those words that matter the most. And so that goes back to the impact that you have. All right, so let's look at your brand reputation. Your brand reputation should be one that's authentic. How many times have you been around someone that seems so inauthentic? They seem like they're stoic, or they feel like they're above everyone else and they're trying to showboat. I know you've seen and been around some people like that, right? And so you want to know what your reputation is authentic to you. When people engage with you, do they feel that warmth? Do they feel that you are sincere? Okay. Are you showing up as yourself or the representative? And so you have to look at that and how you are really introducing yourself. Your first impression is always the lasting impression. There are some people I remember years and years ago I've met, and that first impression really did make a difference, right? So you want to show up in confidence. That's I can talk on confidence a long time, but this right here, your confidence shows up. And I always say, you can only go as far as your self-esteem and your confidence allows you to. So if you have low self-esteem, you're going to have to do things to build that up. Because if you want to go far, you've got to have self-confidence. You got to believe in yourself. You have to know that you do matter. And that is what's going to do and be and keep you going, because you're authentic. And you know that you can do whatever it is that you desire to do. All right. Now let's looking at the aesthetics of creating your brand. All right. That was the part about the inside, the person part. Now we're looking at the outside and how to actually create a brand for you. Now let's look at the brand value, of course, and your core offerings. A lot of times we have coaches, business owners, business CEOs, consultant. We are always serving others. Okay. And so you're looking at what brand value do you bring? Okay. The core offering that you offer. And that could be consulting, that could be coaching, that could be one piece of the pie, but of course there are many other pieces. So you have to look at, what is your core offering? Is it going to be coaching? Is it speaking? Is it consulting? Whatever that is. And then why do you exist? Why did this business come together? What is it that pulls at your heartstrings that you get to do this? And then you look at, what future do you want to create for others and for yourself? All right. How do you see yourself serving other individuals? Is that through graphic design, making a beautiful graphics? Whatever that is, you have a mission behind that. And so you have to look at, how are you going to create the future with your gifts and talents, because of the value that you bring to others. All right. So who are you and what kind of work do you do that brings value to others, whether it's a solution or resolution, what have you. How are you doing that? So let's look at personas. Personas are your strong brand communications. It's the people who you want to have a relationship with and do work for. All right. So you look at it in terms of having a person that is how you want to see that individual go from A to Z. All right. So it says personas are an important tool to help you vet your ideas and ensure that everything you are offering is relevant. If you don't have the clientele that is going to need your services, then you are missing the boat. And you have to look at who your personas are. You can have multiple personas. However, I suggest that you really look at and hone in on at least 1, 2, or 3, no more than 3 at a time. Because I know how we can get all over the place and we want to serve everybody, but you can't serve everybody because every dollar is not your dollar. And every person, every client is not for you. And it's okay if they're not, but you have to be clear on those personas of who you want to show up and serve, because that's when you get to do your best work, because you have clarity around them. You know what their needs are. You can communicate to them and in a way that they actually get it, if that makes sense. And so you want to look at how and who the personas you want to work with. Now, you can always add, but start with 1, 2, or 3, no more than 3, okay? Then you're looking at your brand story. Your brand story is what you communicate to others. It's how you share your inner being. It's like when you become vulnerable about something. For instance, I have been in a domestic violence relationship / marriage, right? And I know when I speak, I always say my life was not for me. My life was for others, for me to educate and to empower others. And so I can share that story in different spaces or not. But when I share the story, I'm letting my guard down. I'm letting my walls down to allow other individuals to connect with me. And see, that's a connection of, depending on who I'm speaking to, that's a trauma bond. Like we own a trauma bond together that we both can relate to. And so you want to create stories, not like that necessarily, but create stories as to why you got started. How are you positioning your brand in that particular way so that it's not speaking over someone's head, okay? It's not like you are looking at, oh my gosh, I'm losing my audience. That's because you haven't researched your audience to see what is it that's going to connect you. That's why it's important to do the research behind your different personas, because you're not going to reach everybody. Again, I always say every client is not your client. Please hear me when I say that. All right. So your brand story looks at positioning. What makes your brand different? So your story makes you unique. All right. You might have similar stories, but there's some things that are different that makes your story unique. All right. Your value proposition. What are the emotional benefits of working with you and your brand? You want to have an emotional tie to you. And so what does that look like for you? Then your tagline. Your tagline should be no more than 5 to 7 words. Okay. That's a one-liner that's going to share with people exactly what you do. So like my tagline is be and live your brand. You're always being your brand. You're always going to live your brand, but do it unapologetically. All right. So you want to create taglines going to attract people to you. Then you have different storylines. Those storylines are what you have. You can have 3 or 5 storylines that you get to share with people, share with your audience on how to choose your brand. And again, every client is not your client, so you cannot be attached to that. All right. Your visual identity. I always have bold colors. So my bold color is bright yellow and this pink, right? And so what is the visual identity that people are going to recognize you? So I can post something and everyone knows, oh, that's Alicia because it's bold, it's yellow, it's bright, it's all that. And that relates back to your personality. And so your visual toning, your aesthetics is going to how you're going to be recognized. It's cohesive across all platforms, period. Your brand is cohesive. It's going to be the same on LinkedIn as it is on Instagram, as it is on Facebook, as it is on all of your brand is cohesive. All right. And this keeps it consistent. That way that you're focused on whatever it is and that people know and can recognize it. They may not see the logo, but they recognize, oh, I know who that is. All right. And you want to have that kind of visual identity. Your brand geography. Your brand should represent you. So you see the pictures that I've used. I use most of these pictures in all of my content. It's all about minimalist. I love minimalist photography. I love the flowy kind of things for it's feminine. And that's my brandography around it. It tells a story and it's visual and it attracts those individuals, women, of course, and it has attracted men too. But you want to get the pictures, the ambiance to really look and emanate your tribe. It's how they vibe as well. They will be attracted to it as well. And so you want to invest into your personal brand, get some great photography pictures done for yourself, and then choose. There are several different websites you can choose from, like iStock. iStock Photos has amazing photos that you can use for your brand, and you can keep reusing them. Now, if you want to switch up, that's, you can do that, but do that gradually so that people are walking with you and they're not being confused as who is she? Who is this person now? Right? So you want to do it gradually. Okay. So we've seen Rihanna. She is the billionaire now with her baby coming. And so she's gone from being a star to now owning her own fashion and makeup and all of this. And it's amazing, right? She's walked into her brand being herself, her sensual, sexy, authentic self. Okay. Then we have Michelle Obama, who is always becoming even better and better and better. And so she has looked into how creating her own personal brand is outside of being out in the White House. So now she's had to reinvent herself as to how I can show up in the world. How can I add value to the world and to the girls' lives? Okay. So you're looking at your brand is always evolving with you. And it's always going to evolve. As you grow, your brand grows. Okay. Now let's look at your brand colors. I always suggest 4 to 5 colors because you have main colors and then you have accent colors. And so my main color is purple, which is my all-time favorite color. And then I have pink, fuchsia, whatever you want to say. And then the pop color is yellow. And so my accent color is orange. And so those are the main colors. You want to have 3 to 4 main colors. And you could have a fifth one too, which is like a softer version of it. But you want to make sure that each color has a number. And you want to make sure that if you are branding yourself, branding and you're co-branding with someone, that they know exactly what colors to use. Otherwise, it's going to be all over the place and you don't want that. So remember that each color has a hex, a RBG color. And so each color has a number. Okay. And so when you're looking at being brand uniquely you, how are you being brand unique? How are you showing up in a bold manner? Places that you wouldn't think you would. As you grow into being the woman, the business owner, the boss lady, all of that, Black CEO, woman CEO, feminine CEO, whomever, what does that look like for you? How do you choose to be brand unique? One that is authentic, one that is ranting and raving, and you have followers and your tribe following you. What does that look like? All right. Sometimes that takes a lot of us stepping out of our comfort zone for those who are introverts and being brave and bold in everything that you do. And it's not about just doing things, it's about how do you really want to show up. Okay. So let's look at showing up and how that looks for you. And so I always say, again, going back to my 3 4 E's, I always seek to engage, to educate, and to empower others, regardless of which brand I am representing at the time. That goes back in alignment to my purpose. I know that if I'm doing my nonprofit or if I'm doing branding or if I'm speaking, it's always going to tie around those 3 things. So I want you to take time to think about what are those 3 key words that you really resonate with that shares exactly what your brand is all about. I say 3, it could be more, but I really hone in on 3 because you don't want to get so overwhelmed trying to be all these different things all the time. Okay. So think about that. Then I want you to watch what you put out into the world because your brand matters. You ask your friend or your relative or a mentor or someone who can give you the honest truth of how they see your personal brand. Because I don't want you to put things out there and you think you're doing something great and then people are perceiving it in a different way. So I always really want you to do that at least 2, maybe 3 times a year so that people can get grounded on who you are and what you do. And a lot of times, again, we can be showing up in a totally different manner than what we intend to. And people will perceive that in a different manner. So you have to look at that. And so that's why I say get feedback because how you really want to show up, being your authentic self unapologetically, you can do that in a manner where you're not actually pretending because you don't have to pretend if you're walking and working from the core value of who you are. Okay. Now let's look at a few strategies. A few strategies is like you're always growing. You're not staying stagnant. Your personal brand and you are not staying stagnant. You're always growing every day, every hour, every minute. You're learning something. And so I want you to take time to reassess what your personal brand is regularly. What ideas, what ambitions do you have? Where do you see yourself going? Does your brand and what you say and how you feel and what you do align with where you're going? And so you have to look at how am I growing? How am I showing up and actually growing and having impact? Okay. So then you want to look, how are you speaking the language of your audience? If you're not speaking to the pain points of your audience, then that can be a true hindrance because that means that you need to go back to your messaging because you want where people, you say something, you speak something that they are attracted to that something hit them in red in the chest and be like, oh, that hurt. But you stepped on my toes. I know you heard that plenty of times. Oh, you stepped on my toes, my back, my feet, you get that, right? So when you're sharing the truth about who you are, you want to speak that language that really will gravitate and bring those and draw those tribe members to you. Okay. So that goes back to your messaging, having the right message and knowing who your right audience is. I've had clients who were not my audience. They were not my ideal clients. And I had to get very, 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 very clear on what my client looks like. So I would not waste my time and I would not waste other people's time. And that's very important. The higher you go as a business CEO, you know where to dabble your feet and you know where not to. And so when you get crystal clear on what that looks like, you will not go after shiny objects. You will not go after every dollar because, again, every dollar is not a good dollar. Okay. And so you want to look at your audience and what you actually offer to them so that they know exactly what you do. They can articulate that to someone else and bring others to you as a referral. And so A customer has the authority to purchase your product or they don't. Whether you present that to them or not, it's their choice. But you have to know what your audience needs and what they don't need. What's speaking to them, what's assisting them, what's growing them, what's building them up. You get to know that. And that's where you become the authority in that manner of owning your personal brand. All right, so you have influencers. There are so many influencers out here on Instagram, LinkedIn, everywhere. And so your influencer, you get to have your hashtags. You get to use up to 30 hashtags on Instagram. You get to show who you are. You get to actually promote other people's items or services or products. You get and when you get influencers yourself, you can look at micro influencers, those people who have 2,000 followers or less, but they still have impact. Okay, every time they say something, their audience, their tribe, their followers will engage with them. They'll do what they ask. Okay, and so you don't have to get caught up in the numbers of I need somebody with 1 million followers, and not necessarily, because having those numbers, can you really handle the influx of services or products that are going to come your way if you get someone that has a higher number of followers, so to speak? So you want to be cautious of how you actually get an influencer for your product or your brand. And then I always say quality over quantity is the key. When you know that you have quality work, you can charge your worth. When you know it's all about how you create value and have impact, and you have made a difference or you have transformed someone, that's the overall quality. Don't get caught up in the quantity of money, although money is needed. But you don't want to get into a business. You don't want to have a personal brand that says, oh, this person's all about money, 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 money. You don't want to have that reputation. I promise you, there are some and they truly regret it. Okay. And so I want you to look at, at least once a week when you're active in your brand and your audience, it's like, what can I be attentive to? What can I say? What is my audience out there talking about that I need to speak to? Right? That's bringing quality over quantity. And you don't want to just have a whole lot of things going on that is putting stuff out there, but you want to have quality things. And again, there's so many things out there that you probably don't even understand or recognize. All right. And so then you have the client management. Know that you are really, really, really good if you're always saying thank you. Millennials like to hear thank you, not that they just bought something and you didn't say anything, right? And that I probably should go for everybody. Okay. So make sure that you have good client management. Once they come on to work with you, you get to show them excellent client management and engagement. Okay. A lot of our clients come from social media. It comes from referrals. And so when you look at the engagement, look at how you are creating impact. All right. On an average, being on Instagram is 28 minutes. Have you given some impactful, influential, authority speaking content that's going to attract more people to you? So you want to look at that and how that really does serve you. Okay. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, I would love to hear them. You can put them in the comments, or you can send me an email, or have you, whatever method is good for you. But I want you to make sure that your personal brand speaks to who you are. It shows who you are as your person from the inside out. And you have to own that. All right. So when you get to own that, you don't mess that up. Because again, our personal brand is necessarily truly our reputation. And how you manage your reputation really does matter. When people see you, what are their thoughts? What's their perception of you? How are you showing up? What are they going to get from you? What's the value you bring when you show up at the table? And so you want to ask yourself all of these questions about your personal brand. Again, it's more than just beautiful colors and a beautiful logo. It is more deeper than that, especially when you're talking about really having a company and becoming a CEO. You have to know that what you stand for, who you are, what's your identity, and you have to really know from the inside out. Because a lot of times that's how CEOs really crumble in terms of their business. They get sidetracked, they see the shiny objects, and you don't want that to happen to you or your personal brand or your business brand. And so if you have any questions, please reach out to me. Here's my contact information. You can email me. You can reach out to me, DM me. I am here for you. And so if you have anything that you need to do, please remember to always be and live your brand. It is all about you, and you. So do it well, wear it well, and be authentically you. Actually, be brand uniquely you. Until next time, mwah. All right, all right, all right. I am grateful that you stayed to the end. And please, 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 if you want to contact me, I would love to connect with you. You can get on my calendar for a 20-minute chat. If you need to have direct conversation, yes, we can do that. You can get my email and or my text me if you want at 980-205-2627. Until next time, have a great and awesome day because you so deserve it.
Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This quote by Carl Jung has been restated thousands and thousands of times, and it's actually one of my favorite quotes because you see, it helped me to understand the power of my unconscious or other than conscious thinking. You see, while for me in life in general, things were pretty good, like most people, I still had a desire to make improvements or changes in my life. You see, yes, I wanted to be, do, and have more. So I found myself walking around under the impression that I was directing my life. So when I was in a season of mediocrity, I actually told myself that if I simply would do some things differently, my life would shift. I would take courses, go to various trainings, read books, listen to thought leaders. In other words, I did the same things that most people do. You see, I had concluded that if I changed my actions, my results would get better. Unfortunately, while I may have had some limited success, my results were actually not improving, no matter what I did. So even though on occasion things looked better temporarily, I had to be honest with myself. You see, the things I was doing did not have that stickiness to them. The results, they were average at best. And we all know the sayings, right? And if so, say them with me. You see, the proof is in the pudding. Or as some people say, numbers don't lie, people do. Now, both the word pudding and numbers are referring to evidence or results. So results matter, right? Otherwise, why would we say things like, I'll believe it when I see it? It took me more years than I'd like to acknowledge, including seasons of low self-esteem, of anxiety and overwhelm, and trying to maintain the success I had already achieved. Seasons of doubt and shame from being in an unsuccessful marriage. Seasons of frustration from weight gain, disorganization. Seasons of not enjoying my career because I thought my team was crappy or that the organization didn't value me. You see, this list can go on and on. But the truth of the matter was, I had to realize that I might need to start looking at myself. Was it the glass ceiling within my organization? Or was this really about me? Was it about my team who spent too much time complaining and gossiping? Or was it about how I was leading and managing them? Was it about my child who was acting out? Or was it about how I led in the home? You see, how we do anything is how we do everything. So I began to notice that the one common denominator in each of these situations was me. So if in every area of my life I was wanting things to be better, maybe it was not other people. You see, up until that time, I was failing to realize that I was everywhere I went. So being the analytical and curious person that I am, I finally decided that since I had tried everything else, what did I have to lose by finally focusing on my self-leadership? My mentor and leadership guru, John Maxwell, states that the highest level of leadership is self-leadership. This led me to the realization that as together as I appear to be on the surface or the outside, that on the inside, and specifically in my self-talk and thinking, I needed to get my act together. Hi, my name is Angela Hooper Minifield. I am a certified high-performance coach, speaker, trainer, and chief equipping officer of Minifield and Associates, LLC. And I need to get my act together. Now, while I don't have at my liberty today enough time to walk you through my entire journey, I am here for two reasons. One, to create a safe space for you to acknowledge that you might need to get your act together as well. And then secondly, to share with you the three fundamental tenets to getting your act together if you, that is, desire to have more sustained results in both your personal and professional life. Is that fair? Great. Now, when I talk about getting your act together, I am speaking about three specific areas of life. A, attitude, C, communication, and T, thoughts. So let's start with A, attitude. As a senior certified human resource practitioner, whenever I hear someone talk about attitude, I actually chuckle. Think about it. How many times have you either heard someone say or that someone else had a bad attitude? What exactly does that mean? I bet if I asked 5 people to tell me what they meant when they said someone had a bad attitude, they would each give me a different answer. For some people, it means tone of voice. For some, it means poor energy or lack of enthusiasm. And for others, it simply means that another person didn't agree with them. Who has ever been accused of having a bad attitude and found themselves totally clueless? I will have to raise my hand, as there have been times that I have been accused of such, by many exactly. And if you were anything like me, you literally had no idea about what the other person was talking about. So why exactly is attitude so important? Attitude, though subjective, again, depending on who you ask, is all about the energy and emotion that we project. It is important because it is one of the key determinants to not only how others perceive and receive us, but also how we perceive and receive ourselves. An attitude is somewhere between a belief, a stance, a mood, and a pose. So if you've got an attitude about something, sometimes it can be hard to change it because guess what? You think you're right. So, as leaders, parents, spouses, friends, when we discuss being bothered by someone's attitude, we can actually find ourselves having a really hard time explaining it. So, let us quickly talk about a definition that I want us to work within today. Now, for those of you who are taking notes, I want you to actually draw a circle on your paper. Right above it, the word attitude. Now, inside that circle, I want you to write 3 words: think, feel, and do. So again, write the words think, feel, and do. You see, attitude is what or how you think, which affects how you feel, and that impacts what you say and or do. Now, would you agree that that's a pretty good summation of the word attitude? Now, the reason I ask you to put those 3 words in a circle is because I want and need you to know that everyone has their own circle. And some of the things that hang us up in life and that keep us from having our act together is because we are focusing on things we cannot control. But guess what? That's your circle. So that means everything in your circle you control. So no matter what anyone else thinks, feels, says, or does, you can control your circle of attitude by being intentional about what's in your circle. Now, for those of you who think we cannot control this and it just happens on its own, maybe it's fate, it's just how you are, I will leave you with this premise that even the Bible in Philippians 2:5 says, keep the same mental attitude as Jesus. So again, this passage is even telling us that we can control it. Now, John Maxwell wrote in his book, Everyone Communicates, Few Connect, people may hear your words, but they feel your attitude. So I am here to tell you that not only do people feel your attitude, you feel it also. So if you find yourself saying that someone made you mad, sad, or glad, guess what? You have surrendered your power, your joy, and your peace to other people. Now, realizing my attitude was 100% within my control was one of the first steps for me in getting my act together. So the next time things start to go left, remember to focus on what's in your circle, not someone else's. In other words, control your circle. Now, let's get to the C in the act. That would be for communication. Communication is in harmony with A, attitude. Now, I propose that if your attitude or circle is on point, your communication or what you say or display, because again, communication is both verbal and nonverbal, that will be in harmony with what you desire. You see, each of us communicate all day, every day. Communication studies tell us that 93% of our communication is nonverbal. So only 7% of what people receive from us come from the actual words. 7% of communication is verbal. So people are reading our faces, they're drawing conclusions from our body language. Now, most of that is probably erroneous. They're also listening to our tone, our inflection. And John also says, if your face is going to talk for you anyway, you may as well have it communicate something positive. You see, communication is happening all the time. But what I realize wasn't happening was the connecting. And when I say connecting, I am talking about building relationship, rapport, reciprocity, and respect. You see, I realized I was talking or communicating, but I was failing to connect with other people. So when we talk about communication outwardly, that's definitely important, but there's also inward communication. And that's the most powerful. Because think about it, no matter how much time you spend with other people, let me ask you this. Who do we spend more time with than ourselves? The answer is no one. We are with ourselves 24/7. So, whose words or communications do you really believe is having the greatest impact on you? Yours. That means this is a you and you thing. So, during those seasons of really needing to get my act together, I had to begin to pay attention to not only what I was communicating to others, but what messages was I communicating with myself. So again, I take you back to the circle. What are you saying to yourself? I know I called myself names at times like fat and stupid and mean and difficult, antisocial, tired. I said I was sick. But when I think about it, I would never talk to a friend that way. Yet, I say I love myself and I speak these terrible things. So here's your second tip. When you say things to yourself, follow it up with the phrase, as you wish. My coach, mentor, and friend, Paul Martinelli, helped me so much in this area simply by getting me to follow my words and thoughts with the phrase, as you wish. So if I look in the mirror and I don't like what I see and I think something like, ugh, you look fat, my mind immediately says, as you wish. This tactic immediately brings the unconscious talk to me consciously. So then that gives me an opportunity to say, oh no, that's not what I want, and then speak something more positive to replace that. Trust me, I am years into this and I'm still a work in progress, but I am so much better than I was. Hey guys, listen, words matter. So let's use them wisely. I can tell you that through coaching and working on my self-leadership for the past 15 years, this introvert that you see before you is so much more intentional with connecting with others. And now I've helped thousands of others do the same. So now let's take you to our last letter, which is T for thoughts. Now, whether that's through Proverbs or authors like James Allen, we're all familiar with the frame that says, as a man thinketh, so is he. As such, we know that we become our thoughts. Now, you might say that's not true, but did you know that your thoughts and words, along with all the other thoughts and words of others, never leave your subconscious thinking? Hence why I love the John quote, until you make the unconscious conscious. So during those seasons of really needing to get my act together, I began to pay attention to not only what I was communicating to others, but the messages that were running my operating system. You see, I learned through coaching that thoughts or beliefs drive behaviors. It's the behaviors that drive my results. Again, beliefs drives behaviors, behavior drives results. None of us can outperform our belief system. So instead of changing our actions to get a different result, we have to first change our beliefs, and then leads to change actions. And if the beliefs are not great, we have to challenge them. We're all familiar with the quote that either a man thinks he can or he can't. Either way, he's right. This quote also brings us right back to the refrain, as a man thinketh, so is he. So you see, all these illustrations about thoughts bring us to the same point. It's our belief system that directs our lives. Now, there are two ways to create a belief system. One is through time and repetition, and the other is emotional impact. That's why some things become habitual for us. We become unconsciously competent. We do these things without even thinking because it's a habit. We believe something because we have an emotion attached to it. So think about it. If I have happy memories associated around something, I tend to like it. If I have a bad emotional experience around something, for instance, like the first time I see a dog, if it scares me, even after one encounter, I now do not like dogs and do not see them as man's best friend. And so, no matter how many stories you tell me or pictures you show me of your amazing fur babies, I don't like dogs. That emotion from that fear of the first encounter formed my belief. That belief formed my action, which is I stay away from them. And that leads to my results, no pets. So, how do we think differently? Let's go back to the circle. We actually do control our thoughts, and they can be impacted by a new learning model. One quick way to improve that is with affirmations. But saying something positive one time is not going to affect that unconscious mindset. We also need time and repetition. So that means we must do it consistently and regularly. Philippians chapter 4, verses 8 through 9 tells us to think on things that are good, pure, honorable, etc. Why do you think that? Because thoughts lead to actions. Actions lead to beliefs. Actions lead to results, excuse me. As such, I intentionally think the thoughts and say the things that support what it is I desire for my life. And this has helped me to accomplish business goals and have a peace that I never thought was possible for me. So, as we all continue to work on getting our act together, or our attitude, communication, and our thoughts, know that while this work is simple, it is not easy. This is a daily journey, and some days are going to be better than others. But now that I'm able to use what I have learned to get my act together to help thousands of others do the same, I do that through accountability, coaching, training, and support. Hi, my name is Angela Hooper Minifield. I am a high performance coach, speaker, trainer. And I'm also CEO of Minifield and Associates, LLC. And through my acts, I help other people get their act together. If you'd like a complimentary consultation, find me at www.getyouracttogether.coach. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to our Black CEO 2022 conference, our panel discussion. Our topic on today is Girl, You Got This, building a business as a Black woman. And so I am so happy to be the moderator for this particular panel discussion. I am Geronda Marks, also known as Coach J. I am a speaker and author, consultant, and business and leadership coach. I'm the CEO of You and Associates, LLC, and the CEO and founder of You Are Unique Business Academy, where we help women level up and lead and build successful businesses. So I'm so glad to be here. I cannot wait for these dynamic Black women in business to introduce themselves. They are influencers in the business community. They are rock stars in their own right, in their areas. And all of these ladies are serious about helping you scale and start and succeed in business. So there's several things I want to make sure that you do. You have to make sure that you remove all distractions. Okay, so if there's anyone around you talking, I need you to tell them you can be excused. And then also make sure you have pen and paper to take some really good notes. I'm telling you, we're going to have a powerful discussion, and there are going to be so many nuggets that we're going to be dropping on today that's going to help you no matter what position you're in. If you're starting up a business, maybe you're stuck, maybe you started a business and you're stuck, maybe you feel stagnant. These ladies
ladies are going to help you get on track and guess what? Stay on track in your business. So I'm so happy to have these beautiful women in business, no, Black women in business. And I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. And so we have Dr. Josephine Harris. Hey, Dr. Joe, introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? I am Dr. Josephine Harris, the international psychologist as well as psychotherapist. I'm an international best-selling author and global speaker. I am a certified mental health wellness coach where I help military spouses find their voices so that they can fulfill and have a fulfillment career.
Awesome. No, we're so happy to have you, Dr. Joe. You were saying so much. I was like, girl, keep on talking because I know you're doing so much and such a great work. Thank you for being here on today. And so we're so honored to have Genesis. Come on, introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Genesis Amaris Kemp. I am a visionary life coach, motivational speaker, podcast founder, and host of GEMS Podcast with Genesis Amaris Kemp, and author of Chocolate Drop in Corporate America, From the Pit to the Palace, a firecracker, also multifaceted and multidimensional, but do not put me in a box because my time is now here on earth.
All right, don't put it in a box. You already heard it. Thank you, Genesis. We have Rashida. Come on, introduce yourself, Rashida.
Hi, Rashida Roberts here. I am an author of Find Your Spark, 7 Steps to Ditch Stress and Ignite Your Financial Lifestyle. I'm also a speaker, financial coach, but at the heart of it all, I am an educator. I am an educator because I love helping people to bridge the gap of the things that they don't know and to help them build their financial confidence. So I'm committed to working and motivating singles and educators to set those boundaries, transform their mindsets, and to maximize their money. Because most of us believe that we need more money, but really we just need to manage our money. And so coming firsthand, knowing how stress equates to debt, I'm gonna always tell you to get with me to go debt free because we need to break those bonds in how we're looking at what the world is giving us and do something better with our money.
Yeah, we're going to do something. Level up in our money. I like it. That's what we're going to do. Thank you, Rashida. Okay. All right. We have Tanya.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya Franklin, and I am an award-nominated author and the brand CEO of MJ's Virtual Collaborative. I'm a business empowerment educator where I help small business owners to help utilize their resources to achieve their next success level. I always believe that passion is your greatest resource, and you just need to know how to channel it.
Awesome. So glad that you're here. And we have Teresa. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Teresa Watson, the owner of TRJ Transportation. We are a trucking company where we rise to the occasion as we move freight throughout the 48 states in Canada. Also the founder of Minority Professional Truckers Association. We are a nationally 501c6 nonprofit organization where we seek to globally impact the trucking and transportation industry for the minority professionals, utilizing innovative ideas and cutting edge type technology.
Awesome. So as you all can hear and see that these are some amazing Black women in business, and we're going to share some powerful and strategic strategies, tips, all these different things. It's going to help you in business. And so let's delve into our topic, ladies. Girl, you got this. Building a business as a Black woman. And you know what? When I think about this particular topic, it's such a powerful topic. It speaks volumes. And as I begin to kind of think about it, it speaks about confidence. You know, it speaks about courage. It speaks about consistency, being bold to build a business and to show up unapologetically a Black woman, which is not always easy due to the disparities, you know, when it comes to loan approvals and grant approvals, sometimes the disrespect being ignored or overlooked. When it comes to governmental contracts or business collaborations, and then discounting. You know, sometimes some people want us to be cheap, you know, they want us to discount our value. And so even with all of these limitations and these setbacks, you know, that the world, our family, our friends, our people put on us, we are here to tell the women that are listening to us even now, girl, you got this. And so we want to encourage you to not only know that you got this, but we also got you. And we're going to share with you some things that are going to help you as you matriculate as a Black woman in business. You know, this year, the founder of BlackCEO, Trevor Otts, he echoed this to our business leaders, to many of us, and he said that 2022 is going to come down to two things: revenue and impact. So the question becomes, how are you going to make money? And then what are you going to do with it, the money? And so this is where our discussion stems from, really evolving around the fact that we want you to show up and to show up powerfully. And money is one of those areas. You know, there's a statistic that the Harvard Business Review recently wrote, and it said in the United States, an astounding 17% of Black women are in the process of starting or running new businesses. That compared to just 10% of white women, 15% of white men. Y'all, did y'all hear that? 17%. So we're larger. However, listen to this. Yet despite this early lead, only 3% of Black women are running mature businesses. And when I looked at that mature businesses, that means generating substantial revenue or expanding or scaling. And so ladies, as I began to think about that, you know, and think about that particular statement, Black women running mature businesses, you know, really, what does that mean? And what does that look like? You know? And so it brings me to those three questions that many of us as business owners may wrestle with, you know, when we lay our heads down, you know, when we're going to lunch or to you know, out with our girlfriends and we're talking about business, these three particular questions: how to make money, how to manage my money, and then how can I multiply my money? And so this brings me to the question, ladies. Unfortunately, making money is where most women in business, we struggle, or it gets challenging for us as Black women in business. And statistics shows that it shows that many women-owned businesses don't generate high revenue because they have not identified the right price or their audience for their product or their service. Not to mention the fact that, you know, financial literacy plays a key factor, meaning us as a Black family, we don't talk much about money. So ladies, share with our audience how you were able to navigate this challenging ideology, a thought pattern in your business as a Black woman, talking about money and prices, and then share a few tips or steps or strategies on how to remedy this whole financial literacy issue that still plagues us mentally. So let's go to Rashida. I want to go to Rashida because she's the money lady. Oh yeah, she's the money lady. Share with us, you know, how you navigated through this whole notion of, you know, financial literacy.
Well, first, I know one of your questions, I can agree with. Finding the right price can be challenging when you have a business because a lot of us undervalue ourselves. And so we really have to you really have to know your purpose when you get in business because, and just know that and be confident in, you know, who you are and what you serve so that you're not cutting yourself off. Sometimes we think we're not good enough and that holds us back a lot, especially when you go from being an employee to an entrepreneur. There's a whole mindset that has to take place along with skills that need to be developed, honed in on, and matured so that you can actually step up and, you know, say, this is my price and, you know, go forth. So it's definitely a challenge, but it's one that you can, you know, get over and rise to the occasion. So, and then, you know, the other part of your question is about getting over the financial literacy, that's a loaded question right there, right?
Right.
But there's some things that, I talk about in my own book. I'm talking about, you have to get the mindset right, because a lot of us think if we just get more money, and even with business, just because you get more money doesn't mean that you're actually going to put forth the effort that you need to do with it to actually move your business forward. You can throw a lot of fire on gasoline, right? And so just by putting more money into business is not always going to give you the results that you need. So you really always have to find yourself, get your mindset right, but also have goals. Your goals are going to tell you where you need to go. And so a lot of times we don't set our businesses up correctly. Guilty. So we have to make sure that we have that business plan, that we do our research, and that we actually make moves that go with the goals that we actually have set, because we can get easy out on in these internet streets. It's easy to spend money. Everybody sounds good. Everybody sounds good, and those emotions get in control, and you think you need that. But I can tell you, I've spent thousands, the 5 figures, trying to invest in other people, our people and myself, at the same time, and listening to those messages, and still my business not moving forward. And that's, based on, so one, you need to make sure, give your effort when you're putting your money. You need to validate the people that you're spending your money with, and you need to make sure that it aligns with the goals and the criteria that you need to move your business forward.
That's good. You said a mouthful. I hope you have captured that. Anyone else want to chime in on that particular question? Come on, we're talking about mindset. Oh, Lord. When it comes to money.
I did want to just add, I was, agreeing with everything that Rashida was saying. I know for me, the aha moment was in acknowledging what I didn't know. I had come into business thinking like, okay, all I have to do is set up a website and, come up with a nice name and get a logo, and realize that a year in, how much I didn't know, especially from the financial standpoint. So that was the light bulb moment for me. And I think a lot of times, just even from my experience, is that that people don't want to acknowledge of what they don't know. And that tends to hurt them more than it does help them. I wanted to also include some things, is educate yourself. There are so many resources that's available to us now. And even in educating yourself, you do have to be careful that you don't get caught up with the shiny object syndrome. And because somebody purchased this course or somebody did this, that, oh, that's what I need to do. Everything isn't for everybody. And so you have to educate yourself. Do the research. The research. Test and restructure, because sometimes you try something and it doesn't work for you, and that's okay, but don't continue to stick with it. Go back and restructure. Make sure that you know and understand your market. It's not always about looking at my competition. It's about knowing your market, understanding what it is that's making people, that's helping to be able to supply that demand. Know your audience, and definitely know your worth. Know your worth, because if you are selling yourself cheap, then people are going to treat you cheap.
Ah, that's good. Yep. You got to know your work. You have to know your work. And I love what you said. Everything isn't for everybody. That was a real jewel. All right. So just know what it is that you need for your business to move forward. Anyone else want to chime in? This is good talk here.
So I definitely want to chime in too. One thing that I want to say is, whenever you're going into business, don't always take the cheapest route, because if you take the cheapest route, it may cost you later on down the road by having to fork out, payments for maybe contracts that fell through and didn't go accordingly. So I always tell people, whenever you are unsure about something, partner with someone in a legal aspect, whether it's a trusted attorney and an advisor that will guide you along for certain policies and procedures that you need to have in place to make sure that you are protected and your assets are protected. Another thing to do is collaboration is not the new competition, but make sure that you are collaborating with somebody who has a kindred spirit and a like-minded spirit like you, where you could build and grow together, because you may not necessarily have all the collateral to put up front for your business, and you may put in 50% and your partner could put in 50%, and together you guys make up that whole, so you could really accelerate and reach the new levels and new dimensions that you're trying to soar to. And then also always ask questions. So I always tell people you should have an accountant, you should have a business coach, you should have an attorney, and make your own dream team when you're in business. So whenever you run into certain things, you have those key personnels to go to, and make sure you do your due diligence on those individuals, because a pair of lips could say anything, but I want to know, okay, what are your metrics like? Who are your business partners? How long have you been in business? What's your business credit like? And then just ask yourself all those questions before you just go forking up the money to that individual, and then they take you to the cleaners, and then they didn't give you anything for it. So be wise as the serpent, but harmless as the dove.
I like that. I like that. And collaboration is so key. Like you said, we're not in competition, but if you could find people to collaborate with, that's like the new currency. That is the new currency. Relationships. All right. Anybody sitting on edge about the question? I'm gonna move on. Anyone else?
You know what, with me, with finance, is really, you have to really, like the lady said, you have what Genesis said by collaboration, and what the other lady said, you have to really know what your audience is. With me, I work with a lot of military spouses, and if sometimes military spouses will say, well, I don't have that amount where I have a payment plan, but because I'm not lowering my prices, just because you don't have that amount, because another military spouse can pay the same thing. So you have to really watch what you go into, because sometimes if you don't know your value, other people will devalue you and expecting you can give them something, especially people that look like me. And they thinking that, okay, since I look like you, that you're supposed to charge me a much cheaper price. And that's not the case. You have to really value who you are as a person, so that you know that what audience you're going into, so that you can have that finance stability and not lower yourself just because the person don't want to pay you what you value yourself.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. Because sometimes we lower because they want lower. No. How much education, how much time, how much have you invested in yourself? Especially I'm speaking of the area of coaches, but how much have you invested in general to expand and to start your business? So you have to know your worth. You have to know your value in not just your service, but your product. Right? Yeah. Your product, right? So I'm not sure, Teresa, did you want to chime in? I don't know if you're sitting on edge over there.
Dave said a mouthful. What more can I add to it? But your self-worth key, because if you have a product or service, I'm into service, so I know what I'm serving. I know what the prices is for my service. So in terms of a product, if you have a product that you're trying to sell, I wouldn't go to a lower point where I don't have faith in what I'm trying to sell. Mm-hmm. So you have to know your self-worth in terms of how you price your product. And then of course, when Rashida talked about the mindset is key. It's knowing who you are and whose you are when you're in business, and not allowing anybody to come to you in a negative light where you have self-doubt. Self-doubt and fear will hinder your movement in your business. Mm-hmm. Because you feel like you don't have what it takes to advance in your business when you do, but you have to, I'm a spiritual person, so I always say, God, I believe, or help my unbelief. That unbelief is what's hindering you from moving forward, because you feel like you don't have what it takes to proceed in your business, but in reality you do, but you just have to believe in yourself and knowing who you are and that you can do the work in terms of scaling your business.
Yeah, and Teresa, that's so powerful, because that leads into another thought and a question that I have for you all. As Black women in business, there are just so many challenges that we face externally and then internally. For you, share with me, any of you can just chime in. This is hot mic, all right? As it relates to 3 challenges And I'm saying 3 because I know we got a lot of different challenges that we've overcome as Black women in business, but share with me 3 challenges that you find, that you found in your life, in your experience, that you had to face and that you feel that many of the ladies listening to us right now may be facing. And so those challenges, and then how did you overcome them? Okay. I know that's a big meaty question, but it's so necessary. We talked about the mindset, which is so real. So mindset was one of them. If you want to add to it, you can, but we've already declared that you got to have the right mindset going into business, right? So share with me, anyone.
Well, I'm gonna start off. For me, you, like you said, you have to have the mindset. Instead of having that fixed mindset, you have to have that growth mindset. So if you think that you will be a 6-figure, you have to think like a 6-figure. You have to surround yourself with people as a 6-figure.
Exactly.
If you want to be a
Exactly.
6-figure, you have to think like a 6-figure. You have to surround yourself with people. You have to think like surround yourself with like-minded people. And for me, you have to create a realistic monthly budget. Because sometimes we get off them budgets and we're not realizing how much money we're spending, and we not spent over $100 grand and then realize that and wonder how we're going to get it back. So you have to really be on a realistic budget and set goals like 3 months quarterly goals, semi-quarterly goals. You have to set 12-month goals on a budget plan and have that accounting. Get your taxes in order, because sometimes as females entrepreneur, sometimes we let our taxes slip away, not knowing how much that we can invest in our own taxes. So a lot of that works for me.
That's good. That's good. Someone else?
Well, in terms of your team, when Genesis talked about your team, you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses. Your strength, you know what you can do, but during your weakness, you have to pull together those items that you are weak in, your finances, your accounting. So if you need that, add them to your team. I did the same thing. I had a major contract a few years ago with the government, and it was just myself because I didn't trust anybody else to do the job the way I would do it. So when I got that contract, they came to me and said, "Miss Watson, you can't do this by yourself. You got to put together a team. You got to do it in X amount of days." And I was like, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" And I said, "Well, I know I can do this, but I need to pull together a team who can help me do this part." So within those 3 to 6 days, I had put together a team, and then I called the contracting officer back and said, "Look, I got my team together. Let's move forward in this contract." So you have your strengths, but your weaknesses, you have to bring together someone or a team of people who's going to help you. So to move forward, because you can't do it all by yourself. You can't do it all by yourself. So that's a lesson that I had to learn the hard way, because I always felt no one can do the job the way I would do it. No one would love my business the way I love my business. But in reality, you have people who will see your vision and to come in and connect with you and help you build your business.
Yes, that's the growth mindset that Dr. Joe was speaking of. In order for you to go to the next level, you got to shift your mind. You can't just think one no more, like they say, one is too small of a number to accomplish anything great. John Maxwell made that statement, and it's powerful in understanding the power of delegation. You could be in a mental institution had you kept operating the way you were operating, but you realized what you needed. And when you made that shift, it was probably the best decision you ever made, huh?
Yes, it was.
Awesome. Someone else want to chime in?
So I was on the back door what I think that was Teresa was saying, because she was talking about a lack of confidence basically in other people. You also have to be mindful not to have that lack of confidence in yourself, because I know that's one of the things that I struggle with just trying to move forward, especially starting off. So make sure that you are confident and you move confidently, because it really will kill your business. It will kill your spirit, because entrepreneurship it can be very lonely. it can be very lonely, even if you have a bunch of people in your network, because you guys know the things that go through your mind, go through your head when, things aren't going right and you've put the work in and you're not seeing, the results actually come about. So definitely, build your confidence, but how do you do that, right? You need to put yourself around quality people. Right. And I say quality with a big Q and you need to know what quality is. You need to define it, write it down, put it, because some of us, you need to pray for discernment, because some of us don't always have the discernment that we need. And so you want to pray for discernment so that you can find those quality people, because there are people out there, who you can hook up your lamp to, and it might not be the right, the right people. So just make sure that you can, build your confidence, put yourselves around quality people, because that's going to help you grow your business. And then I also think that, another challenge is us as Black women getting access to funding. Sometimes having the access to funding, but actually knowing how to get those government grants, how to label our business, knowing how to actually, and some of that is just because we don't have the financial literacy. We don't have the talking where we just are comfortable talking about money. So going into the banks and establishing a relationship with them, getting in front of them, shaking hands, bringing some warm muffins or whatever it is, can help you establish relationships and get access to business credit, because they know who you are. And so those are a few challenges that I see, even just like with myself. I always come with the personal, because that's how I relate to people. But so yeah.
No, those were some great points. Like you stated, just understanding you have to get outside of your box and engage and interact with other people, especially people in the business community, financial community, know your banker, especially if you're trying to get, loans and things like that. And educating yourself is so key, especially if you want more money. God is not going to give you any more money. Okay, I'm a woman of faith. God is not going to give you any more money if you are not able to manage the money that you have, right? All right. I think Genesis wanted to speak, and I think Tanya as well. So come on.
So one thing that I want to say here too is whenever you first go into business, it's so vital that you establish your policies and procedures early on. And as you begin to grow and your business matures over time, then your policies and procedures can evolve. And make sure that when you have your policies and procedures, it's a way to hold yourself accountable as the CEO of your business, but also to hold your team accountable, because things are going to be black and white and they are going to be documented. And make sure that you don't bend or break your policies and procedures to accommodate someone else, because if you do it one time, they're going to think that it's okay to do it every time. And then also when it comes with the financial piece of it, there are certain people and resource groups that you could go to ask about certain grants, and they'll even show you how to do grant writings and etc. But you have not because you asked not. So you have to be willing to open your mouth to let somebody know what you need, because they're not always going to come to you and tell you, hey, here's some money over here, here's some money over there, because not everyone is going to be privileged. But also know where to go for that information, whether it's the SBA, the Small Business Association, whether it's the government, since they do give out minority funding for minority owned business, or even like Teresa said, doing those government contracts. There's a lot of money to be made in government contracting, but if you don't know how to wheel and deal, and if you don't have enough business credit, enough business acumen and knowledge, then you aren't setting yourself up for success, and you're not standing out in light of your competitors. There's a lot of Caucasian people out here making the green and getting the green. So if they can do it, why can't we do it? Start to walk with your head held up high, have confidence, be bold, and be courageous to ask those questions, and go to different chamber of commerces to learn information. Go to places where they hang out and be the one. Who cares if you're the only one there? As long as you're getting that knowledge, then you're getting the bread, and secure the bag.
Yeah, that's good. I love that. And so, in essence, we've given you guys so many good nuggets, direction, clarity on so many things on how to manage money, how to get in the circle of people who have money, and to connect and to engage and collaborate. So now let's talk about the whole notion of how about multiplying the money? I don't know about you, but we all, in order for your business to be successful, you have to seek out ways to multiply your money. Meaning, how do I allow my position my business so that my revenue can expand? And so the truth of the matter is that we all have 24 hours a day. You know how we complain, if I had more hours, oh, I just need more time and that kind of thing. But as Black women, we have to make sure that we are utilizing our time wisely and being productive. Working hard will only take a woman in business only so far. Yeah, we got to work hard, but we need to learn how to work smarter and not harder, meaning there are some ways and through automation to, take your business to the next level. So I want to talk more about these terms. Okay, we hear a lot of talk about scaling your business, increasing your impact in the marketplace, finding ways to increase your income. How can a Black woman in business do this in an economy like this? And y'all know where we are in our economy right now. Prices of oil is increasing, right? I know y'all went to the pump. And I know y'all saw the pump prices, inflation, even the grocery store, prices are going up, office supplies, all of that, y'all, it's increasing. So what are some tips and strategies to multiplying our money as a business owner so that we begin to work smarter and use more wisdom and not work harder?
I wanted to start off.
We get the hot seat. Okay, go ahead, Genesis, and then we'll kind of come to who's that, Rashida?
No, I'll let Tanya go first.
Tanya, okay, go ahead. Yeah, Tanya, go ahead.
I wanted to, one thing that I'm actually working with a client in regards to this is to make sure that you are addressing the low-hanging fruit. Learn about repurposing your content. You don't always have to create something new every single time. Sometimes you have so many gems and so much value in that one product or that one particular service. Repurpose that, and develop that. And as you're developing that, that's even solidifying your business and your brand. So, that low-hanging fruit.
I think you went off. Can y'all hear her? I can't.
No, I can't hear her.
I think you went off. That low-hanging fruit, try that one more time because that was some good stuff. Okay, I'm not sure. But I love what Tanya, can you talk? Okay, there we go. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. Let's talk about that low-hanging fruit. We was waiting.
Yes, I tell my clients that it's so important to not freak out. When you have something that's working well, amplify that. Amplify it, get as much as you can out of it, and then learn how to reinvest in yourself. That is so, so, so important. A lot of times when we get money, we're so quick that we want to just spend all of it. We want to buy all these new things, these new gadgets, these new apps. Reinvest back into your business. I think that is so critical.
Yeah, that's awesome. What a great share as you talked about the repurposing content. In this time, we're in that whole digital content creation. And so repurposing is so key. Then that's a way to work smarter and not harder. Because if you have, especially done speaking engagements, this is for individuals that are speakers out there. If you've done speaking engagements, if you've done a podcast, if you've been on somebody's social media platform, whether it's Facebook Live, IG Live, all of those things, you can repurpose those videos. That's and you right. Can pull out little nuggets. And then, anyway, I'm not a content creator, but I know the stress of pulling it together. Someone else want to chime in?
So I definitely want to chime in after what Tanya said. And one thing that I would encourage to do is really diversify your wealth. So out of some of the profits that you make, does it make sense to invest in some stocks, some bonds, some annuities, or etc.? Make sure you set up multiple streams of income so your money could be working for you and you not working for your money. You could do that by real estate is a good vehicle to invest in. Now people are talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and et cetera. That is the new wave. But one thing I would say with the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, make sure you do your due diligence and really research it before you invest in those foreign currencies, Bitcoin, NFTs, and blockchain, and all of those things. Also, you could look into investing in other businesses. There was a partner that I had that talked about M&A, which is mergers and acquisitions, where you are buying and selling other businesses. That could be a conduit where you could take some of your money and diversify it there. Also, if you're interested in doing real estate, but you may not necessarily have the full collateral and capital, you could look at a turnkey provider. You could also look into some wholesale properties, some foreclosures, and et cetera. So you could start to build your credibility there and build your revenue. And then once you get enough, then you could start buying up other properties so that you become to have a conglomerate. Or you could even do Airbnb, VRBOs, or et cetera. Look at different ways that others are investing their money and see what works for you. And if you're not keen on knowing where to start, find out what some of the other people in your community or your circle are investing in and see if it makes sense. Make it make sense and do your research before you just blow your money in different things. And another good way that I've seen people invest their money is life insurance and annuities, because we have car insurance, we have home insurance. Why don't you have life insurance to protect your life? So whenever you do pass on and the good Lord calls you home, your family is not suffering to pay for a homegoing service. Hello, come on now. You have to do better.
That's good. Great wisdom. Great wisdom. And as you stated, in order to be in that position to invest, let's make sure you have your emergency money set on the side, because you can go ahead and invest and you don't have the emergency money. Now you're really up the creek. You're drowning down the creek. But yeah, all of that is good. So I hope y'all are taking really good notes. These ladies are definitely dropping jewels. They're dropping gems, nuggets, and go and do your due diligence. Research, research, research. Someone else wanted to turn and talk about that? How do you multiply that money?
This is not, well, I'll just go ahead and chime in. Genesis just totally annihilated the game. Look, if y'all are not paying attention and taking these notes, she just totally gave you the tea on everything, because I was like, okay, I'm gonna say this, this, and this. And yeah, so Genesis just took it away. But you know, we make the money, we need to make sure, just like Genesis said, that we protect the money. And then, you know, once you secure and protecting your money, then you grow the money. A lot of places where people don't see, a lot of places where we don't actually think about getting our money to work for us is when we're looking at taxes. The building wealth, that's like 101 is to building wealth, is making sure you minimize your taxes. And a lot of times we don't get the we don't actually get to the bag in that particular place because we are not keeping good notes. We are not writing down, you know, where we're getting, you know, we're not documenting. And so we got to make sure that we document so that we can lower our taxes. Another place too is to have passive income. Genesis just gave a lot of great examples. Okay, a lot of those are passive. Some of those may require you to do extra work. Make sure that you align yourself with things that are going to be easy. You know, if you get a turnkey business, it's easier for you to do. And so you don't have to put so much work back into it, because running, like for instance, running the Airbnb may take some of your time away. And if it's taking time away from your business, the things that actually is going well, that could, mean something, that could be devastating for you. So just like she said, make sure it makes sense, make it make sense. But looking at affiliate companies that go with what you're already doing, I'm in finance. So there are plenty of financial companies that I can suggest to my clients, whether it's to look at their credit scores or different things like that. So by just having a referral, you get, paid in that way. So you want to increase the passive income, where it really takes you nothing to, all it takes you like 2 seconds to enter in or send an email and get money that way. And then another thing is, I would say, make sure you're hiring your kids. They're under 18. We don't always know the rules of the game or the rules of the wealthy, but hiring your kids can stash away a little over $15,000 a year that is tax free for you. And guess what? You're the parent, and you still have control of that money. And so, and this is how we multiply it, because we're now creating and building wealth for our kids so that we can leave something behind. And you want to educate them as well, so that they can, that this money is not just going to go to waste, within the generation after you pass, that it will continue on, and that we would continue to build the mindset. So what did I just say? I said, minimize your taxes. Get with affiliate companies, make sure you get your passive income, and hire your kids.
Yeah, that's good. Anyone else want to chime in? Because this is really, y'all are really dropping some really wealthy information, meaning it's full of wealth. And if we would just do what you say, research, position ourselves, all of those various things, it can happen for us. Our business will then be that mature business that is having that revenue and substantial amount of revenue, so that we can do more business. Okay, someone else?
We perish because we have lack of knowledge. So applied knowledge is power. They pretty much touched on every area that needs to be known outside of, applying the knowledge that you learn. So
Yes.
Absolutely. So now that we have the knowledge, we have to put some feet to our faith. We believe it, but we have to do the work. Do the work. So these ladies are dropping jewels. Anyone else want to talk more on that aspect of that multiplying the money?
Yeah, well, the lady said it all. And like Rashida said, put your children to work, because my children do my website. My kids do my website. They promote me on social media, because I'm an author as well as a psychotherapist. I'm in the mental health field. So as I'm also a global speaker, when I use my speaking engagement, I turn that into books. So when you turn your speaking engagement or your speeches into books, that's also reoccurring income. So I turn that into books as well as I blog. So I turn my blogging into books too, because I'm a content writer. So I don't really redo everything. I just revamp a lot of my speeches into books and my blogs.
Mm-hmm. That goes to what Tanya said, that repurposing. Absolutely. And so even speak to Rhonda. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
The last thing, and this is something that I will be working towards, is to build a business and not a job. Because when you build a business, then you're going to get your time back. And we're all trying to get the financial freedom. But a lot of times, I mean, when you're first starting out, it's a job, right? Because you got to, be multiple positions in the company. So, but we all need to be working towards building a business. So therefore, one day we can, we don't have to be there and let the business actually run. And we can take a vacation, and we can have, get through a pandemic that will, pass the test of time, right? It can stand on its own. And so just remember that, build a business and not another job.
Absolutely. And I think
can I jump in on that?
Go ahead, Teresa, because I was just about to echo what you said about building that team. Go ahead, Teresa.
What Rashida just said, you have to, I lost my train of thought. You have to, how can I say this? I lost it.
That's okay. It's going to come back, girl. Pray hard. It's coming. Because guess what? We need what you got to say.
I want to jump in right there too and say, to echo what Rashida said, don't trade your time for money. That's what a lot of people fail to realize, because if you're trading your time for money, it does become a job. It's just like you're punching into a time clock. But if you build a business where it runs like a well-oiled machine, then eventually, if you don't want to pass that business down to your family, because sometimes, let's just be real, sometimes our kids don't want to do the business that we're in, and they don't know how to, really tarry what we have put out there so they could actually reap what we sow. So then make your business able to be sellable, and your business could be sellable with mergers and acquisition. You may have started your business with 20K and it may sell for 20 million if you have your business structured appropriately.
That's good. I'm not sure if Teresa was ready. Had anything?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
In order to build your business to the level in which you see yourself going, you have to have a passion in what you do in terms of your business. You have to be passionate. So in other words, instead of you going to a job, you go into life because you love what you're doing. So that time that you spent on your job or within your business, you can be there 10 hours and you're not realizing that you've been there for 10 hours because you love what you're doing. So that's good stress. So if you don't have a passion in what you do, then it's going to be hard for you to work that business. It's going to be hard for you to scale that business because you're just doing it just because you saw somebody else doing it. So you felt that you would do this. You should, try it as well, see how it worked for you. But you have to know what it is in terms of your business and of what your purpose is. When I started my business, I didn't want to be in the trucking industry. I was a court reporter for the federal government before I even started my business. But as a child growing up, I grew up in the transportation industry because my father was a driver, and so was my grandfather. So God saw fit to have me to work with my dad as a preteen. And I was learning at that time, not even thinking about it. But here I am today, 18 years later, running my own business. And I never knew how passionate I would be about this business. I can talk transportation all day long, 24/7, nonstop. So you have to love what you do in order for you to scale your business, because it won't be hard for you to do.
That's good.
It will come easy to you. It will come second nature to you. It will flow. When you begin to flow in your business, this is what you're supposed to be doing in life. This is what God is supposed to, have me doing. And he will guide you along the way as well. He will open doors that you have no business being in. I've been in places that I never knew I thought I'd go to. The Pentagon, all of these places that I've been, I never thought I'd be there, but God placed me there because of the way that he guided me along the way in the past 18 years of me being in business. So you have to be passionate. And people have to see that when you're in business. They have to see that you love, that you can speak it, and it just comes second nature to you. You just float in terms of your goals that you have set for yourself for your business.
Absolutely. That was good. It has to be something, at least that you love, especially if you're going to invest your time and then invest your money in it as well. So thank you, Teresa, for sharing that, and I think for, it's so important that we understand that if we're going to, like you say, work smarter and not harder, in essence, what all of these ladies or business women are saying to us is, automation, figure out what systems you need to purchase, whatever you need, to platforms you need to purchase for your business that applies to your business, and allow those systems to be put in place. McDonald's have a system, Burger King have a system. That's why they're able to hire somebody to train them a little bit and put them on them fries, right? Because there is a system. And so with our businesses, when we say we have a business, we need to look for ways to scale, ways to put some automation, some systems in place so that our business continue to run, even when we're not there. Or we can allow our virtual assistants or assistants, administration, your team, what Teresa was saying to us is so very important. So we're about to kind of close out, but I want to ask you ladies this question. I want to give all of you an opportunity to kind of share. For the Black woman listening right now, Okay, because y'all know our sisters are listening. Who has a business idea and want to start a business? What word of advice would you give her? Someone that's just starting out, have an idea, but just need some direction. What would you say to her?
Be resilient. Trust your gut instinct, walk in your own truths, and really ask yourself, do I want to live or do I want to exist? Because if you don't know where you're heading direction wise and you don't have that focus and that clarity, you're easily going to be subjective of what external factors are trying to depict on you or what the world is trying to say about you. But whenever you do it from internally, knowing who and whose you are and materialize that externally, then you will really have that synergy and that overall place for you to remain grounded and steadfast. And the last thing I want to say is this profound question is, how much are they paying you to sleep on your dreams? Because sometimes people could dangle that money in front of you and you could be complacent because you think that money is golden, but that money may be causing you to remain stagnant and remain in a holding pattern of complacency because you got too comfortable. Whereas it's time for you to step outside of your comfort zone and really ignite your purpose while here on earth, because you don't want your dreams to end up in the graveyard.
So sweet. Okay, someone else?
I would say, for me, you have to really put God in everything you do. You have to ask God for direction, ask God for guidance. You have to even ask God for a discernment spirit, because some people will take advantage of you. So you have to make sure that you know the spirit of discernment. And you have to realize one thing my grandma used to say, she used to always tell me the three people will come in your life, one for a season, one for a reason, and one for a lifetime. And it's up to you to know the difference between all three. So she would tell me that you have to ask God for that discernment, because people will come and take advantage of you.
Right. That's good wisdom. Good wisdom. Okay, anyone else?
I would say faith over fear. But you have to realize if this is something that God has told you to do in terms of a vision, or is this something that you choose to do on your own? Because there is a difference. Because if God has his hand on it or within it, you're going to flourish. You're going to scale. You will build a business and you will do something that you never thought. You could be the first one in your family who's God has given that entrepreneurial spirit to. You could be the chosen one in your family, such as I am. So always, like Dr. Joe said, keep God first in all that you do. Ask him any question, okay, God, where am I to go today? Who am I to speak to today? In your meetings, okay, God, remove me from self, your God, step in me and be my mouthpiece. You have to do all that within your business in order for you to build your business in a manner in which you see yourself growing your business.
Absolutely. Having a relationship with God. And then, we may have individuals that are not people of faith or what have you. And they might, they're higher power or what have you. So therefore, all we know is that you cannot do this work alone. And if you try to do it alone, you're going to definitely suffer some deep consequences, mentally, emotionally, and physically, because owning a business and starting a business, scaling a business, it takes time and it will take a toll on you, so you do have to make sure that you have the right mindset for this. All right, Tanya, did you want to share?
Yes. One of the things that I tell people all the time is to trust your passion. People build businesses on everything every day. There's always someone out there that needs what you love to do. and stick with the process, because just like you just said, it's a process. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. A lot of times we're looking at the shiny growth on top, but not understanding the process of the growth of where it needs, there's weeds, the root, that needs to be nurtured, that needs to be fed, that needs to be watered. So trust the process. Don't be so quick to give up. If this is something that you love to do, trust it. Trust that passion and move forward in it. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it. I had that experience when I first got into virtual assisting, and I'm one of those type of people that I like to think outside the box. I like to be different. And I had an idea of something that I wanted to do, and a business coach told me, "Oh, that's impossible. No one has ever done that before. You'll never be able to be successful in doing that." And I'm grateful that I trusted my own passion, and that I was able to say, you know what, I'm going to show you that I can do it. So, and so 5 years later down the line, I am doing it. So trust the passion and trust the process. Keep moving forward. Stay focused on whatever it is that you're trying to do.
That's good. Trust the process. Rashida, did you want to chime in on that?
Well, I say one, go for it. Okay. Go ahead and get out there. Look, the famous quote is, done better than perfect. Okay. So just go ahead and get out there, get it done. And, we can put on the layers first, but, you got to just get over yourself and walk into your purpose and make sure that you do it. But 2 is know your purpose. Take your time. A lot of times I just see what the world is always like. Let's do it fast. Let's do it this. But you and him is the only time that you need to worry about. Okay. Do your research, get a mentor, use score.org. You can find a mentor who will help you, get the business set up straight. Establish relationships with people. There's so many areas that you need to establish relationships, bankers. You need to establish relationships with people in your field, so that you can refer out to. You also need to network with people as well, just in business, so that this journey that can be very lonely is not so lonely as you continue on. So don't be afraid to get out there and shake some hands, and don't be afraid to pitch yourself, because you can get free money, by pitching yourself. But hey, what does that have to do? That has to do with knowing your purpose, having that confidence, and then walking into it. And then be mindful where you put your money. Just really be mindful. Always set your goals. And then the last 2 things that I would say is, you are a movement. Think of yourself as a movement so that you can move forth, and that you're bringing people on a journey to change and transform, no matter what it is in your business. And then the last thing I will say is to seek wisdom. Get wisdom. If you're seeking wisdom and not seeking money, the money is going to come, because your talent will room for whatever it is that you're trying to do. Okay. And so get wisdom. I'm spiritual too, but it says seek wisdom with all you have. Do that over money, and the wealth will come. It will come.
Absolutely. So that's good. I mean, everything you all said, it can even apply to the woman who's in business and may feel a bit stuck or stagnated. But I want you to share with me one thing. I don't want no 2 and 3 and 4. One thing that you would say to a woman, a Black woman who's in business now, and she may feel a bit stuck or stagnant. What word of advice would you give to her? One thing that you could share with her.
One thing that I would share is examine the challenges. Don't be afraid to look at the missteps. Like, where did I fall? Where did I mess up? And say, you know what? It's time to create a plan. Maybe I have to scrap what I did before, but examine.
Awesome. Someone else?
I would say consult. So, because if you're spinning your wheels with your own ideas, don't be afraid to consult with others in your field who can help you get out of the bind that you're in. Sometimes we're addicted to our own work and our hard labor. So let's make sure that we break up with that notion in 2022, and that we make sure that we get with other people and who can help us get out of that mindset or just the funk that we might be in.
Okay, great. Next, Genesis.
Don't be afraid to pivot and reinvent the wheel if needed. It's okay to try something new.
Awesome. Teresa.
I agree with what everyone said thus far. So it's okay to make a mistake and just learn from that mistake. And then if you still having problems, like Rashida said, get some type of consultation to help you see where the mistake is, so you'll be able to move forward. So.
Awesome. Dr. Joe.
I would say, you know what? Do it afraid. Do it anyway. Do it for courage. Do it faith over fear. Just do it anyway.
That's good. This has been really a great discussion. And, in closing, I just want to thank God for you ladies taking time out of your busy schedules to pour into every single woman that is viewing us right now. We want you to know, ladies, that you got this, and then we got you. And so if there is any support that you need, these ladies are here for you. So real quickly, I just want them to tell their social media handle or website where they could connect with you. So Genesis, I'll start with you. Tell them how they could connect with you.
You can connect with me by going to my website, which is beacons.ai/Genesis Amaris Kemp. I am on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Twitter is Genesis A Kemp, and Facebook and Instagram is Genesis Amaris Kemp. But go to the website, you'll have all the information you need in one centralized place.
Awesome. Thank you, Genesis. Tanya, how can we connect with you?
My website is mjsvirtualservices.com. I'm also on Instagram, mjs_virtual, and mjs virtual services on Facebook.
Awesome. Thank you. Teresa, how can we connect with you?
You can connect with me with trjtransportation.com, minoritycarrier.com. On LinkedIn, you can look me up by my name, Teresa Watson, or either minorityprofessionaltruckers.com. On LinkedIn, and then as well on Facebook.
Awesome. Rashida, how can we connect with you?
Connect with me at Target Financial on all platforms. And then just join me at www.the Cashflow Convo. And you can find my podcast on Anchor as well, The Cashflow Convo.
Awesome. Dr. Joe, how can we connect with you?
You can connect with me on all social media at Dr. Joe Harris. And on my website is www.commonmindsllc.com. And my blog is healthyminds.com.
Awesome. And as I stated, of course, we are women of faith, and I just want to encourage you. The reason why we're able to do what we do is because we understand the principle of Proverbs 27:17 that says, as iron sharpens iron, so a man sharpens the countenance of his friend. Girlfriend, y'all are friends, and that's what we wanted to do. And that was to sharpen you. And it feels good to know that you're not alone. And that's what we want you to know. You are not alone, and that we wanted to pour this wisdom into you. So go make the money, go manage your money, and go multiply your money. And I want you to remember, you add value to every room, to every table, and to every life. Go be the great Black CEO woman this world needs. I thank you ladies for sharing with us. Bye. Tell everyone bye.
China after 9 years abroad. I ended up living in a place that I didn't want to be, and on a sofa I didn't want to be. And I had to learn how to fight my way back to be able to now resume my position and my voice on the world stage. It was not easy because I was accustomed to having a comfortable life. And then all of a sudden, due to depression, I found myself losing everything, almost including my mind, as I no longer thought that I was capable, worthy, or had the ability to co-create a life that is pleasing to God. I am in San Jose, Costa Rica. This is not my first journey abroad. In fact, this is my 30th. However, I spent 9 years in China, and I found that my work in helping people get started, helping those who are lost, stuck, or trapped, find their voice again, prompted me to start my business. My name is Dr. Sherol Dossett. I'm originally from New York City, but am currently residing in San Jose, Costa Rica. I am the executive producer of the original OG channel on the XOD network and the TV producer on Preach the Word network, and my show is entitled The Court of Heaven Talk Show. My aim is to help individuals who are lost, stuck, or trapped find freedom and comfort and laughter like the children upon entering the court of heaven, so that they may live a life victoriously and fearlessly. And how do I plan to make the world a better place? In helping individuals who are lost, stuck, or trapped, and able to accept their environment and to live out their life authentically. Keep your head above water. Greetings, my name is Dr. Sherol Dossett. This is a song that I recently produced because it culminates my journey in overcoming depression. You see, contrary to what you might see in front of me, I have not always been this open about my journey because I often wondered, where did this come from? And I realized that there's due to a generational bloodline issue. Some call it a stronghold. Some people in the religious faith call it a curse. I knew that every time as I tried to excel in my career, I would always fall back down. And so the backdrop for this presentation is the result of me learning how to keep my head above water as I enter the courtroom of heaven. So you might wonder, what is the courtroom of heaven and why is it important now? You see, many of us who are accustomed to traditional religious principles, we feel that we operate at a certain level. And if you have issues, you may want to bind, you may want to loose, you may want to plead, you may want to plead the blood, you may want to fast, but nothing is working. I was one myself who suffered from that dilemma. And so today, the aim is to help the listener and the viewers find comfort and freedom to engage the courtroom of heaven. Now, who is in the courtroom of heaven? Well, who we meet in the courtroom of heaven is called the accuser or Satan, whose aim is to aggressively attack and devour your what? Your destiny. And so today I want to review 3 areas of importance. Number 1, I would like the listener to learn how to engage the courtroom of heaven with confidence. 2, understand what is the difference between a curse and a covenant. And 3, how you may obtain legal authority to get back all that was taken from you. And with that being said, let's start off with a little understanding of what is a curse. We've heard curses all our lives, but we may not understand it. The Bible refers to the curse and uses an analogy of a bird. And as a bird flies over, when a bird is about to drop its dew, it's looking for where to drop its dew. But oftentimes you're walking around, you're not aware. And until you might reach a destination, you may notice that, oh, I have something upon me. I've been hit. Oh my God. And so part of this aim today is to help you understand that curses are generational. and they look to see where they can hit. In my case, it hit me in my emotions. It hit me in my mental faculties, where at one point I forgot exactly what I was doing. I forgot my accomplishments, my achievements. I have walked around in a cloud. It was not until I began to understand that these are generational strongholds and that people are not comfortable enough to talk about what and how to be delivered from a curse. You see, many of us, when we have a relationship with God, we look at God from only one perspective. We know God as our Father. We know God as our friend. But very few of us come to understand God as the counsel of the righteous judge. When you understand that, you also understand as above, so below. So within this vein, if there is a legal course of action to receive legal remedies, why wouldn't there be a spiritual course of action to receive spiritual remedies? Let me explain something to you to make it really easy. Think of a door. When you walk outside of the door, as I look at my door now, I'm sitting in Costa Rica. On the inner side of the door is the heavenly realm. But once I open that door, I step into the spiritual realm. So I mean the earthly realm is on the back of the door. In front of the door is the heavenly realm. And that's where we find comfort, because now are we no longer operating in the earthly realm. We have stepped into the heavenly realm. We have stepped into a kingdom, whereas kingdom citizens, we have our rights, we have responsibilities, and we also have an opportunity to regain our legal authority to retake and overcome our life. So with that being said, I want to clear up some explanations. And first of all, a curse is not a curse unless it has a legal recourse. It has a legal cause. And so you look at the issue of mental health, you look at the issue of depression, you wonder why some of the family members, that all the women in the family may have depression. It is not because it is simply a bad day. A bad day is completely different. And the reason why I know that, because I suffered with a bad day, and I also suffered with clinical depression. It was undiagnosed, but how did I know that it was true? Because it was aggressive, it was constant, and it was a pattern. And isn't that the way the accuser tries to attack you? In fact, I equate the accuser, meaning Satan, as the assassin which takes your destiny. And so with that being said, let's learn how we can embark upon our renewal. Let's learn how we can embark upon taking our life back for your freedom, so you can have a life of happiness, have a life of wholeness, being able to enjoy a relationship. And so remember this, that the enemy has three goals. He seeks to destroy you, he seeks to devour you, and he seeks to kill you in the spiritual realm. And therefore, it takes spiritual or divine intervention, legal precepts, and understanding to step outside your earthly battle and step into the heavenly realm, because warfare is what it is. Sun Tzu, the ancient military strategist, Chinese military strategist, said, if you know heaven and you know earth, your victory is complete. I love Sun Tzu. I lived in China 9 years. And so a lot of the work that I do, a lot of the presentations uses ancient Chinese wisdom combined with ancient Hebrew wisdom in order for me to get an awareness of my destiny and the importance of my destiny. As we go forward, I want to give you some steps that will qualify you to go into the courtroom of heaven, and some equal steps that will disqualify you. Number one, the first thing to do is not to be arrogant, not to feel that you're owed something, that you're entitled to something because you have education or money. No, 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 no. In order to embark upon the court of heaven, to receive your breakthrough, you must enter with humility. You must be in a position to repent. You must also enter with faith, because faith is the title deed for your victory. Now, once you enter into the courtroom of heaven, please understand that this is not a physical place in the domain in which you can see with the natural eye. Oh, no, 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 I beg to differ. This is a domain in which you're only able to enter through prayer and repentance. This may sound very strange to some of you, but I can tell you this. This is what helped me overcome more than 50 years of being depressed and fighting it and fighting it. I knew that it was a curse that I carried through my generational bloodline, because it kept coming against me at the most inopportune times in my life. But once I'd entered into the courtroom and I submitted myself with humility and asking God to forgive me for any evil that I had in my spirit, I was able finally to get my breakthrough. But that being said, today I want you to feel encouraged. I want you to feel inspired that whatever you're up against, whatever you are in terms of the trajectory of your life, that is not over. And that most importantly, you must always remember to keep your head above water. Once again, this is Dr. Dossett. I thank you for listening. I thank you that you're here today, that we have an opportunity to share and to discuss. Once again, thank you again. Revelations 5:10 says, you let them become kings and serve God as priests, and they will rule on earth. The 7 mountains of influence for Christ and his kingdom is transforming and changing the nation. Keep your head above water. Gotta find a way just to make it up. Keep your head above water. Even when it hurts, even when you doubt. No doubting, in the courtroom of heaven. Keep your head above water. Gotta find a way just to make it up. Keep your head above water. Even when it hurts, even when you doubt. The Lord Almighty says, I got to work smarter. Now what should I do? I got to go harder. I got something to prove. We got something to do. I am in the zone, I'ma take it out. This is just my own, I'ma break it out. Don't you hit my phone, you stay out the cloud. I am all alone in the rain and rock. I be feeling cold, that's without a doubt. You are just a clone, you a goofy clown. I am royalty, I will take the crown. I will take a stand for the right and wrong. Your royalty, know your citizenship. Keep your head above water. Even when it hurts, even when you doubt. Keep your head above water. Gotta find a way just to make it up. Keep your head above water. Always. Even when it hurts, even when you doubt. Hold me close, never let me go. I am the rose laying in the snow. I'ma plant the seed, I'ma watch it grow. I'ma make the clothes, I'ma finish strong. As I make it through, as I come along. If you cannot swim, you just gotta float. Just to save your life, just to stay around. Keep your head above water. Keep your head above water. Gotta find a way just to make it up. Keep your head above water. Even when it hurts, even when you doubt. Keep your head above water. I had to learn it. Gotta find a way just to make it up. Keep your head above water. Even when it hurts, even when you doubt. Keep holding on, please. Keep holding on. Tell them what the Lord Almighty says. You let them become kings and serve God as priests, and they will Revelation 5:10. So keep your head above water. Thank you for listening. This is Dr. Dossett.
It takes me all the way back to when I was a young girl. I was born and raised in a very small town in South Louisiana, and I was raised in the 70s. And during that time, skin tone, especially in South Louisiana, was a big thing. And as you can see, for me, I was a dark-skinned girl. I spoke well, I was very educated, but I would always get the, oh, you're so smart for a dark-skinned girl, or oh, you're so pretty, which was a really big thing for a dark-skinned girl. And that message that it sent to me was that there's something wrong with you because you are a dark-skinned girl. Why kaleidoscope outreach? In my practice, I'm a faith-based therapist as well. And in my practice, I've worked with many women
who have gone through so many painful things in life. And a lot of it could have been avoided. They could have made better decisions had they had the right foundation. So my heart went out to young women, teen girls, early young adults. And at Kaleidoscope Outreach, we work with them to help them to develop a firm, solid foundation that's built on biblical principles. It enables them to be able to go out, to embrace who they are, to be able to fully appreciate the young woman that God has designed them to be. So that's the why. That's why Kaleidoscope Outreach, so that young girls will be able to fully embrace who they are in God. Hi, I'm Dr. Crystal Consinary, founder and executive director of Kaleidoscope Outreach out of Marietta, Georgia. My greatest desire for the people that work with me is that they will walk away with a true sense of self. That they will fully love and appreciate the person that God designed them to be. I plan on making the world a better place, one person at a time. With everyone that I work with, everyone that is able to fully love and appreciate who they are, the hope is that they will be able to go out and extend that love and appreciation to others. And little by little, we will all be able to fully embrace and love the person that we were designed to be. Hi guys, I am Dr. Crystal Consinary out of Marietta, Georgia, a suburb of Metro Atlanta. I am a certified faith-based clinical counselor, as well as a life and business coach. And this afternoon, I don't know when you guys are actually listening to me, but I wanted to just take some time to talk with you guys about the topic of not being true to yourself. And to start off, I just want to share with you a little bit about what got me here today, and what got me to this topic, right? So I am a woman of a certain age. I am 52 years old, right? 52 years young. But I've been on this journey for about 10 years now. I used to work with a business coach. She was amazing, but she had some family issues that came up, so she had to step away from her practice. Now, I work with women, but I'm always wanting to do more. I'm always wanting to, better myself, better my practice. So for the last 10 years, I've been on this journey looking for someone who could help me, who could guide me, and who could help me to grow and expand my business so that I could have a greater reach to help more individuals. And I've aligned myself, I've spent thousands and thousands upon dollars aligning myself with women who professed to be a Christian coach. And what I found is that as I would get in there and I would start working with them, something just wouldn't add up, right? Either their business practices were not truly in line with God's word, their lifestyles were not truly in line. And I'm not here to say, if you're going to be successful in business, you have to be this all-out devout Christian. But what I am saying is, for me, that's what I was looking for. So about a month ago, I was just very, very frustrated, super frustrated. I was praying. I was like, God, I just cannot find anyone that adheres to the standards that they put out there. And as clear as day, I heard God say, that's because you are the standard. And I was like, no, that's a prideful thought. No, that is not me. That is not God. So I kept praying, and it came again. You are the standard. So I stepped away, went back, prayed some more. And what I came to realize is that it's not you are the standard in a prideful way. It's that you are the standard because God is saying he had instilled in me the things that he wants to be put out there to help others who are in business that are looking for someone to help them, to guide them, but that at the same time can be a success while adhering to his principles. So I was like, okay, all right, I can wrap my head around this. And then a friend of mine called maybe about 15, 20 minutes after that. And she was like, hey girl, what are you doing? How are you? So I said, well, since you asked, and since you're on the other end of this phone, let me just share with you what I've been thinking, what I've been battling, what I've been struggling with. So I pretty much shared with her exactly what I just shared with you. And her response to me was, and you are, and it's not prideful to think that, God has gifted each and every one of us with certain abilities, and we have to embrace that. And she said, you teach that to women all the time. That's what you do. So why can't you just accept that at this moment in life, that is what God has prepared you for? That's why you can't find anyone. And again, I'm not saying this, guys, to my own horn and to say I'm amazing, although I will say, my clients, they do seem to have a great appreciation for me. But I know you're wondering, well, why is she sharing this, right? So the reason I'm sharing it is because I want to talk about deception and self-doubt, and how when we fall into that, we tend to deviate, right? So deception and self-doubt, those are the enemy's greatest tools. And there's a progression. We don't just get an idea and say, oh, this is what God wants for my business, and then we begin to doubt ourselves. No, there's a progression that happens, and we have to be very mindful of that progression. We know that God places a dream or a vision on our heart. We know these things. When it happens, we feel it, and we become so excited. But when we get that vision, when we have that excitement, what's the first thing we do? We go out and we tell everybody, this is what I want to do. This is my dream. God spoke to me. This is what he's telling me to do. And instead of embracing God's plan and praying about it and really taking time to continue to seek his guidance, we allow other people to step in with their opinions. And although well-meaning, sometimes those opinions can be very negative and they become very discouraging to us. And when that happens, the first thing that we do, we begin to listen. We begin to listen to the negativity. And for that, guys, we have to carefully monitor who we let into our mental space. If we're going to be successful in business, if you're going to make it, if you're going to walk away today and move forward with your business to impact the masses, you have to be very mindful of who you let into your mental space. And if you guys don't take anything else away from what I'm sharing with you today, remember this one thing. Our hopes and dreams are like infants, right? And we can't just trust infants to anyone. And the same is true with our hopes and dreams. So first, right, we begin to listen. We listen to all that negativity. And once we begin to listen to it, the second thing is we then allow the negativity to truly come in there, and we begin to dwell on it. So instead of focusing on the assignment that God has given us, all of our attention is now focused on all the negative talk, right? The questions that people are asking, the things that they're saying. Are you sure you can do this? Are you qualified to do this? We've heard it. Do you have the funding to do this? You can't really think you're going to quit your day job and be a success at this entrepreneurship, right? All of the negativity. And we begin to dwell on that. And as we dwell on that and really let that get into our spirit and into our psyche, the third thing that happens, just like with anything, right? When you spend enough time with something or someone, you begin to believe in it. And we begin to believe, well, I'm really not capable of doing this. That was just a pipe dream. People like me don't succeed in this area. That's meant for other people. And then that doubt begins to grow. And when the doubt begins to grow, it truly takes on a life of its own. So then what happens next, right? Lastly, we begin to move according to the doubt. Where before we were excited and we were setting goals and we were making plans, now our thoughts become cloudy. And we're truly doubting ourselves. We begin to doubt our ability. We doubt the calling that God has placed on our life. We lose our motivation. And then we begin to compare ourselves to others, right? That's when we look around and we're like, well, she's a success, and this is how she handles her practice. He's a success. This is how he handles his business. We begin to compare. And this is the part, guys, where when we begin to compare ourselves to others, that's what I call deviating for the dollar, right? So we set aside the pure intentions that we started out with, and we begin to mimic the actions of others for the sake of gaining new clients, for the sake of turning a profit, right? We change the things that make us unique in an effort to fit into a certain standard, right? A standard that whatever profession we're in may have set, a standard that the world has set. What we do is we lose our true authenticity and we become cookie cutter versions of those around us. Romans 12, verse 2 tells us, do not conform to the patterns of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to stand and approve what God's will is, his good, pleasing, and perfect will. So we're meant to stand out in our uniqueness. We're not meant to be mediocre. And to do this, we have to constantly be aware of our thoughts. We have to protect our emotional integrity. And the way we protect our emotional integrity is by keeping out the negativity, right? We have to make sure that our thoughts, as well as our actions, are in line with God's will for our lives. So today, I would just like to leave you with a quick way to do a daily self-check on your thoughts, right? So when you get up in the morning, doesn't matter what time it is, commit to taking a few minutes to simply sitting there, laying there, and being still. If possible, tune out all the noise around you. But if you can't, at least tune out that mental noise, all of those thoughts that tend to rove around in our heads in the early morning. Focus your attention on one thing and really silence the noise. So then after you've been still for a few moments, right? The next thing you want to do is to begin to survey yourself. Survey where you are, how you're doing. Ask yourself these questions. 1, how do I feel today? Am I happy? Am I sad? Am I angry? Am I anxious? And then ask yourself, why do I feel this way? What is going on in my life that's causing me to be anxious? What is going on in my life that's causing me to be sad or angry? And then here's where you have to now commit to doing the work, the self-work. Then ask yourself, do I need to make any personal changes to improve how I feel today? And then lastly, once you've figured out how you're feeling, once you've identified if there are any changes that you need to make to improve your mental, your mental thoughts for that day, ask yourself, how will I show up for myself today? And make that promise, make that commitment to yourself. It can be something as small as I will sit for a moment and have a cup of tea in silence. It can be I will go to the gym, I will work on this project. But how will you show up for yourself today, right? So guys, like I said, I'm Dr. Crystal. I am in Marietta, Georgia, right outside of the Metro Atlanta area. You can find me at Dr. Crystal on Facebook, Instagram. But let's commit today, guys. Let's commit to ourselves to not be swayed and to not be guided by fear and doubt. Have an amazing day.
I'm gonna ask you a few questions today, and I want you to be totally honest with yourself. So it's just you in the room by yourself. So if I hit something and that's you, just say, "Ooh, that's me," to yourself. Do you feel like you're stuck in a rut? You're doing the same routine and getting the same results, which are not what you want. You feel like you're just in a situation that's not producing. Like you know it should be more, but it's not. And you're there. Or maybe you had these dreams, these hopes, these ideas that you just found on paper, and you realize that you have not taken one step toward your dream. And you're like, what have I done with the last 8 years of my life? Or maybe you're just in a season of wondering, what is my next? What is my next position? What is my next idea? What's the next thing I'm supposed to be working on? And you just kind of like question mark, wondering what's your next. My name is Christy Staples, and we're going to talk about today overdue for a breakthrough. Now, I'm just talking to the people that are just like me who can admit to say, hey, Christy, I'm overdue for a breakthrough. I'm overdue for a breakthrough in my finances. Like, I've jacked that up. The pandemic came along and it got jacked up even more. So now I realize how bad off I really am. Hey, Christy, like me, I'm overdue for a breakthrough in my weight loss. I've been stuck at this same weight for too long. And I have too many resources. I have too many tools. I have too much potential to be walking around here fat. That's me. Christy, I'm ready for something different. I'm overdue for a breakthrough in my business. I've been making the same amount of money, been working with the same clients, but now I'm ready for a different clientele. I'm ready to offer new revolving services. I'm ready to go into a new network. I'm ready to attract some new people because I'm tired of these same people that keep coming to me, not getting results. So I can't move forward. Christy, I'm overdue for a breakthrough. My relationship is on the brink. I want to stick in it. I want to break through, but I don't know what that next level is. I'm ready for a breakthrough in my relationship. Something has to break before it breaks me. If you're honest with yourself and you fall into any of those categories of needing a breakthrough, you're ready to go through that invisible ceiling that you've placed on yourself and go to that next level. You're ready to go higher. That's where I am. I'm ready to go higher in my life. I want some different things. I desire some different things. But I had to realize that I was overdue for a breakthrough because I let fear, procrastination, laziness, unclear goals, I let other people's opinions, I let lack of confidence, I let all these things overwhelmingly consume me and paralyze me with fear. And so I stayed stuck, I stayed stagnant, I stayed where I shouldn't have been. And I stayed there for too long. I set up camp, I put an address there. I started getting mail in a position in a season that I was no longer a part of, that I should not have been attached to. I'm overdue for a breakthrough. I'm overdue for a breakthrough. I've stayed in this body physically for too long. You're getting older. You don't process up the same way you did. It doesn't come off as quickly. So now you need more helping, more coaching, more guidance, more support to discipline yourself in the area to put that cake, chicken, and them cookies down. I'm overdue for a breakthrough in my weight. I'm 6'4" and 350 pounds. I've been this way for too long. I cannot go onto stages and be out of breath because of my weight. Now, I can't do nothing about my legs. I can't cut my legs off. But I sure can shave down these hips. I sure can shave off some pounds to get to that next level, breakthrough. Christy, I'm ready for a breakthrough. In order to experience breakthrough, you have to realize where you are. Let's define breakthrough. This is my definition of breakthrough. Breakthrough is a realization point. And you realize that you are living below the level at which you're supposed to be living. You realize you've been there for too long. You realize that you placed that cap on yourself. And you realize that you have not achieved these goals. Being overdue for a breakthrough is a point of realization. You realize I'm stuck, I'm stagnant, I need to move past this. I'm ready for more. And it's all my fault. Not anybody else's fault, it's all my fault. I realize that. So when you are ready to take your life to the next level, you have to acknowledge and know that fear, procrastination, other people's opinions, all these things that got you there is because you allowed it to get you there. So first of all, what do you have to do? Christy, I'm overdue for a breakthrough. Christy, I'm ready to break through. Everything that you're talking about is me. And some other stuff that you didn't talk about. Now, because I didn't talk about everything. But how do I break through, Christy? I don't know. I'm stuck. That's why I'm here. I'm stagnant. I don't know how to get to the next point. So you've taken the first step by acknowledging and saying verbally, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. So first thing is recognize where you are. Recognize where you are. Be honest with yourself and say, hey, I'm living here. I'm doing this. I'm at this job. I'm doing this. I'm in this relationship. Recognize where you are. Just take an assessment of your life. I'm driving this kind of car. I'm doing this. I'm paying this. My credit score is this. I'm in a relationship with this. I'm doing this. Recognize where you are, because you can't go any further not recognizing where you are and being honest with yourself. This is an exercise for you. You don't have to share this with anybody. Just recognize where you are. Where are you in life? Where are you? Next, once you recognize where you are, now we need to recognize where you need to go. And that's getting a vision for your life. When you get a vision for your life, there's a clarity and a confidence that comes along that is unmatched, is unparalleled. And when you get clear in your life, you get an energy that you never knew you had. You get the confidence and the boldness to tap into stuff that you never thought that you could tap into. That's what getting a vision for your life is all about. It's gaining the clarity of where you're going. So now that you know where you're going, now you need to detox your life. What am I serving or doing, or what's in my life that's hindering me from getting to that point? Take an inventory. Okay, Chris, you want to lose weight? I got to stop going to Kroger getting that fried chicken plate because it's $5. I got to stop that. Okay, I need to go into the refrigerator, detox the cabinets, the refrigerator, everything in my kitchen. Okay, I need to get some meal prep containers. Okay, I need to start going to the grocery store on this day, buying this type of food, cooking these type of meals. Okay, I need to deal with the brain. I need to deal with the emotions behind why I emotionally eat. I need to deal with the reasoning behind my comfort food. I need to deal with the mental anguish and the separation anxiety that's going to come from not having that coffee, not having that chicken. What's a substitute? What's a healthier alternative to those things? Okay. So I need to take inventory of everything that I'm doing to get to that vision, to get to that goal, to get to that dream that I desire. So once I take inventory and I have that vision, I have the steps that I need. Now I need to get into motion. I need to get into motion. I'm not waiting on anybody to come rescue me. I'm not waiting on anybody to hand me a magic pill. I'm not waiting on anybody to hand me $10,000. I need to go out and put it into motion. Hey, you looking for a speaker? I'm here to speak. Hey, you need a logo? Hey, I'm here. Hey, you looking for a workout buddy? Hey, I'm here. Hey, I'm looking for a therapist. You got somebody on speed dial who you trust? Hey, I'm looking for somebody to help me with my wardrobe. You got a stylist? Put into motion what you desire. That means start to take action. If I don't have a gym membership, the first thing I can do is just walk out the door, walk down the street, walk the neighborhood, get your app on your phone. It doesn't have to cost money. It's just going to cost you your comfort zone. That's what it's going to cost you. And the last thing is become confident in the new you. Become comfortable with your new lifestyle. Become comfortable with these new levels of conversation. Become comfortable with the new level of employees. Become comfortable with the new level of grouping. Become comfortable within this new network. Become comfortable in this new body. Become comfortable with your new thoughts. You have to become comfortable not being the old you. So you need to move your level of comfort zone from over here not getting the results that you want to move to this comfort zone of getting what you want. I have to be comfortable putting on a size smaller shirt. I have to be comfortable to put on a new mindset every day. I have to be comfortable saying what my new price is. I have to be comfortable going to that car dealership and saying, this is what I want and desire. I have to become comfortable being the new me. But I only can do that if I'm ready, truly ready for a breakthrough. And I can answer these questions. What am I tired of? What am I ready for? And what am I willing to do to give this thing a try? That's when you really can break through in that invisible ceiling that you placed on yourself. Remember, a breakthrough is a point of realization when you realize that you've been living below your dreams, your aspirations, and your desires for too long. You realize you've been doing things that haven't gotten you the results that you want. You realize that you placed a handicap on yourself. It's a point of realization when you realize I'm not doing enough in life to get what I really want. When you realize you're not living the dream that you want. So are you ready to break through? Are you overdue for a breakthrough in your life? Be honest with yourself. My name is Christy Staples, and I'm here to help you break through those things that have been holding you back, the fear, the procrastination that have been holding you back in your life. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to the How to Get Your Act Together Connecting versus Communicating workshop. This is for the Black CEO Conference. I'm your presenter, Angela Hooper Minifield. So first, I just want to welcome you all, and again, thank you for coming. Hopefully you came from after hearing our keynote presentation on getting your act together. Please put your information in the chat. Tell us where you're from, what's your name, and again, thank you so much for coming. So let me just tell you a little bit about myself. Again, my name is Angela Hooper Minifield. I am a success coach for executives, entrepreneurs, senior managers, and public officials. I'm also one of your Black CEO coaches, so I'm happy to announce that as well. I am a motivational and keynote speaker. I serve as an executive director through the Maxwell Leadership Certified Team, a DISC Level 2 certified human behavioral consultant. I have over 28 years of experience as a senior manager within the federal government, 2 HR certifications, and I'm an instructor at St. Joseph's College and with the John Maxwell Leadership Certified Team. And I've been an entrepreneur for 7 years. And so it is really an honor and privilege to have an opportunity to create a workshop for you. So just so we can catch up just a little bit, hopefully you were able to see my keynote presentation where I talked about how to get your act together. And I mentioned that getting your act together was a composition or a collaboration of 3 key components: attitude, communication, and thought. And so this workshop today will focus on C, the communication. I actually picked communication for the workshop because, again, I really look forward to giving people something that they can take and apply immediately. Attitude and thoughts, while there are some core steps that we can take to get some immediate results, which I mentioned in my keynote, I do see those as more coaching activities to get that consistency and true transformation. And so one of the things I'd love to have you guys do for me is put some information in the chat. For instance, what is one thing you want to accomplish or ensure that's covered today? Now, why do I ask that? I ask that for a couple of reasons, because I think it's always important as students that we set our expectations whenever we start in a training session. So what are your expectations? Because we get what we come for. And so again, expectations are key to our results. Also, what do you want from today's training? And what is one takeaway when it comes to communicating or connecting versus only communicating would you like to make sure that you can leverage? So now let me tell you what my objectives are, because again, I come to every training with objectives to well. Well, one, I just need you to know that I am really excited to be here. And one of my core objectives is to add value. You could do anything you choose with your time. So the fact that you've said yes to this workshop means a lot to me. So I promise you 2 things. One, that you're going to learn the difference between just communicating and how to connect with others, but also how you can then take this foundation and add on to it as you grow and develop more. Because again, growth is an ongoing process. So we don't want you just to learn something today. We want you to learn continually. And so let me start with a question for you. Have you ever been in a conversation with another person and it was obvious that they weren't listening to you? And so now, as you think about and maybe recall having that as an example, how did it feel for you? And what about going into a place of business and feeling as if you were not wanted there, or the services or that gives you service in the sense that it suggests you're their lowest priority? So I got to ask you a question. Would you go back? Now, the answer for most of us is that it did not feel well. We felt ignored, marginalized, undervalued. And I know on the go back question for 99% of us, it's probably not. Not unless this was the only place we could get this as a resource. Now, why do you think I ask you that question? Because one, it's a common experience, but it again speaks to the difference between connecting and communicating. It also helps us to think about what it felt like, because when we do it, I think sometimes we don't think about that. There's a quote that says we judge others by their impact, we judge ourselves by our intentions. And so that's just something I want you to think about as we go through this content. Now, another thing I want you to do is for you to select a person in your life that you want to connect with better. So that could be your significant other, a supervisor, child, parent, friend, client, doesn't matter. But I think it's always helpful to have a face in our mind when we think about working on some of these components. So as we proceed, I want you to do a few things. I want you to write that person's name down. I want you to actually think about, what is the communication like now? And as we go through this next, 40 minutes, I said hour, but actually I won't take an hour. I need you to listen with intent for ways to better communicate or connect with this person. So also focus on what you can do better or improve in the relationship, not what they are doing incorrectly. Be intentional. And then I want you to act. Now, this act is a little different from my act. I want you to think about what it is you want to be accountable for, what you want to change, or what accountable or what action you want to take. What do you want to change, and what can you teach to others? And again, our act is attitude, connection, and thoughts. And so today, again, it's all about connection. So when we talk about communication, what is it? Communication is something that we always talk about. And so the second question is, when do we know we have communicated effectively? Because we communicate all the time, as I mentioned in the keynote. So communication is effective when some of these things happen. Each person feels heard, people are understood, there is active listening, facial expressions appropriately display listening. The sender and receiver typically walk away from the conversation with the same message. Clarifying questions were asked. The relationships are stronger, and a connection, which is our goal, is built. We hear each other's perspective and point of view. It also makes the team better, and people feel valued. So let's talk a little bit about value. What does it feel like when others demonstrate they value you? Also, how do you respond in return? Now, I hope you put some of these answers in the chat. Then on the opposite again, what was it like when you did not feel valued? And how did you respond there? So here's some things. If we know that people respond to us better when we treat them with value, one must ask themselves, what's the real issue? As in, why don't we consistently do these things? Well, one, there are actually barriers to communication. and some of the reasons why we have barriers or ways. I would love for you to start brainstorming those, because if we can begin to think about those, one, it lowers our anticipation or expectation of other people, because sometimes, again, we hold them to a higher standard than we hold ourselves. So I would love for you to put some of those things in the chat. And then what are some of the obstacles that you've personally dealt with or experienced? Because I think that's really important to recognize. And then also, what can we do differently to alleviate or eliminate these barriers? And then last but not least, if we eliminate these barriers, what would be some of those benefits? Because that will incentivize us to work harder at doing that. So again, let's talk about some of the barriers. Well, there are organizational barriers. There could be a negative organizational climate, absence of a communication policy, excessive authority layers, and filtering. Then there are the individual barriers, differences in personalities, and I really want to dig into this one. Perceptual differences, fears, stereotyping, the halo effect, inattention. And then other barriers could be information overload, faulty expression, status or power difference. So these are just some of the things that come up professionally and personally that create barriers. Now, I'm a certified human behavioral consultant with DISC, so I'm a big promoter of how DISC can really help us with communication. And it demonstrates just one of the many ways we can understand not only ourselves, but others. So failure to understand our strengths and blind spots can actually lead to communication barriers. This knowledge can help us flex to one another's preferred communication style. You see, awareness leads to a better awareness of self. Now, DISC is not intended to put you or anyone in a box. DISC basically describes behaviors and predicts future behavior. And so what is DISC? DISC is an acronym or a term that was introduced by American psychologist Dr. William Marston in the late 1920s. He developed a personality model based on the ideas of four main behavioral traits that he referred to as dominance, influence, steadiness, and compliance. That behavioral model gained attraction for practical industrial use in the workplace. DISC has since been used by a number of companies who have since leveraged the concept for use in many areas. Now, real briefly, DISC divides our personality into four styles. We're either outgoing or reserved, and then we take that and we designate either task-oriented or people-oriented to determine our dominant style. Now, all of us are a great mixture of all four of these styles, but this is a great resource. Now, for those of you who've never done a DISC assessment, I actually have a quick 2-question survey that you can take if you go to mydiscreport.com, and you can answer whether you're outgoing, reserved, task, or people-oriented. From there, it will at least help you figure out what's your first or most dominant style and give you a one-pager about some of the characteristics there. So that's just a great tool and resource I want to give to you. Of course, if you want more information about DISC and a full 31-page report, we can help you with that as well. So now when we talk about some of the barriers in overcoming barriers of effective communication in an organization, again, there are perceptual barriers. So that could be the difference of opinion or varied perceptions between people. Emotional barriers, the fear or mistrust stops us from communicating effectively. Then there's language barriers, language that describes what we would want to express, communicate to others, serve as barriers to them. Cultural barriers, a cultural barrier arises when two individuals in an organization belong to different religions, states, or countries. Physical barriers, that could be the hierarchy organization that forbids team members from effective interaction with one another. And then, how do we overcome those? Language and physical barriers can be overcome by training employees on the language, and also training managers, supervisors, and heads of departments on dealing effectively with their subordinates. So I want to tell you a quick story about me, just to help you to understand why connection became such a big issue for me. So probably when I was in my early 30s, so about 20 years ago, I had a boss, and this is when I worked in California. Let me just say, he did not like me. He resented the fact that I came there. He had some preconceived notions about women in leadership as well as minorities. And basically, he threw a lot of temper tantrums and always talked about, all I could do was answer the phone. He thought he knew everything, knew very little. In this scenario, I found myself showing up for work every day exactly on time. As in, if my shift started at 8 o'clock, I pulled up at 7:58, walked in the door at 7:59. I wasn't going to be late, but I definitely wasn't going to be early. We got off at 4:30. Let's just say at 4:25, I was packing it up. I did not like him either. He did not care for me. It was a very dysfunctional relationship. Again, I was respectful, but I knew I wasn't valued there. Fortunately for me, every summer that I worked for this guy, his name was Jerry, I had an opportunity to go to South Texas on detail. And I would actually stay even longer than they would ask if they, because they knew I had a young child, I was a single parent. But I worked for this guy named Ted. Ted was the best. He included me, he mentored me, he made me feel important, he valued me, things I didn't know, he taught me, he respected me. I mean, the list just goes on and on. We built a relationship and rapport. So I started work for Ted. My shift started at 3:30. I worked 4 to midnight technically. I would get to work sometimes an hour early. I would walk around, let Ted give me a debrief on he ran the day shift, I ran the night shift. And every evening after work, I would stay and write Ted this detailed update of the operations. When I tell you I went above and beyond, I never asked for anything extra. I didn't want to be paid for the extra time. I just wanted to give and give. And it reminds me of the law of reciprocity. When someone gives to you and they do so in a genuine way, it is inherently within us to want to give back. And so my time with Ted would always be so productive. Our office was the best. My shift would have some of the best results because we had a lot of quality measurements that we took. This was a laboratory environment. And I noticed that I would do this for 8-10 weeks, however long I was in South Texas. The moment I went back to California, guess what happened? 7:58 to 4:25 mentality. And then one day I realized that I was allowing California boss Jerry to control how I showed up. And I asked myself a question. What if I even gave Jerry just a piece of what I gave Ted? See, we blame the other person and says, well, I would be better. I would give them more if they changed. But is that really the way we're supposed to be? Our greatness is not dependent on other people. And so that last year I was in California, I showed up for Jerry in a way that I had shown up for Ted. And let me just say that year, our office in California ended up being the top office because another strange thing happened along the way. When I treated Jerry better than he treated me, he actually became better, and other people in the office treated him better too. I mean, literally, we would sit in the office and mock him and make fun of him of the things that he didn't know and what he didn't do because he was such a bad boss. He had no connection with anybody in the office. But I decided I could be better, and so I was. And so I tell you that story because now I want you to list the position of someone you felt you truly connected with well, And then that person also value you on a piece of paper. And of course, you can write either their name or position, and then do it for one you did not. So for instance, if you don't want to write names, you can write, like said, Boston, Texas, Boston, California. Now, I actually told you their names, but you can do that. Or, maybe it's in your personal life. Maybe it's one sibling. Maybe you have one sibling that you really connect with and another one you don't. Maybe it's one of your parents and the other one you don't. It's an aunt, uncle. But underneath those headers or titles, I want you to list the differences in those relationships and how those connections or lack thereof affect you on a day-to-day or regular basis. And so while we won't pause now for 3 minutes, I do really want you to do that. And then I want you to share in the chat, or share with someone that doesn't know these people. And so now this part of the workshop is for you to report out. What are some of the common attributes to the connection relationship? And then what are some of the common attributes to the relationship lacking connection? Because once you can begin to identify what relationships have connection, guess what? You can be intentional and create that for yourself. So now, a quote by my mentor and leadership guru, John Maxwell, says, making a difference in your work is not about productivity. It's about people. When you focus on others and connect with them, you can work together to accomplish great things. Now, I want to pause here because many of us are entrepreneurs. I am. But I also have a team of coaches that I work with on contracts. So it's important that I build connection. I have clients that I want to connect with. I also have an independent contractor that serves as my executive assistant, and she's really great. But it's really important that I build relationship and rapport with her, or that I connect with her. Just recently, I was asking her to help me work on some of my speaker profiles. And on a Sunday morning, 9 o'clock, she's texting me. That tells me we have a connection because, again, when it's only communication, people don't work on the weekends, not when they don't have to. So this is for us as entrepreneurs, as well as those of us who still work outside jobs. Now, another quote by John that I really love, where he says that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So you could be the smartest person in the room. And many of us are trying to grow ourselves as speakers and instructors, but guess what? Until the people on the other side of our words know we care about them and there's a connection, they don't care anything about our degrees, our certifications, how many stages we've been on. People want to know we care. And so connection requires us to be a few things. One is democratic, meaning that connection is all about it benefits everyone. When the discipline has completed its administration, even the one receiving it, while the person may not agree, everybody can agree that it was democratic as it was fair. When we talk about participative, we're talking about the fact that it's not a discussion only where you are talking, but everyone else has an opportunity to share. It's got to be respectful. Now, this may be self-explanatory, but it definitely needs to be addressed. When we talk about being respectful to people, we're talking about, not letting our disappointment or our frustration come through. But we hold them with the highest regard, so we don't finger point, we don't yell, name call, be condescending, or berate. Then there's showing empathy or being empathetic. Now, this one can be difficult as well, because when we have empathy, we have to have the ability to understand the feelings of the other people. And it means we have to sometimes step outside of ourselves, see the situation from their lens and their perspective, and then return to our position with the knowledge that we now have. We also don't want to use I statements. And so we have to validate people. Again, let them know that their perspective matters. Validation doesn't mean we agree. It means we've heard you and your position is valid. It is important. We also have to be patient because patient is something that sometimes people can feel our irritation. Then it also has to be focusing on others. So it's not about us, it's them. And when we talk about focusing on other, it's something that is in harmony with the fact that we're not talking to people because we have something important to say. We're communicating and talking to them because they're important. So now let's talk about what it isn't: autocratic, dictatorial, disrespectful, deminimizing and devaluing, argumentative, egotistical, interrupting, and focused on us. So again, we let everybody talk. We don't have an argument. It's not just about us. It's not our way or the highway. And again, we're not disrespectful. And so in the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership, the law of connection is actually law 10. And John says that true leaders, again, touch a heart before they touch a hand, ask for a hand. So we touch a person and show we care before we ask them to do something for us. It's the same thing with the people you're trying to lure to your business. People need to know you care about them and their pain and that you can solve it before they'll buy from you. And so the stronger the relationship and connection between two individuals, the more likely the follower will want to help the leader. And so the six keys to connection are personal authenticity, be yourself, relationship, approachability. You know, some of us are not approachable. The way we look, how we hold ourselves, our reaction, right? That's not approachable. We also must display, again, mutual respect. We have to believe in people. Sometimes people are living off our borrowed belief, as in they don't even believe in themselves yet, but they get momentum because we believe in them. As coaches, sometimes we have to lend our borrowed belief. I know I have, and I've also thrived off of the borrowed belief of my coach. And then the relationship must have meaning and depth. So let's just dig a little bit more into validation. What exactly does that mean? Again, it means that we recognize or affirm the validity or worth of a person or their feelings or opinions, cause them to feel value and worthwhile. Now, again, it does not mean we agree with them. Say it again. It does not mean we agree with them. You see, this is not being right, or as Dr. Phil used to say, a right fighter. It's about hearing, listening, and understanding them. And so as a result of that, excuse me, I lost my mouse. Here we go. Validation says, I care about you and what you think and feel. Not I agree with you. I care about you. So again, whether that's your employee, that's a client, that's a customer, that's someone you're trying to work with, they need to know you care. Maya Angelou was known for the quote, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. That's why connection matters. How are you making other people feel? Now, Zig Ziglar is known for saying, if people like you, they will listen to you. But if they trust you, they will do business with you. So again, connection takes you further than like. And again, we're entrepreneurs. We want people to do business with us. And so I also love the quote that people are not loyal to products. People are loyal to people. People buy from or do business with people they like, trust, and know. This happens when we build a connection. And so, again, it matters. Right now, we're in a season of everybody talking about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I'm talking about DEIB, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And so connection puts us in position to help people feel as if they belong. So in the freaks shall inherit the the hearth, Chris Brogan explained what creating that sense of belonging feels like to those on the receiving end of it. He said, belonging is about finding that place where you finally let out a deep breath and feeling with great certainty that the people around you understand you. Let me just say this. I remember the first time I felt understood, and it was one of the most liberating feelings ever. For me now, it actually came when I was reading my DISC assessment. But the point I'm making is still clear. When people show up in workspaces or in businesses and they feel like the person gets them, or you're that entrepreneur that's solving their problem, this can be a game changer for you and your business. So again, belonging is about inclusion, fitting in, being a part of a group, acceptance, included, hope, sharing, community, happiness, not alone, friendship, teamwork, one of a kind, different but same, part of something. The list goes on and on. But do you also see the word connected is in there? That's what belonging is all about. So why would connection matter to us? Well, I'm a woman, so I'm going to focus on women in this statistic. So data in late September of 2021, so about 6 months ago, from the Achievers Workforce Institute indicated that employers are doing a better job of engaging with male employees, with women unfortunately being 41% less likely to feel a strong sense of belonging in the workplace. They said it's a troubling stat that may explain why female participation in the labor force currently is at its lowest point since 1988. Guys, 1988, I was still in college then. Like, that's a long time. So it's something for us to really think about. Are we connecting? And especially as women, do we feel connected? So there are some connecting principles I want to leave you with. The first one is influence. So we can divide ourselves in one or three categories: high achievers, average achievers, or low achievers. So high achievers, and again, we're entrepreneurs, right? We want to be that. We care about people as well as the profits. So we want to make money, but we care about the people. We view those who work for us optimistically. We seek advice from those under us, and we actively listen. Now, the average achievers concentrate on production, so let's get it done. Focus more on their own status. They're reluctant to seek advice from those under them and listen only to their superiors. And then low achievers are preoccupied with their own security. They show a basic distrust of subordinates. They don't seek advice at all, and they avoid communication and rely on policy manuals. Now let's talk about connecting principle number 2. Connecting is all about others and not ourselves. So why do we focus on ourselves sometime and not others? Throw some reasons in the chat, but a few of them is because we're immature as leaders. Maturity is the ability to see and act on behalf of others, also our ego, and then failure to value everyone. So 3 connecting questions people are going to ask themselves when they interact with us. Do you care for me? Can you help me? And can I trust you? Now, as an entrepreneur, this one should really resonate, because guess what? Potential clients are wondering, do you care about me, or are you just trying to make a buck? Can you help me? So the solution, is it going to fix my problem? And then, can I trust you? Are you going to deliver what you said? These are important. And so in the keynote, I mentioned about the components of face-to-face conversation and how connecting goes beyond words. So we have 3 components: words, tone of voice, and body language. And so how others believe what we say when we communicate, 55% is what others see. 38% is the way we say it. So again, those two are 93%. So this is just in harmony with the statistic I gave you earlier. Only 7% is what we say. So over 90% of the impression that we often convey is anything but the words. Isn't that something? So the next connecting principle is communication. So let's talk about the three components of communication: action, thought, and emotion. So when thought, emotion, and action are congruent, connecting goes beyond what we say, because now we're emoting what people can feel and we are connecting with them more than just verbally. So this is when they're all congruent. So let me show an example of when it's not congruent. So this is how it feels. So when there's only thought and emotion, we seem dispassionate because we're not doing it. If it's thought and action, it's theoretical because we don't feel it or believe it. If it's only thought and emotion, it's unfounded because we don't do it. When it is, I feel it and I don't do it, then we're being hypocritical. When it's, I don't know this, but I do it, we're being presumptuous. And then when I don't feel it, but I do it anyway, we're being mechanical. Have you ever seen somebody giving a presentation that they didn't believe in? It's almost comical, right? Like you can tell they don't believe it. And so this is why all three have to be congruent or in harmony, because this is how we show up when it's not. And so again, when we talk about communication, action is something we do. Connecting visually is also what people see. Thought is something we know. So we're connecting intellectually, and that's what people understand. And then emotion is something we feel. So when we connect emotionally, it's what people feel. So action, we expand our range of expression, we move with a sense of purpose, and then we maintain open posture. Thought, when we connect with people intellectually, knowledge must be experiential. Experience is not only a good teacher, it is a great persuader. And then emotion. People may hear our words, but like I said previously, they feel our attitude. And so again, we need three of the four of these things require a lot of energy and effort. Now, these are the four unpardonable sins of a communicator: being unprepared, being uncommitted, uninterested, and uncomfortable. So connecting requires initiative. So we have to go first. Again, we don't wait for somebody else. Then we have to be clear. So we have to have clarity. We prepare. Patience means we slow down, take our time, and build the relationship. Selflessness means we give of ourselves. And then stamina, we have to recharge. Because guess what? It's not going to be perfect. And we have to be willing to keep going for it. And so the four components to connect through communication include humor, heart, hope, and help. So we got to be simple. So there are 3 S's. Of course, we've all heard keep it simple. But John also says say it slowly and then have a smile. So talk to people, not above them. Get to the point. Say it over and over and over again. Say it clearly and then say less. So when we try to inspire people, we have to think about the inspiration equation. What people know plus what people see and what they feel together equals inspiration. So what do people need to know? They need to know that you understand them and are focused on them, and that you have high expectations of them. What do they see? Well, they see our conviction and our example. And then what do they feel? They feel our confidence in ourselves and them, and they also see our gratitude in them. So in summary, I want to leave you with a few things. So again, connecting is true to the title. John says everyone communicates, but few connect. Connecting and valuing others takes energy and effort. It is intentionality. It's something that I need you to know that everybody can do it, even the introverts like me. We connect and talk to others not because we think we have something of value or important to say, but because we value the other person. Connecting is the basis or the foundation to every single relationship. Last but not least, you will not get better unless you work at it. Now, the website is on the bottom of the slide, getyouracttogether.coach, if you would like to talk about how we can help you, not only with connection, but with attitude and thought. Here's all my contact information. Again, I thank you. I appreciate you for joining me for today's workshop and following up on another step on how to get your act together. Take care. Have a great rest of the conference, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Bye.
For me is that I had to learn how to be comfortable being authentically me. You know, now as I've gotten older, I think about how I prayed as a child to have a business that I love to work in, and you know, just wanted to have my own business to operate in. And now, today, God has, you know, He uses those beautiful, heavy hands on a daily basis to fulfill and heal the ailments of individuals that come that need massage therapy. And my voice, it's here to quicken and empower people to, embrace who they authentically are through counseling. Oftentimes I get asked, why did I choose my business? But if I'm honest, I must say that my business actually chose me. As a child, I prayed that I would one day have a business, make lots of money doing it, and love what I do. And that's really what's been important to me, is loving what I do on a daily basis. And now that I've been blessed to have the privilege to inspire and encourage others on a daily basis, helping them through massage, counseling, and spiritual nurturing, I am elated that I was chosen to do what I do. My name is Anya Ware, founder and CEO of Anya's Wellness, where we provide holistic healing services for your body, mind, and spirit. I am from Greenville, South Carolina. For those individuals who decide to work with me, I want you to know that I love to inspire, motivate, and encourage. And I want you to understand that the end result will be growth, so that you can be your best possible authentic self to be successful in life. I plan on making the world a better place by trusting in the Lord with all my heart, leaning not to my own understanding, but in all my ways acknowledging Him, and I know that He will direct my path. As I allow my light to shine, I know that I will be able to help someone else's shine as well, so they can be their authentic self, living their successful life.
It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator. This is your transformation architect, speaker Stephanie Wall. I'm back again, this time bringing up the next speaker, Anaya Ware. She says that she is committed to living a holistic life, and she contributes that, or she says that contributes to her success. Let's clap her on up. But let me ask you this. Do you want to know what happens when we have the wrong fuel to fuel up our tanks? Now, you know, this time of weed using too much money to pay for gas as it is. Let's find out what she got to say about it. It's time for the percolator. All right, clap her on. Clap her on. Y'all know what to do. Clap, snap, and bring Anaya Ware to the virtual stage. Come on, Anaya. See you in a little bit.
Hello and welcome to the BlackCEO 2022 Impact and Revenue Conference. My name is Anya Ware. I am the author of Eyes Open, apostle of Aware Ministries, business owner of Anya's Wellness, where I serve as the holistic healing specialist, a mother, theatrical producer of We're in a War, Whose Side Are You On?
singer and songwriter, visionary, and a wife. I know some of you may be saying, wow, that is a lot. And it is. But I do not feel the weight of it all because I love what I do and every moment of it too. But I can only say that because I made up in my mind that I will live a holistic life full of integrity and honoring my spiritual journey, it is because of this balance that I am able to live a successful, holistic life. Have you ever been at the gas pump and put the wrong type of fuel into your tank? You know, some of us entrepreneurs, often we put the wrong type of fuel towards our desired success and wonder why it does not work out. Well, let me tell you what happens when the wrong gas is put into your tank and your performance becomes poor. When the wrong type of fuel is put into your tank, your performance becomes poor, there's damage that occurs, and most of all, you will be drained. But when you take inventory and prepare properly with the right type of fuel, we are able to function at a full capacity, giving a high performance, and most of all, you will be fulfilled and fulfilling. I want to help you today. You can avoid all of the negatives from improper fueling if you would just fill up with the right gas. Yeah, today I want to share with you how holistic healing is the fuel for successful living. Yes, let me say that to you again. Holistic healing, the fuel for successful living. You know, as I spoke about fuel, I'm reminded of a story. Indulge me with your listening ears for a moment. I want to tell you a story. It was a beautiful, early Saturday morning. My sons and I were taking a trip up to Forest City, North Carolina. You see, my boys had been on a basketball tournament traveling team. And if any of you all do the travel ball, you already know what it's like to be traveling from city to city. Well, to my credit early, hold on, I already know some of you are getting ready to criticize me, but that Saturday morning was already jam-packed. One of my sons had to be at the Salvation Army early that morning to help feed meals to those in need with an organization he's mentored by. I had to be at a leadership conference that morning at 8 o'clock. But the Salvation Army and the meeting that I was going to attend downtown were very close by, so I was going to make it work. See, I told y'all, some of y'all probably already criticizing me. Well, getting to the meat of the story, the conference was over, and I was able to meet someone to get my son, and we were on our way to pick up my youngest son from home. And I looked at the fuel gauge, y'all, and said, I probably should fill up. Immediately, I talked myself out of it and said, well, the trip is only about an hour and a half away. I'll just fill up and we'll get some gas when we get up the mountain a little bit to save on some time. You know how we do. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a PSA. Please, if you see a need to fill up your tank, please do not, I repeat, do not wait. The jungle is real. Okay, I hear y'all screams at me already. I know I should have gotten the gas when I first said so, but I thought I could make it. As I drove into the mountain, it was so large and beautiful. The children and I gleamed at God's beauty. And I said to them, this is just like life. We see the mountain in front of us, but only God knows what's coming behind the mountain. Talk about a prelude to an irony. It seemed we were in the mountain for about 40 minutes and the gas had became less and less, y'all. I started looking for gas stations, but if you've ever traveled from South Carolina to North Carolina, you already know there are huge gaps where there's nothing but hills, cars, and lots of scenery. Yes, I panicked. I began to pray, Lord, please help us. My phone signal up in the mountains wasn't working, so we didn't know which direction to take. And the gas hand was still moving down. No gas stations were in sight, and the only signs I did see kept signaling saying diesel fuel. My car takes regular unleaded. I whipped that car back around and started heading back up the hilly mountains to find gas for the remaining of our journey. Uphill, yep, you guessed it. It takes more energy to go uphill than it does to go downhill. When I tell y'all we were on fumes at this point, I really began to cry out and plead with God. He would get just if he would just get us to a gas station quickly. My sons even started praying because we just need to get there very quickly. So in the end, God saw us through. We made it beyond the fumes and back up the hilly mountain to a station where we were able to fuel up with gas to continue our journey. I said all of that to say, yes, the juggle is real, but don't make the juggle harder than it is by procrastination. Get the gas, but most importantly, be sure it's the right type of fuel you need to get to where you are going. See, as a holistic healing specialist, I believe the body, the mind, and the spirit, they all must be aligned to have successful living. When even just one of those are out of alignment, it is very easy to fall prey to a discombobulated destiny. Indulge me today and allow me to saturate your ears as I enlighten you of the importance of holistic healing. First, I want you to understand that the word holistic, HOLISTIC, and holistic, WHOLISTIC, they're interchangeable. Holistic healing is a form of holistic medicine that considers the whole person, the body, mind, and the spirit. And this is according to an article that I was reading by Hetty Marks. In March of 2020, Marks accurately explained that we as holistic medicine practitioners believe a person is made of interdependent parts. And if one is not working properly, all of the other parts are affected as well. Let me give you a vision. So a car has three main parts, right? A body, which is the wheels and external covering, which protects what's inside of the car, whether it's the passengers or the internal combustible engine of the car. Then a car has a mind, in which the engine area carries the motor, the transmission, battery, alternator, etc., etc. Then we have the spirit, which is the fuel tank, which contains the gas that rails everything up, powers the vehicle, so to speak. Now, in order for a car to properly work to its highest potential, it must be in successful alignment with the guidelines that are established that says a car is safe to drive and in proper working order, right? Alignment. Car and driver explained that in order for a car to go and heat an engine, which converts energy from the heat of burning gasoline, which then causes torque to occur, which is then applied to the wheels to make the car move.
What I'm saying here is that in order for the body, mind, and spirit of a vehicle to thrive to its greatest potential and functioning, it has to operate as a whole. All of the parts must work together. And this same scenario applies to us in our own lives. In order for each of us to successfully live a whole life, there must be a transformation of healing within the body, mind, and spirit, which will occur and enable you to thrive and live your best life. What are you talking about, Anya? What does a car have to do with me being successful? Maybe you're saying, I don't even own a car, or I don't even drive. What does fuel have to do with me, and how does it heal and cause me to live a successful whole life? What does those parts have to do with my parts? Make this make sense? Well, I'm glad you asked. I believe in order to successfully live a thriving life, you must be whole. Your body, mind, and spirit must be in synchrony to cause the fuel in you to create movement. Have you ever heard someone say, I'm just not feeling myself, or ever been in a wreck or something and the doctor says you need to seek out a massage therapist or a chiropractor due to the trauma of the accident? You're out of alignment. Or maybe have you been to the doctor and he or she informed you that you need to lose some weight because if you don't, you're headed for a heart attack? Maybe they said you need to eat healthier because your A1C is high and it needs to be lowered to prevent diabetes. That's a lot of trauma. And the only way to be whole is to receive holistic healing that will transform your body, mind, and spirit. So let's take a look at the body first. It's the outer part of us that we often try to dress up, cover up, tuck up, pin up, mask up, gastro bypass up, so that the true us can't see or be seen from the outside view. But it's not until we have a true encounter with the right fuel in our life that we are able to appreciate the body when we were given to occupy for this time. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you're looking good on the outside or the desire thereof is a bad thing. I'm just saying that once you are able to understand the root of why you are not content with what you see, is deeper than the surface we see. So holistically, how can you heal your own body? We do this innately. We have all the tools to fuel healing within our body. In fact, did you know that the body is so fascinating? It was designed to heal itself upon injury. That is why it's important as CEOs that we eat healthy, drink plenty of water, be sure we receive our essential vitamins daily, exercise, and definitely be sure to get self-care, i.e. massage, chiropractor, acupuncture, all of the therapies we can indulge in. You know, about 20 years ago when I started my practice, I would have listened if someone said, I can't afford a massage, but not today. I've learned people make time to do what they want to do and set aside funds to accomplish what they want. So you have to ask yourself, do I want to live a true successful life? How much am I or my life really worth? It's there where the healing can begin. So are you ready? Are you ready yet to get the fuel you need? Now that you have the fuel to heal your body, let's look at the mind. One of my favorite scriptures from the Bible says, thou wilt keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee, which has come from Isaiah 26:3. As you can tell by now, my fuel is faith. Oftentimes, we allow the cares of this life to overwhelm us and take us over. When this happens, it can cause us to literally feel crazy. In business, have you ever missed a deal and felt inadequate? Have you ever experienced those moments when you had to talk to yourself out of doubt, drowning yourself with negative self-talk? I know I have. Those voices of negative talk are just as bad as putting diesel fuel into an automatic car that requires unleaded gas. We must fuel our minds with things that are lovely and of good report. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report. If there be any virtue, if there be any praise, think on these things, Philippians 4:8. I'm reminded that throughout my CEO experience, I've had to speak to myself, to encourage myself. If you are an entrepreneur, you know what it means to feel like you are by yourself. What it means to sometimes be the only Black CEO in a room filled with other persuasions, networking, and getting an inkling no one is taking you seriously when they really should. As CEO, you understand that the feeling of disappointment when the bank turns you down for the capital needed to sustain your business. You understand the challenges of hiring, but good help to maintain your company is definitely something as a CEO that you can attest to. But I want to encourage you today to know that when we allow ourselves to go through the transformation, through holistic healing, we set ourselves up for success. The final and most important part of our success as a CEO, I believe, is the spiritual understanding. That there are many things that are out of our control, but knowing the one who is full and completely in control is the fuel we need to thrive in life. You see, for me as a follower of Christ, I believe that without him, I would be nothing. Without him, I would fail. And there would be no business for me. If you would just lend your ear once more before I go, as I share with you my reason why I became a CEO. I remember as a little 7-year-old girl praying to God that I wanted to have my own business one day and make lots of money doing it. As I grew older, I remember adding, I want to love what I do and be in full-time ministry while doing it. I was 23 years old when I heard God speak to me audibly for the first time and said, go back to school. I had just graduated in May with my Bachelor's of Science degree from the University of South Carolina. I told myself I was not going back to school. I wasn't going to grad school for physical therapy because I was tired and wanted to move back home to work a minimum wage job, that is. Well, that is just what I did. As I was working as a medical records clerk, I heard God speak and say, go back to school. I finally surrendered, but I didn't give in without giving my conditions. I said, well, you got to show me what you want me to do, go back for it, and pay for it because I work a minimum wage job and I just graduated. Be careful of what you ask for. When I finally surrendered completely, God went above and beyond my expectations. Not only did he tell me what to go back to school for, but pay the tuition in full with my minimum wage salary. 2 days later, prior to me graduating, 2 whole days prior to me graduating, he paid the tuition off. Then he turned around and told me to open my business 2 months later. Now, 20 years later, the business has been blessed to expand into something far greater than I had even prayed. And it's because of a spirit of humility that I'm able to still be standing in business successfully. When we allow transformational holistic healing to fuel the fire that keeps us as CEOs going, we can have a successful holistic living. What I'm saying to you is, just as the car needs fuel, the spirit, to cause the engine, the mind to combust and cause the wheels, the body of the car to go into motion, we too have continuously realized alignment of our body, mind, and spirit. And it will be the fuel to successful living, a holistic life. Thank you for listening today. And I hope that you will allow holistic living and holistic healing to be the fuel to your success in living. Thank you.
One of the biggest challenges I've ever had to face is when I jumped off a cliff and sprouted wings. Listen, my father died when he was only 39 years old. I was 16 at the time, and quite honestly, I never thought that I would live as long as he did. Yet right before my 39th birthday, I realized that I'd made it. And I decided that if I lived 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 year past the age of 39, I would not squander it. I would honor my father and the extra time that I was given to live my life optimized and to my fullest capabilities. In 2014, I left my 20-plus year corporate career working in post-secondary educational institutions. I jumped off a cliff to find my way to build my own empire. Why did I choose my business? Well, my business chose me. I'd already been coaching, teaching, training, and speaking, yet it was always for my job, not for my own business. So when I was introduced to behavioral science, I knew exactly what my purpose was to be: building a behavioral superpowers universe and using my outgoing, fast-paced influencer style to lead the charge. What's most important to me about my business is freedom. The freedom to do what I want, when I want, how I want, for as long as I want, with who I want, come back when I want, and have plenty of financial freedom along the way. I truly am building a freedom empire. Hey there, I'm Kenyatta Turner, the CEO and founder of Freedom Empire Consulting, where I coach, influence, and protect. I'm also a speaker, an author, and a master trainer, and I also serve as the Chief Behavioral Superpowers Officer for Dream Smart Academy. I will proudly share with you that my behavioral superpower style is an outgoing, fast-paced influencer. I currently live here in Phoenix, Arizona, in the beautiful Valley of the Sun. For the people who decide to work with me, I want them to be unapologetic in their behavioral freedom. I want them to discover, uncover, and unleash their behavioral superpowers and to acquire a deep level of self-awareness and acceptance that allows them to be all that they are capable of. And I want to teach others to do the same. Why? Because #behavior matters all day, every day. To let the world know that I came this way, I will continue to build a vast and expansive behavioral superpowers universe. This will transform the humans on this planet for the better, and I will continue to co-found behaviorally based schools that will affect future generations and leave an infinite legacy. I will revolutionize the personal development industry by infusing behavioral insights that change the game, because quite simply, how you do anything behaviorally is how you do everything. And believe me, I am just getting started.
All right, here we go, you all. Kenyatta Turner is going to talk to us about how to truly accomplish having an organization that's really diverse. Right now, diversity for all of us, everybody has a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. Is it really working? Are you that person? If that is you, please tap in, dial in, because she's going to talk to you, to all of us, about how you can truly accomplish the task that you seek to do. All right, y'all, hit the emojis, Let's give it up for Kenyatta Turner.
Hey, here's a question for you. How does one build a truly diverse and inclusive organization? When you look at the recent statistics, most often the discussion is around race, ethnicity, gender, education, compensation, sexual orientation, religion, political views, and so on and so forth. All of these factors are critically important, as we all matter and each human in their own way has something to contribute to the world. Now, I'm here to tell you that those factors are not the only way to create a diverse and inclusive organization. Another measure of diversity actually deals with the human at their core: who they are, why they are, what their unique gifts, skills, talents, and abilities are that they bring to the table. What are their unique behavioral styles? What motivates them? What is their level of emotional intelligence and their coachability? Those things can be measured as easily as measuring something as compensation or formal education. I believe so, but it depends on who you ask. Some may answer that there are psychometric assessments that can be used to determine some of these things. Some may say that there are amazing tools like Myers-Briggs and Kolbe, Enneagram, DISC, Clifton Strengths, Predictive Index, Human Design. These are all fantastic tools that could be used for this purpose. Maybe. Some also say that even a simple subjective self-assessment could be the answer to creating that type of diversity. Well, I have a different perspective, and I am here to tell you about our behavioral tech tool called Behavioral Superpowers, which measures all of that and more. But listen, some may want to compare our tool to a lot of the other popular assessments in the world, and I say go right ahead, and you will quickly find out that this ain't that. You heard me, this ain't that. So let me tell you a quick story. I literally grew up working in corporate post-secondary educational setting. I started at 18 years old working at DeVry University in the admissions office here in Phoenix, Arizona. I literally fell in love with working at a college, and I woke up 13 years later and I was still there. It went by in a blink of an eye. Now, while it was extremely difficult at that very young age, being a Black woman trying to build my career in that industry, I quickly learned that it had a lot less to do with my ethnicity and my gender and what I look like, and a lot more to do with how I showed up every single day. Now, I was then and still am an outgoing, fast-paced influencer. That is my behavioral style. Even at a young age, and without knowing it, I use my behavioral superpowers to get me a seat at all the tables that I chose to sit at. And I ultimately created an extremely successful 25 plus year career by design. Now I know that hashtag behavior matters all day, every day. And I wish that I'd had access to the behavioral data on myself back then as I do now today. Oh, where would I be if I knew what I knew now about who I am and why I am, and what I bring to the table within an organization from a behavioral standpoint? So listen to this. Behavioral diversity is just as critical in an organization as creating diversity in all other areas. I said it. And if you are in business of providing products or services to humans, then I say it behooves you to create a team that is representative of humans in order to provide the best service. Humans know what humans need. And if you create diversity in that area, then you have a much more likely chance of making sure that you provide what's needed to the people who you're trying to provide it for. Basically, the more diversity that you have in all areas, the higher probability of true and inclusive success, as none of us is as smart as all of us. And the differences and the humanity in us should be identified, recognized, celebrated, and encouraged. So listen to this. I have the answer for you. And quite simply, it starts with learning to become what I call behaviorally and unapologetically you. As Veronica Tagleva said, to know yourself, you must first sacrifice the illusion that you already do. Think about that. But first, let's consider the profound concept of self-awareness. Around the world and for centuries, thought leaders, influencers, philosophers, psychologists, motivational speakers, coaches, etc., at some point usually discuss the importance of self-awareness. A person must understand who they are at their core and what their unique gifts, skills, talents, and abilities are. Everybody says that that's important. It's also stated that it's important that you understand what your purpose is and what you were built to do here on this earth. Every one of us asked this question. Well, all of these statements are true, yet it's challenging to determine the answers to those questions until now. As a world-class behavioral superpowers coach, speaker, author, master trainer, I know that how you do anything behaviorally is how you do everything. And hey, I also know that it's not personal, it's just science, okay? So consider this. One of the biggest, most profound questions that people ask is, who am I? And if a person can answer this question with 100% certainty, then it becomes a mantra that plays in their head throughout their lives, right? We always ask this question. Everyone on this planet has a desire to fit in, yet everyone wants to be different and unique. As humans, it's important to us to have a sense of significance, to know that what we're doing actually matters, that who we are actually makes a difference in the world. We all have that. And I believe that whether or not a person admits it to themselves, that somewhere deep, deep, deep inside of them, there is a yearning for belonging and there is a yearning for understanding. I'll take it a step further to say that the question isn't so much about who am I as it is about why am I? Think about that. Not just who, but why. So in our behavioral superpowers universe, we help people answer this question objectively. I like to say again, it's not personal, it's just science. My name is Kenyatta Turner. I am the CEO and founder of Freedom Empire Consulting, where I coach, influence, and protect. I'm also the Chief Behavioral Superpowers Officer for Dream Smart Academy. And we are likely the only single source Black-owned behavioral science firm in the world. Using behavioral technology, we specialize in decoding human behavior in order to optimize a person's performance, enhance their relationships, and show them how to live a life of authenticity and purpose while walking in what we call their behavioral greatness. Now, our process involves a framework that we call Discover, Uncover, and Unleashing Your Behavioral Superpowers. And the first step really is taking about a 10-minute behavioral discovery exercise that's going to identify what we call your behavioral identities and your behavioral fingerprints, okay? Our omni-channel, scientifically validated technology reveals things like personality and bias and communication style, decision-making variables, natural behavior, your financial relationship management, your emotional intelligence and learning styles, and so much more. I'm not going to get into all the details of that, but think, it's everything. And unlike many other psychometric assessments, we don't simply measure learned behavior. We measure that which is ingrained and that which rarely changes. Now, without getting all behaviorally scientific on you, I will simply state that we measure over 500 different data points, and our research is validated in 125 countries and is in 11 different languages. This is not soft science. This ain't that. Okay. Now we compile the data into 10 behavioral identities, along with 8 behavioral factors and 16 subfactors that reveal with a 91% predictability that these traits will remain stable over the long term. That is why a person only needs to take our exercise one time in their life, which is pretty fascinating. Like I said, this ain't that. Now, I want you to consider a workplace that adds behavioral diversity to the list of cultural traits within that organization. Imagine an organization that builds a team and cultural diversity around behavioral superpowers that already exist on the team and include this framework in all of their processes, including hiring, team development, coaching, training, project management, reward systems, role assignment, etc., etc. What would it be like if all of the conversations that occurred were through a behavioral lens that melted the barriers to communication and created an environment where everyone felt like they were included and that they belonged and were actually celebrated for their differences? Imagine. This won't happen if people do not first know and accept themselves, and you must become behaviorally and unapologetically you and learn to have true self-love before you can truly love everyone else and treat them as such. It's about humanity. This is the starting point for discussions around diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging. Give the human a chance. Give them the gift of behavioral self-awareness so that they can give the gift of acceptance and understanding to others. Now remember, my favorite quote by Veronica Tegleva is, to know yourself, you must first sacrifice the illusion that you already do. So I ask you, how well do you know yourself. Are you curious about learning your own behavioral superpowers? Then I invite you to check out www.discoveryourbehavioralsuperpowers.com to take our unique and super powerful exercise. Learn about yourself, decide for yourself, and remember, this ain't that. My name is Kenyatta Turner. I'm the CEO and founder of Freedom Empire Consulting. I'm also the Chief Behavioral Superpowers Officer for Dream Smart Academy, where we coach, train, and mentor people to understand their own behavioral styles, but we also coach and train others to do the same so that they can teach others to do the same. I'll talk to you next time, and remember, hashtag behavior matters. Thanks. Bye.
My biggest challenge came at the end of 2019 when I discovered that I had been gang stalked. I had been watched and followed everywhere I go. My life had been turned upside down, inside out. And instead of becoming fearful, it made me become fearless. I became more resilient. I became unstoppable, immovable, unshakable. So it gave me strength that I thought I never had. And I know that there's a lot of people who might be experiencing the same thing, but are afraid to talk about it. I say, stand in your power, because I did, and I'm still standing. After leaving the real estate industry for almost 30 years in the business, I looked around and I was asking myself, what's next? To only realize that what I was looking for was right before me all along. I always loved inspiring, mentoring, encouraging others into becoming a better version of themselves, naturally. So I didn't choose to do what I do. I was called, and I answered. Reach one, teach one. As I helped others in becoming a better version of themselves, it was always self-fulfilling to me too. So when you win, we all win. Hello, my name is Yolanda Carter. My brand is Elevate to Empowerment Academy. I'm from Los Angeles, California. When you work with me, I want you to walk away feeling encouraged, inspired, and motivated, because you've learned that everything that you need is right within you, and I will help you find it. My goal in helping this world to become a better place is reaching one and teaching one at a time, teaching you how to self-love, because you can't love another until you have first learned to love yourself.
Yolanda Carter is going to talk to us about return on finish. The great Trevor Ott says that anything that's not finished returns to you void. She's going to talk to us about return on finish. Do you finish what you start? Let's dig in. I know that you, like me, want to know more about this return on finish. Let's get in. Bring it to the stage, Yolanda Carter. Come on, hit those emojis. Whoop, whoop. See you in a little bit.
Hello. I am excited to be here today. I just want you to know that nothing has more power to prevent you from being your greatest success but you. Harness the power from within by tuning out the noise and harness the power from within. Life is too short, and the only thing that we have control over is the power of now. It does not matter
what you've been through, and it doesn't matter what you're going through. But what does matter is what you do now. Let me just share a little backstory about myself. I come from the real estate industry. I was living a very lavish lifestyle. I thought I had it all. I had fancy cars. I flew and traveled to the most exotic places. I owned several real estate holdings, Los Angeles, Vegas, and here in Los Angeles. Baldwin Hills, they call it Black Beverly Hills. I was making over 6 figures, and then one day, the real estate market crashed, and my life came tumbling down. What was about to happen in my life, I was not prepared for. Let me tell you, I went from having 3 cars to walking. I went from having several properties to sleeping on the couch of relatives. I went from having almost 7 figures to barely $500 a month. My life had took a nosedive and it spun out of control. You know, and the reason being, and the reason why I'm sharing this story with you is because the choices that you make in your life will determine the outcome of your future. What you do now will determine what happens tomorrow. Procrastination was my #1 killer that took me down like the Titanic. And I'm telling you, procrastination is a dream killer of your success. Procrastination is also that it will have you making mistakes and missing steps in your life, costing you more money. Procrastination have you in a state of reactive. And when you're reacting, you're not making sound decisions. You're missing steps. You're doing things at a very intense type of energy. And you can't think or function while we're in a reactive mode. But if you develop the power of now, then you can operate in a proactive mode. My sister-in-law, she just passed this past November, 2021. She was on her deathbed. She was texting and sending messages and posting about her business on social media. Now, I didn't know that her life was imminent, but apparently she did. My point is, don't let that be you. Laying on your deathbed, trying to get in today that you should have gotten done a long time ago. So don't put off tomorrow what you can get done today, because our life is a series of events and decisions and choices that we make on a daily basis. And the only thing that we have control over is the power of now. See, when I lost my stuff, I saw myself dwelling on the past about what I used to have. And then I was projecting in the future, saying when I get my money, what I was going to do. So what that did, that had me stuck. Stuck in the past, can't even move into the future, is because I put my life in the future. So while you have a chance and you have the power of now, what are you going to do with it? If there's things that's happening in your life that you don't like, it's because of the decisions that you made in the past. You have to ask yourself, if not now, then when? So whatever it is that you have in your heart, mind, body, and soul, I suggest you do it now. And in order to become something that you have never been, you have to do something that you never done. And you have to let go of things that you have done in the past, even if it means that you have to let go of who you used to become who you're meant to be. My point is that don't take your jewels to the grave. They won't do you any good. Don't be on your deathbed trying to be relevant because it's too late. We got a lot of millionaires that done took their jewels to the grave. Don't let that be you. The choices that you make today will determine your tomorrow. So I'm encouraging you to step into the power of now, because what you do today means everything. I had to do a little shifting in my mindset to pull myself out of the bootstrap, out of the mess that I made. And I realized that the decisions that I made then had brought me to that mess. And I knew that for me to go forward in my life, I could not take that stinking thinking or whatever mindset that I was in to move forward. I had to change my mindset, shift my mindset. I had to let go of toxic people. I had to change the way I spoke. I had to change the way I thought. Let me tell you, energy goes where energy flows. So what you think about, you bring about. So I'm asking you to sit back and think about what it is that you want. And don't let nothing stop you. You don't have to be right or perfect to get started. You don't need a New Year's to get started. All you need is a new day. So again, if not now, then when? Don't let what was given to you, your gift, pass you by overthinking it, by procrastinating, and by outdated beliefs. Step into your power and own it, and let nothing stop or block you. Don't overthink it. Again, you don't have to be perfect to start. You just have to start, and then you'll get perfect. So I'm glad that you came here today to let me share a little bit about me. And I hope to see you soon in the future, doing what you're supposed to do by acting now. There's no more power, no greater power than do it now. Have a great day and a prosperous new year. Make changes in what you do and how you do it. Thank you.
My biggest obstacle in my life has been family. And I would like to switch that word out and say relatives, because family is who you make it. And I'm a firm believer in that. And family is also who shows you loyalty. I grew up in a house with seven of us, 6 other siblings, a single parent home. My mother was a single parent. She worked 2 to 3 jobs to take care of us. So we spent a lot of time with our older siblings, my twin brother and I. I am a twin. So when you're that young, you quickly learn your position. You quickly learn the environment, the feel of the home. I chose my business because it is a path untraveled very often, and it is disruptive. It is unique. It is different. I am a carpenter, a Black female carpenter, both commercial and residential. So I've got to build the hotels and I get to build the houses. I'm not only a carpenter, I'm a carpenter foreman and carpenter developer. I actually put that tool belt on. I get out there and I do the work. It builds character. It builds self-sufficiency. It builds self-confidence. It gives you that instant gratification that the world we live in today, that everyone seeks, is instant gratification to see structure start from start to finish. Hi, my name is JC Sykes, and the name of my companies are 90 Degree Construction, LLC, and Black Girls Build, Inc., which is my nonprofit organization. I am from the Show Me State, St. Louis, Missouri. What I want for the women who decide to work with me is to dare to be different. Step outside of that box and defy all the terms and all the sayings of, oh, that's a man's job. Women don't belong in construction. Women are in construction. We do a very good job, and we bring what the men have not thought about in construction. I plan on making the world a better place by driving more unity in our community. I host workshops that introduce women and young girls to the fundamentals of construction. That's reading a tape measure, using an impact, using the saw. All of these things are beneficial to us women. Not all of us can afford to hire the contractor. Remember, I am the contractor, so I know how much we cost. But if you can't afford to hire one, let me show you how to DIY. Do it yourself. You can do this. Not everyone has the brother, father, man next to them. We can do it, and I am here to teach you how.
Hey, so we get ready to hear from JC Sykes, and she's talking about black girls who rock, who disrupt and bust the construction and carpentry industry wide open. Y'all, I can't wait to hear about this. Yeah, why I can't be fly, why I can't have earrings and necklaces on. But let me tell you, I want to know what and how they are busting that thing open. So let's get into it. Come on, JC, coming to the stage. Bring it up there, drop it. Go on, get your tape measure out and bring her to the stage. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. I can't wait to hear it.
Hi, my name is JC Sykes from Belleville, Illinois, by way of St. Louis, Missouri. I am a multi-award winning author, carpenter turned real estate developer, and founder of Black Girls Build, Inc. In the last 2 years, I have trained 63 women in carpentry and safety basics, and I've helped another 13 women enter into the construction union trades. I'm glad to be here with you today. So today I'm going to focus on a little bit about how I got into the construction trades and what that has done to me and how it has changed my life. I have been a carpenter for the last 10 years, both residential and commercial. Being from St. Louis, Missouri, I got to work on some of the biggest projects in St. Louis, Missouri, including some of the downtown structures like the Ballpark Village Hotel and the high rise, which is connected to our St. Louis Cardinals Stadium and a lot of other major platforms. So that is a huge highlight of my career. I've also built over 200 custom homes in the last 10 years. So we live in a world of instant gratification. What better way to gratify yourself than to see a home or to see a structure start from very foundation to the very end of it when you put it on a doorknob? And how many of you women have actually been able to help build your houses, become a part of it, and would love to? I'm going to kind of give you a little bit of backstory as far as the numbers goes. There are 10 million construction workers nationwide. And of that 10 million construction workers, only 10% are women. And of that 10% that are women, only 2.5% are actively working on job sites. We live in a world where our world has advanced in technology. And with the advancement of technology, there is less of a demand. There's this enabling of anyone wanting to get into a physically demanding career. Why get into a physically demanding career when you can stay at home, browse the social medias, make videos, and possibly become a millionaire sensation overnight? So of course, the construction industry has suffered tremendously. Men are not entering the trades at the numbers they once entered. This has become a problem as early as the 1960s. And with that, pervasive shortage the world has turned to women for recruitment into the construction trades. Now, I have worked with some amazing, phenomenal women in the construction trades. I know brick masonry professionals, 20 plus years, women. And I'm not just saying women, these are Black women. And that really makes a difference. I've worked with floor layers. I've worked with iron workers. I've worked with HVAC, plumbers, you name it. These are all Black women who have been doing this, and they do a phenomenal job. I can't express to you enough how much fun it is to do what it is I do. Yes, it's physically demanding, but as women, we all are always trying to work on our figures and keep ourselves looking good. So when you enter the construction trades, not only do you get to learn a talent and a skill that no one can ever take from you, you get to stay in shape, you get to build and construct things that you never thought you could be a part of. If you would have told me 20 years ago that I would be a carpenter, you would have fooled me, because in my life, I wanted to be a doctor. I've always had a passion to write, and becoming an author, and I have a book coming out about my experience in the construction trades. It has been just phenomenal, working alongside thousands of men. And when you work around thousands of men and you're that one Black girl, you have to have tough skin. You have to do it 10 times as well. And a woman in construction, let alone a Black woman in construction, is disruptive alone in itself. So my goal is to try to help continue to grow those numbers. Those 63 women that I've trained in safety and carpentry basics, they have taken other workshops of mine. They have taken my floor laying workshops. They have taken backsplash workshops. They have taken workshops to not only understand what it is that we do in construction, but also the game of contractors. I've been hit so often being a Black woman in construction, a leader in my community, and I'm a very rare commodity of a carpenter in my community. I have so many women come to me in different scenarios and situations, and they say, hey, JC, I paid a contractor to remodel my house and he ran off with my money, or they charged me $20,000 and I didn't get any work done. So there's a lot of abuse in what we do, and trying to give our women the game and trying to help our women understand that you can do this yourself. My workshops are DIY workshops. Do it yourself. I can show you how to pick that impact up. I can show you how to patch that hole in a wall at your house. I too come from that struggle of being a single mother and being on Section 8 and having those inspections yearly and trying to cover up things that were not right. And I wish I had the skills that I have now then. So I'm a mother of 4, and my kids are all grown or teenagers now. And they too work alongside of me, and I have taught them everything that it is I know. So college is not for everyone. If they decide not to go to college for that degree, they have skills and talents that they can use in their own lives. These can be investment properties, they can be their own personal homes, but they know how to use and do these things safely. Safety is number one for me. It is very easy to get hurt on these job sites. And again, as women, we bring something a lot different to the construction industry. We bring cute because we can do it pretty, and we bring a different skill set because we see things differently than men. It's not us against our men, because we have to work together as a team to do this. No, I cannot build a house by myself. I work along with these men and we do a great job. I just see things a lot differently and we do things a lot differently. So the women that I train in my workshops are always anxiously awaiting the next one. And they come back and they show me the things that they've done on their own. They'll ask me, hey, JC, I did this. How would you recommend? What tool would you recommend? So I do offer a mentorship program after you've taken my carpentry basics workshop. And I would love to turn what it is I'm doing into an apprenticeship school, because the conversation has come up time and time again. And it's something that I'm really looking forward to having happen, because if you go into the construction union has a tone that has not changed in over 100 years. And what that means is when the unions were created, they were created to not save jobs for us because we were the ones who had the skills initially anyway. They were created to have jobs for anyone outside of us. So again, when you enter the trades union, when my personal experience with the union, I did not learn much. There was a lot of conscious bias in the union, and it wasn't something that I was willing to deal with. So I left. And when I left the construction union, I started my own business, 90 Degree Construction. My husband and I, we have thrived since 2012 as carpenter contractors. As of this year, we have transitioned from being just a contractor to the developer. And there is no better way to become a real estate developer than coming from the construction trades, because not only do you understand how to build a house and what things are supposed to look like and how they're supposed to flow, you actually can put that tool belt on when needed and get in there. If you don't have the manpower, like we're talking about now, manpower is short. It is our biggest obstacle right now is manpower. They're not teaching it. They're not pushing it in schools. Trying to raise awareness has been an ongoing process, and I won't give up. I am looking to get more of my sisters involved because we can do this. I have women come to me in domestic violence situations. Hey, my door got kicked in. My windows are busted out. And I understand as a contractor how much contractors cost. Not all of us can afford to pay a contractor. So let me teach you how to do it yourself. This is something no one can take from you. This is something that you can do and be proud of. When you come to my workshops, we build something that you can take with you. We build an entryway bench to start in the safety basics carpentry workshop. That's what we build. You build it from the ground up. I'm right there the whole entire time to assist. And most of my participants come back to volunteer. So out of the 63 women I've trained, we've had at least 200 women within the community, 200 women come out and volunteer their time just to see if there's something they like. And then they sign up for workshops. So we have workshops coming up. Again, the children's workshops, the kids love it. They are so pure. And, you know, and when you teach a kid the way to go when they're young, it sticks with them. What did we all love to do when we were kids? We love to go outside and play. So going outside and play is just like what we do in construction. You get to play. You get to get dirty. And you get to build stuff, and you get to play, and you get to use your hands and your creativity and your imagination. That's what we do in construction, and we have a great time doing it, okay? So that is what I'm bringing to the world. It's not just a job. This is self-confidence building, character building, building self-sufficiency, building self-care together. It's building unity in our community, because these women come to my workshops, they start helping each other, they build relationships, they keep in contact. They definitely keep in contact with me. They come shadow me on job sites, and some of them have even left their permanent jobs to enter into a field of construction trades. So again, I am JC Sykes, founder of Black Girls Build Inc. And I challenge you, all of the women in our community, to look into the construction trades. Pick up a hammer, do something you've never done, and have fun with it. Build yourself up. You can check me out at www.bgb2, that's the number 2.org. Peace and love.
Welcome to the Black CEO Conference, Impact and Revenue. Thank you so much for choosing my workshop today to come and learn a little bit more about how holistic healing is the fuel for successful living. You know, I'm not feeling my best today, but I have made sure that I put the fuel in my body that is needed to make sure that I bring you the best workshop ever And so today, I want to tell you in advance, I apologize if I sound a little thick in my voice, but I want you to know that the information that I am going to give to you is still going to be the top notch information that is needed for you to have a successful life. All right, so you're probably saying, who is this person? Well, my name is Anya Ware, and I am the founder and owner of Anya's Wellness right here in Greenville, South Carolina. So to you all who are close by, feel free to stop in and give us a chat or come and get some services. But I just want to start off with telling you who I am. So, first of all, I am an author. Yes, I am a new author as of 2020, and I wrote my very first book, Eyes Open, which is now available on Amazon. I am an apostle of the gospel of Jesus Christ, as well as I am a business owner, as I stated, of Anya's Wellness, a division of the Soothing and Comforting Touch Incorporated. I serve as the holistic healing specialist here at Anya's Wellness. I'm a mother, theatrical producer. I'm a singer, a songwriter, a visionary, and yes, even a wife. So you're probably saying, well, who is she and why does she feel that she can tell us how to live a successful life? Well, I'm not giving you something that I don't know firsthand. I'm coming to you to let you know that in order for you to live a successful life, there has to be a certain alignment of your body, your mind, and your spirit. And so as a holistic healing specialist, I believe that I'm an expert in this particular area. I've been in business now for almost 20 years, coming up in March. And so therefore, I feel like I have a little bit of something to share with you. So without further ado, let me just introduce what we're going to be talking about today. So today's topic is holistic healing, the fuel to successful holistic living. You know, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been at the gas pump and put the wrong fuel into your tank? You know, this lady on here, she looks as if, she's struggling trying to put the gas in, or maybe she's trying to make sure that she has enough gas just to get that last little bit to tip it off maybe. Well, have you ever felt where, maybe you didn't have the right amount or type of fuel, going into your gas tank? And I'm talking about this one right here, this tank right here. So I want to talk to you today about making sure that you put the right fuel in your tank to make sure that you have a successful life. So what happens? Well, most of the time, you already know when you put the wrong type of fuel in your car, you get poor performance. Maybe you've even damaged your car overall. And then sometimes, if you put the wrong fuel, or when you put the wrong fuel into your car, you'll be drained. If you put the right type of fuel into your body and your car, and we're using a car today because I want to bring it home on how the whole totality of things work together. But if you put the right type of fuel into your body and your car, most of the time you have a fully operational vehicle, high performing. And then most of all, you will be fulfilled. Isn't that amazing? So, has anybody ever felt like you were out of gas? Even on today, as I stand before you to bring forth this workshop, I'm feeling a little drained, but I'm pushing past because I know that the things that I have already put into my body are going to help me overcome and still be able to present the best topic for you today. So I want to ask you another question. Have you ever run out of gas? Well, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about my story of running out of gas. One day, my children and I, we were supposed to be going up to a travel basketball team event. And that particular morning was already jam-packed. I mean, I was doing a conference that morning at like 8 o'clock. My son had to be at, I think it was the Salvation Army to help with serving some meals to the homeless. And he had to be there a little bit earlier, and it wasn't that far apart. So I thought, we can make this happen, right? And on top of that, I knew after we got finished with all of that, that soon we would be having to go up to the mountains to for a travel basketball tournament. And so after we finished all of those particular events that we had for the morning, we were headed to pick up my youngest son. And I said, looks like we need some gas. But you know what? I wasn't as close as to the E as this picture right here. I really thought that maybe, just maybe, you know, I got a half tank in here. We can make it, right? Well, we started up the mountains. And if anybody is from, if you're from the area, the Southeast, you know that when you're going north, most of the time, especially if you're going towards the mountains, a lot of times there's a lot of curves, twists and turns, and not a lot of stop areas or gas stations or anything other than scenery, basically. So we were on our way, and I started to see the gas can come down. You can imagine the panic that I was having, right? So I was trying to stay calm, didn't tell my children. I was like, I think we're going to make it. But I was like, but we need to start looking for gas stations. Well, if you've also been to the mountains, you know that a lot of times the signals get lost up there. We didn't know where we were going. So I had the GPS on, trying to make sure that we got to the tournament on time and safely, only to come to a situation where the signals were lost. So I had no clue where we were, no clue where we were going, and no gas stations whatsoever in sight. Whew, you can imagine the panic that I was feeling. I began to pray, y'all. I mean, seriously, I was like, God, I need for you to definitely intervene right now. I know I should have got the gas, but please, God, please give us a gas station so that we can get some gas and keep going towards the tournament. Well, every little spot that we kept passing, it kept saying diesel fuel. Well, I know that my car takes unleaded fuel, so why was I going to stop at the diesel fuel place? Only to find out later on, and I'm going to make the story short and simple, only to find out, well, they probably did have regular gas, but they were wanting people to know that they had diesel fuel available as well. But what happened was we ended up banking it, trying to get up the hill to get back to a gas station from where we had started from, and found a gas station eventually. But now you need to keep in mind, we were going uphill. And so with us going uphill, y'all, the jungle is real. It really became a jungle trying to figure out where and how we were going to get to this gas station. But thankfully, we were able to make it to the gas station. But I'm telling you, I thought I could make it, right? But I do want to give this PSA. Please, if you see a need to fill up your tank, please do not. And I do repeat, do not wait. So as I said, we were going uphill, and then you can imagine, you look at these two fellas right here. One's pushing and one's sitting on the car. Well, they look like they're probably about the same age and look like they're probably about the same weight. So for the guy that's pushing, as you can see, one foot is off the floor. He's probably really having to shove this guy. I see his hand in his back. So he's really having to put his all into getting his brother or whoever this might be to his destination. Well, that's exactly what we had to do. We ended up having to give it our all. We had to pray. And I mean pray. My children, this was a lesson for both myself and my children. My children were able to see the benefit of and the power of prayer. And if you haven't recognized already, faith is definitely a big part of my life. So my children began to pray, And I was like, God, please, we were even at the point of tears. Please let us get to a gas station so that we don't run out of gas. We don't know anybody up here. I don't know how we would get home. We didn't have anybody who would be able to come and rescue us. So it was just, we just really, really had to pray. But although it took more energy to go uphill and down, we still made it just fine to the gas station. And we were able to get back on our way to the tournament and got there safely. So I say all of that to say, the body, mind, and spirit must be aligned to have a successful life. And my motto as a holistic healing specialist is just that. I feel like everything works with everything. If your body is out of whack and maybe your mind is out of whack, but maybe you have your spirit intact, it's not going to work. Or, maybe you have your mind and your spirit intact, but your body is just broken down. It's probably not going to work, okay? So, and in all of that, sometimes you can feel just like these letters spell, discombobulated. So today I want to talk to you and let you know what it means to have holistic healing. Now, I know sometimes you may have heard people say holistic and holistic. They're both the same. They're just spelled differently, but they're interchangeable. So I do want to tell you today, holistic is holistic, all right? So holistic healing is a form of holistic medicine that considers the whole person, the body, mind, and spirit. Health is a state of complete harmony with body, mind, and spirit. When one is free from physical disabilities and mental distractions, the gates of the soul are open. And that is by BKS Iyengar. So I want to give you a visual today of what it means to have everything aligned. If you look at this picture right here, you see how the body has its own circle, the mind has its own circle, and the spirit has its own circle. But yes, yet and still, they intertwine with each other. So that lets you know that without one operating to its full capacity, the others will go lacking. So it's very important for them all to link together to make the best possible life for you. So when we think about a car, we look at cars, and as you can see on this picture, there's a banged up pink van, and you got the white SL, you got the tires, you got the engine over here, you got the gas. So I want to make sure that you understand, just as a car, we function with the body, mind, and spirit as well. So to give the example of using a car has a body, it has tires, it has the outer part, okay? Just like we have, our limbs, we have skin, all of that. We have the outer parts that operate. Some look good, some not so good. Everybody is not necessarily blessed the same way. However, you can still make sure that they are all aligned. So I like to look at the car, the engine, the inside parts. I look at that as the mind. So you have the engine, you got the alternator, you have the battery, the starter. You have all of these other components that's inside of the car to make the car move or to be able to function properly. Then the last part, which is, I call it the spirits, it's the gas. You have to have the gas combustion in order for the car to be able to move at all. What good is a car that has a beautiful body, the inside of it has all of these nice engines. And, you know, for all of you car lovers, I know that you can appreciate a nice looking engine, you know, making sure that everything's shiny and up to par. Your wheels have rims on them and everything is just beautiful. But if you have no gas, the car isn't going anywhere, right? Now, I have to kind of step back on that note because we are in a new age where we have cars now that work off of electricity. So not necessarily all cars have to have the gas, which is I consider as the spirit. But for the most part, we still live in the day and age where we have to have gas in order to move a car along, correct? So the same goes for us. What I am saying is, in order for the body, the mind, and spirit of a vehicle to thrive to its greatest potential in functioning, it must operate as a whole. Every part matters. And so do we. So you may be asking, when does holistic healing allow for a successful living? Well, in the body, when we're eating healthy, taking care of our body, making sure we have enough of water, staying hydrated, making sure we have the vitamins we need, exercising, making sure that we have self-care, i.e. at Anya's Wellness, we offer massage therapy. All of those things matter in order to make sure that the outside of our body is taken care of and is strong enough to handle any task that we may need to accomplish through a successful life. Then let's take a look at the mind. You know, one of my favorite scriptures is, "Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee." And that comes from Isaiah 26:3. And that is so true because, you know, a lot of times people's minds are off kilter, which then causes the body to come into disarray, and definitely their spirit or what we call the soul becomes a heavy burden. And so it's very important for us to keep all of these particular parts intact. Have you ever felt inadequate? Missed the deal as a CEO? Literally felt crazy? Whatsoever things are honest and pure, I want you to know those are the things that we need to think upon. And as a Black CEO, it can be very daunting, oftentimes, to hear multiple no's or have doors shut in your face or even slammed in your face, which causes, you know, your mental state to come down. Maybe you felt like you weren't good enough or you weren't worthy of the amount of money that you asked for a particular deal. Maybe the individual that you were talking to couldn't see the value of what you had to offer. No matter what success looks like to you, I want you to know you just need to fuel up and succeed. It is very possible. You know, this is just a slide to show you as a Black CEO, we have so many different titles, you know, whether it's the businesswoman, the businessman, the teacher, the doctor, the boxer, the basketball player, the real estate agent. Maybe you're the family guy or woman. Maybe you're the financial individual that's bringing in all of the money. Maybe you're, you know, just the art teacher. You're the graduate. You're the attorney. You're the blueprint person. Whatever your success means, you can accomplish it if you get the holistic healing fuel that you need in order to succeed in life. And what do I mean by that? I just simply mean make sure you align everything up. Align your body, your mind, and your spirit. And one of the most important parts for me is making sure that your spiritual life is intact. Because oftentimes when you allow your spiritual life to be intact, that will allow you to make sure that you maintain your mental capacity, which will then allow your body itself to maintain its highest potential and capacity to perform. When we allow transformational holistic healing to fuel the fire that keep us as CEOs going, we can have a successful holistic life. So I want to tell you today, success is something that everybody wants to have. So in order for you to gain it, I truly believe that there has to be an alignment of your body, your mind, and spirit. So the main thing is keep all of those things intact and go get it. It's yours and you can have a successful life. Thank you.
One of my greatest or current obstacles in life happens to be my desire to want to help as many people as I can with improving their communication. And it's an obstacle or becomes an obstacle because everyone does not desire to work on how they communicate with people. I chose my business because I understand and have known for quite some time the importance of what we say to people. And that stems from my childhood. I've always been one to, at one point in time, I would be the person to hold things in because I've always been conscientious of the fact that what we say can hurt or uplift someone. And it's important to me that the world, the masses, that I'm able to just share the message with the masses that we've got to really work on how we communicate using our tone of voice, our word choice, and our body language. Hi, I'm Dr. Nikisha Doctor, CEO of Jalaya Consulting Incorporated, and I am from the Sunshine State of Florida. For those that desire to work closely with me as women entrepreneurs and boss chicks, one of those things that I strongly desire for them to walk away with is that confidence and that clarity within themselves that they can do this, that they can communicate effectively with anyone at any time in any particular place. I plan to make the world a better place by continuing to help people to understand how important it is to work on our communication on a daily basis, helping others, helping the world to know globally what we've got to do to continue to work on communicating with clarity and confidence within so that people will know how to best serve us as individuals, so that people can give us what we need and what we desire by being able to express what we've been holding in for so long and just being able to unmute their voices.
Your transformation architect is back. Speaker Stephanie. Listen, Dr. Nikisha Doctor is talking about my favorite subject, unmuting yourself. She says it's time to come off of mute and show up like a boss chick. She gonna tell you and show you and give you tools and tips and strategies how to use your voice to be the best version of who you are. Listen, come off mute. Y'all see my cup? Don't block your blessings. Don't block your strategies. Don't block your opportunities. Don't block your possibilities. Doctor's gonna give you what you need. So go ahead, hit that emoji and give it a clap, fireball, hearts, or whatever it is that you want to give her. But give her her flowers. Bring it to the stage, Doctor.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nikisha Doctor, CEO of Jalaya Consulting, and I show up to teach women entrepreneurs and executives how to unmute their voices and find their seat spot so that they're able to communicate with clarity and confidence and the ease necessary to connecting with their customers and their employees. Listen, I'm so excited to be here with you today. I don't know what to do with myself. If you are ready for next level, let's go. I'm showing up today because I want to share with you all of my women professionals, any women, all of the women boss chicks that are out there. I want you to grab your pen and pencil so that I can share some valuable information with you today. I'm going to share with you how to communicate like a boss chick and how to unmute so that you're able to unmute your voices in your business. I'm going to give you three ways to show up in your business and unmute your voice in your businesses. Listen, I want you to grab it. We're going hard now. I want to share something with you really quick, and I want you to go with me for a second. You're looking at one of those women business owners. You're looking at a women boss chick, a CEO of a company who also wears multiple hats. I get it. You don't have to tell me much more. I get it. I understand. And in this space, when we wear multiple hats, sometimes we don't even really realize how often we do away with or we dim our shine, not intentionally. It's just often done, haphazardly because we don't even realize that we're doing it. It's done because we're wearing the multiple hats and we're trying to serve those that we're connected to in our teams and in our businesses. But if you're any woman like me, who's been that person that you've been doing it so long that you have needed a reality check and say, hey, listen, I've got some needs too. I've got some desires and wants and things that I want to communicate, but you've been in a place where you've been unable to do that. You don't even have a clue of where to get started. Maybe you're that woman who's been trying to figure this thing out all on your own. Like, how can I really get people to understand what I'm saying and what it is that I'm trying to convey to them? Having conversations with people in the boardrooms or in your team meetings or even in your household for that matter. You're trying to express to your children or your spouses that, listen, I just need a minute. I need to gather my thoughts. I need to figure this thing out. But you're too afraid to say that. Maybe you're that woman who's been kind of putting things, your desires, your needs on the back burner and not communicating to your family and to your teams what's so important to you. You've been focused on making sure that the business is moving and that the customers are satisfied and your teams are having everything that they need in place so that you're able to be an effective, business leader. But what we don't tend to realize is that if we don't see about ourselves first and we don't slow down enough to get those things in and take care of our personal needs as well, and we don't communicate that, we'll never get to that place. We'll never be healthy enough to continue to serve others because we haven't even uttered a word or communicated those things that we need. See, this is what you've got to know. People hear what you say and not what you intend to say. I realize that you're probably trying to figure out like, well, doctor, how am I supposed to focus on communicating what I need when I run a business? Or how can I get that done when my children and my spouse are counting on me? They're depending on me to still show up in the best version of myself. Well, sis, can I be honest with you? You can't show up in the best version of yourself if you're not willing to communicate and do it authentically from a place where you are at peace with being able to confidently express what you need and what you desire to achieve and desire to conquer in your life. You've got to express what you need. You should never expect something of someone that you never communicated. Hands down, point blank, period. I know I said it. You should never expect something of someone that you never communicated to them. It'll never happen because you've never communicated that what you needed as a boss chick in your company. So here it is. I want you to grab that pen and paper. I'm going to give you three ways in which you can unmute your voice and show up boldly in your businesses. Communicating like a boss chick. This is where it is. I need you to grab that pen and paper. Key number one, you've got to be mindful of the importance of speaking with clarity. Jot it down. You're going to speak with clarity. That's really what's important. If you want people to be able to understand you, you want to unmute your voice, you've got to be able to speak with clarity, and it means something. What do you mean by that? Just begin to be sure that you are clear and concise when you're communicating with your children at home or your spouses at home, or even in your businesses, your team meetings, whatever that looks like, even with your clients. You've got to be willing and ready to communicate with clarity. Nobody understands the mumbo jumbo. They don't want a lecture. They don't want anything full and blown out and drawn out. They've got to have the clarity necessary. Why? Because we're all different and we have our own DNA. So they've got to have the clarity that they need that will suit their communication style best. That's where it starts. That's key number one. Strategy number two, and I'm going pretty quick because I want you to grab what you need so that you can hear some of the other amazing information that's going to be shared with you throughout our time together. Key number two, you want to be sure that you're communicating with some consideration. So be considerate of those that you're communicating with. Number one, I said to communicate with clarity. You're going to unmute your voice and speak with clarity. Number two, you want to be considerate of those that you're communicating with when you do unmute your voice. When you show up and begin to speak, be considerate of who you're talking to at the time, because this is the reality of things. We are all different. We all have our own different communication styles, and we have our own love languages. You've got to know that one size does not fit everybody's foot. One size shoe will not fit every woman's shoe or every male that you work with. It just doesn't go down like that. It doesn't work that way. Each of us have our own DNA. So that means that you've got to be considerate of who you're having the conversation with in the moment. Who is it that you're speaking with one-on-one in your business meetings? Or who is it you're conferencing with wherever you are? Who is it that you're speaking to in your homes? You've got to be considerate of who you're speaking to so that you can choose your words wisely. It's important that you know who you're speaking with, and having that on the forefront will help you to center your thoughts and how to get that verbalized and how to express your thoughts. That's key number two. Key number three, here it is. Are you ready? I've said we want to speak up. You want to unmute your voice and speak with clarity. Number two, you're going to unmute your voice and be considerate of those that you're speaking with. And then number three, here it is. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? You got to show up and communicate with the confidence necessary. Don't be timid about what it is that you need. Whatever you need and whatever you desire to see come forth in your companies, in your businesses, in your homes, ladies, you've got to unmute your voice and speak with the confidence necessary that's required. It's required to step up boldly so that people will take you serious. You've got to know the importance of speaking up with the confidence that you need. That's that courage we're talking about. Having the courage to speak up with the confidence so that you're able to get and reap those results that you desire in your businesses or in your households. Let's go back. Let's take a quick recap on what we've already talked about. Key number one, I said that you're going to communicate with clarity. There it is. I said it. Communicating with clarity, making sure that you are clear about that which you're sharing with those that you are communicating with, and making sure that they understand exactly what it is that the message you're trying to convey. That's what's so important. You won't get those results that you're seeking if you're not clear in what you're saying. Be clear and concise in everything nice. Clear and concise. Speak on it, provide the clarity that people need, and hop off of the topic. What that looks like, you'll simply make sure. You can even ask questions to make sure that the clarity was given when you communicated it. So if you're talking about speaking in a team meeting, or if you're talking about speaking with your children at home, you can ask probing questions. Well, did you understand? Are we on the same page? Did you understand? Did everyone understand exactly what I'm expecting or what I'm looking for? You have to ask questions to make sure that there's clarity provided before you even exit the room. That's how you can assess whether or not a person understands what you're saying and whether or not you were clear in your messaging. Key number two, I said that you want to speak with some consideration. You're going to unmute your voice and consider who you're speaking to in the moment. So it's important because we're all different. And I cannot stress that enough. People are not the same. You cannot place everybody in the same box and expect the same exact results, because we all have a different need when it comes to communicating. We all have a different need, and you've got to make sure that you're considerate of who you're speaking to. You can't give the same language or messaging to one team member or one client or customer and expect that to still work for the others. You can't even do that with your own children at home. You can't tell one of your children something and turn around and expect to be able to say that to another child and they have the same exact understanding. Why? Because we're not wired that way. It's unfair to think that somebody could, if you have one universal messaging way in which you communicate with people, that everybody that you're connected with or come across that cross your paths in your company or in your life at some point, that they're going to just grab hold to everything you said, and you not have to work on curtailing or, changing up or thinking about revising what you're saying. Absolutely not. You're setting yourself up for some slight disappointment. I have to tell you the truth. And that's all that I'm going to give you today is the truth. Number 3, I said that you want to be ready to unmute your voice and speak up with the confidence. That's that courage that you need to show up in the best version of yourself. If you're not confident about what you're saying, how in the world can you expect other people to even respect or receive what you're saying, and you're not even confident in the messaging that you're giving to other people? That's so necessary that you understand that how you show up affects the results that you're going to get back from your clients or customers, if you will, and also from your teams and even from those in your household. If you're not confident and you mean exactly what you're saying and you stand in that truth, if you don't do that, you're doomed to get results that you weren't even expected to get. So listen, it's been my pleasure to be with you. I hate that our time has to come to an end, but I want to make sure that I'm out of your way so that you can enjoy the rest of your day with the lineup that's coming forward behind me, that's coming, that continues to flow throughout this day. I hope that you've gotten everything that you've needed on this, during our time together, so that you're able to now go out into the world and communicate like a boss chick. You've been given 3 ways to unmute your voice in your businesses. It's been my pleasure to be with you. I'm Dr. Nikisha Doctor, CEO of Jalaya Consulting Incorporated, and I'll see you very soon. Take care.
So I've had many big obstacles, but the biggest obstacle, I must say, it was my divorce. And I'm grateful for all of them because they propelled me to another level of spiritual awakening. But that divorce, it hit really differently. It sent me into recovery. Yes, I am a recovering perfectionist. I was as a little girl, and as a woman, I was so afraid of failure and making mistakes that I created so much rigor and pensiveness in my life, setting and holding unrealistic expectations for myself and for others. And though I'm not a proponent for divorce, I really needed that divorce to save me, to learn just how amazingly perfect I already am, flaws and all, without trying to be perfect. I started Queendom Connections to help women who've lost themselves in the old mental patterns of shame, self-doubt, self-betrayal, and people-pleasing, just like I did, which accompanies life circumstances. For me, it was divorce. For somebody else, it may be trauma from abuse, job loss, poverty, but to shift from that inner chaos and disorder to divine alignment and to find the clarity of who they really are. So in other words, just as I found my true connection, I'm on a mission to help queens make the same powerful connection and take back dominion over their territories, the body, the soul, and the spirit. I am affectionately and professionally known as Dr. Kreslin, and I am the founder of Queendom Connections, where women find clarity about their true identity and they take dominion over their territory. I am from Houston, Texas, by way of Huntsville, Alabama. My desire for those who make this Queendom connection is for them to decide and to commit to do their own inner work, for them to allow me to help them to tap into that power source where they can find the courage to disrupt those old patterns and thought processes that no longer serve them, to find the freedom to be authentic and queenly, and the audacity to love, care, and believe in themselves as much as they do everyone else. My plan and mission is simple. I will make the world better by empowering the masses to excel, not just in education, careers, and businesses, but in our spiritual lives first, in love for all mankind, and in leadership of self and of the people who are within our immediate sphere of influence before going out to the world. Because when we become better from the inside out, our relationships become better, our families become better, and our neighborhoods become better. So the world automatically. Hello, my name is Dr. Creslin Kelly Ellis, affectionately known as Dr. Creslin, and I am an empowerment coach and consultant. But most importantly, I am a spiritual Black woman married to a spiritual Black man. We have Black children with Black grandchildren. So it is imperative that I mention my family's race in this introduction, because it is important to me that those who sit under the sound of my voice right now understand that though I am about to reveal some powerful and painful truths, I am coming from a place of love and compassion for all people to whom this information may apply. That said, the focus of the topic I am discussing with you today is the cultural self-betrayal of Black women. Over the past year, I have conducted hundreds of hours of research on this subject to fulfill the requirements of my second doctorate. My first is in education, and this one's in psychology. If you are a researcher, then you know that you don't always choose what you're going to study. But when you start digging, oftentimes your study chooses you. And I must say that is exactly what happened to me. My topic chose me. I believe I was chosen because I am courageous enough to share the facts, but also compassionate enough to withhold judgment, to share hope, because there is always hope. Now, I would love to boom, 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 knock on the door of your mind and hearts, Black CEOs, the way that Miss Laura did when she knocked on her teenage daughter's bedroom door one evening. Although she could twist the knob, which meant that the door was unlocked, she could not get in. The weight of the dresser on the other side of the door was much heavier than her strength to open it. So she knocked and knocked and knocked until her daughter Rachel had time to push the dresser back and open the door. Laura was confused and nearly angry, and she insisted that Rachel tell her why her dresser was pushed up to the door. And after a few minutes, Rachel breaks down in tears and confides in her mother that she had been raped by her brother's friend, who was frequently a trusted guest in their home. And putting the dresser up to the door was Rachel's way of protecting herself from any future encounters with him. Rachel was horrified and severely traumatized by this assault. Her mother was distraught because she also had been sexually violated as a teenager. And she thought she had done everything possible to protect her child from it. Laura sought counsel from a trusted friend and revealed that she nor her daughter wanted to report this abuse. Now, as an outsider looking in, I would say, why? Why would she not report this young man who violated her daughter? But as a mother, thinking, what if it were my son? I then become very conflicted. I know that I would pray for mercy on my son, not to be labeled a sex offender and get caught up in a justice system that is not usually fair to him. I also think about what if I were that mother or that daughter? I can only imagine the guilt and the shame I would feel, wondering if it was my fault, if there was something I could have done to prevent this. Would people view me as an unfit mother who allowed this to happen on her watch? If I were the young lady, I can only imagine I would be afraid of how people would view me. Would they call me out of my name? Would they say it was my fault? All of these thoughts and questions help me understand why this mother and child were reluctant to report. Unfortunately, this is the plight of many Black girls and women. You see, in the US Black community, 30% of Black women and girls experience sexual assault from someone of the same race. Yes, this happens to white women too. It happens to women of all races and ethnicities. Sexual violence against women all over the world is a tremendous public health concern. However, Black girls and women in America are sexually violated far more than their white counterparts, and 2.5 times the rate of other women in the US. But get this, only 1 in 15 Black women report their sexual violent experiences, which leads me to think that the number is far more than 30% who are violated. The research on cultural betrayal trauma reveals that after Black women are sexually violated, she has only 2 choices: report the incident and face public ridicule from her own community who wants to protect their reputation and protect the perpetrator from the justice system, or 2, report the incident while fearing maltreatment from the justice system for themselves. So basically, Black women are stuck between a rock and a hard place. The pressure from the community to shut up and take it, and the hard place, the chance of being mishandled by the justice system or even by social service organizations. And that is why this type of betrayal is so traumatic. Let me explain this cultural self-betrayal of Black women. Sexual violence is a sexual contact made with a person, made against a person without their permission. Betrayal is deceitfulness and the act of breaking one's trust. Betrayal is deceitfulness and the act of breaking one's trust. Cultural betrayal is defined by Jennifer Gomez as the violation of intracultural trust, which stems from abuse from a member within the same group. Now, what that means in this case is that it's when a Black woman is betrayed by a Black man who she depends on to protect her in an unjust society. Most Black women and people in general already suffer trauma related to discrimination and social inequalities. So when we are betrayed by someone who is supposed to be on our side in an unjust society, our trauma becomes cultural betrayal trauma. Finally, when women and girls, men and boys for that matter, share their betrayal with others who don't believe them, who fail to protect them, or make them feel ashamed, then it is easy for this cultural betrayal to become cultural self-betrayal. What is self-betrayal? I'm glad you asked, because self-betrayal is breaking trust with yourself, and it is very hard to recover from. Components of self-betrayal have been defined by some researchers as self-blame, detachment from those around you, emotionally numbing yourself and detaching from one's own feelings, and having mixed and contradictory thoughts and feelings about an incident or an individual. All of these elements are self-defeating and self-sabotaging attributes that undermine one's opportunity to get help. This was proven in a 2016 study where women in a drug center shared their experiences of being sexually abused as girls, which led to their promiscuous and addictive behaviors as teenagers, seeking love and acceptance after being betrayed multiple times. They were first violated by men in their lives, and then the violation continued as they shared it with family members who then physically abused them for speaking about the abuse, by social workers and school teachers who did nothing. Now, some of them thought they were protecting the child from additional abuse by not telling, but that was still a form of betrayal still. And then by betraying themselves when they had the opportunity to get help, but held on and protected the security they knew, although it was harmful and it was feeding destructive behavior in their lives. Now, make this note. The self-betrayal does not begin with children, but with the person who betrays them. The perpetuation of betrayal of a child, or any person for that matter, teaches people to betray themselves. Basically, self-betrayal is often a learned behavior and may even be embedded in one's DNA. Let me clarify with one scenario. Nikki was a 7 or 8-year-old, and she and her siblings and other young relatives and neighborhood friends were running around playing in her grandparents' backyard. And in a game of You're It, the small children sat on the backs and the necks of the older children, making them taller than everyone else. They were holding on and trusting the older members and friends not to fall and to help them win the game. After a few minutes of loud laughter, Nikki's game ended abruptly with her partner as she bent over on the side of him to get into his ear, slapped him on the shoulder, and whispered firmly, "Put me down." As young as she was, she handled the teen, who was at least 9 years her elder, aggressively but discreetly, knowing that if anyone else out there knew he was trying to put his fingers in places that they didn't belong, they would have beat him to a pulp. Now, I am not sure how Nikki, little Nikki, which is me, got the courage to protect herself. So I don't take credit. Maybe I was lucky, blessed, or such a fighter that I lashed out. I don't know. But what I know is that many other Black women and girls aren't so fortunate. And I thank God that that it didn't go any further. I don't know how I knew to protect him. I don't recall being told at any time in my childhood, don't tell if someone hurts you, or if you report anything to the police, they are not going to treat you fairly. So today, I wonder if my response to protect this perpetrator was innate. Was it in my DNA to protect this young man? I don't know, but what my research reveals is that silence is a coping strategy that has been rooted in Black women's experience since their abuse during slavery, when they had no recourse whatsoever. They were subjected to hard labor, sexual and physical assault, the threat of being separated from their family at any time, and they were forced to withhold any complaints and negative emotions. Consequently, suppressing their emotions and staying quiet, or in other words, shutting up and taking it, along with other strong Black women tendencies, have been passed down by Black women throughout many generations. And even now, hundreds of years later, the silence persists. Although I didn't take it, I kept quiet. So did I really protect myself? According to my research, not responding could have easily set me up for re-victimization, which means by not telling anyone, the trauma experience could have led to anxiety, depression, suicidality, and many forms of self-sabotaging behavior, where I, just like the women in the treatment center, could have remained in a cycle of betrayal and self-betrayal. In fact, this is my first time revealing this information in over 40 years. And here's why. I did not know then what I know now. And here's what I know now, that not only are 30% of Black women and girls subjected to sexual violence, but Black women are 4 times more likely to be killed by their partners than white women. Black women are 2 times more likely to be killed by their husbands than white women. Black women are 5 times more likely to be abused as children than white women. And in one study, researchers even indicated that of 312 Black women, 53% experienced their first sexual initiation between the ages of 11 and 14. And 74% of them reported that their encounter was forced or pressured. 81% of them reported that the non-consensual incident was with non-partners, which means that their perpetrators were either family, friends, fathers, stepfathers, mothers, boyfriends, family members, or neighbors. Staggering, huh? Well, I sincerely hope that the doors of your hearts and minds are now open, while all of this knocking has been taking place in the last few minutes. But let me recap with 3 simple statements. Black women and girls in the U.S. are at high risk for sexual violence and mental health challenges, higher than anyone else. When they are violated by someone in their home or their community, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. The rock is their community telling them to shut up and take it. The hard place is the possibility of being mistreated by law enforcement if they report it. The cultural betrayal is often perpetrated by others who fail to protect them. All of these betrayals lead to self-betrayal, which also produces negative mental health outcomes. Finally, although violence and cultural self-betrayal are prevalent in Black women and girls, they are also being perpetuated at increasing rates in Black boys and Black men. You may be asking, okay, this is a lot of information. What do I do? Well, I'm reminded of the quote by Gandhi, be the change that you want to see in this world. That said, instead of trying to move the hard place, maybe trying to convince the judicial system and social services that should treat Black women reporting their sexual violence to them with warmth and compassion and a dignity the way they would white women, maybe we should focus on removing the rock, the community, the pressure that the community puts on the Black women. We should encourage women to get help when they have been victimized. We should share this message with others. And as caring, intelligent, and influential Black people, we should apply research-based tools for breaking the cycle of self-betrayal in our own lives so that we can break this cycle off of the generations to come. I will share specific strategies in my upcoming workshop, Breaking the Cycle of Self-Betrayal. But right now, know this. Breaking the cycle starts with identifying your own trauma and betrayal in your community that led to your self-betrayal. If betrayal is deceitfulness and the act of breaking trust, then self-betrayal is deceiving yourself and the act of not trusting yourself. The number one trait of self-betrayal is identified in a 2018 public opinion study where nearly 50% of the participants stated experiencing self-betrayal multiple times in their lives. And these participants were men and women. But the number one thing was compelled action, which included a combination of unpleasant actions, necessary actions, and conformism. Let me make it plain. The women at the treatment center first encountered betrayal as an unpleasant action, their sexual assault, that they eventually found to be a necessary action for their survival. And then they began to conform to fit in with their peers who were engaged in self-defeating behaviors, which caused their own self-betrayal. In fact, their lack of self-acceptance was a form of self-betrayal. Other attributes identified in 2018 were violating one's principles, sacrifice, and intrapersonal conflict. My friends, self-betrayal can be very subtle, but when we continue to practice it, it can be detrimental. I believe the young man who forced himself on Rachel was betraying himself. I believe my neighbor was betraying himself. And perhaps they had been betrayed by someone too. But if Rachel doesn't disclose her betrayal in a way that really helps her mentally and emotionally, she will betray herself. If I did not share this research and these research-based tools with people like you, amazing Black leaders and CEOs, I'd be betraying myself. This is a tough and painful conversation for the Black community because none of us want Black women to suffer. And neither do we want Black boys getting caught up in our judicial system. So may we stop the cycle right here and right now with 3 simple actions. Talk about this topic within your sphere of influence. Be intentional about protecting Black women and children. And identify and break your own cycle of self-betrayal. It has been my pleasure. Thank you so much, and God bless.